Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
At the foot of the mountain, a young vampire count stood with his chin raised, staring at the lone manor glowing halfway up the slope. A contemptuous smile curled across his lips. HMPH, living in a rundown place like this. What's the point? He muttered. Could it be you're so useless that you had no choice but to hide here, truly worthy of being my dear sister? He was a young count of the ancient Brutch clan. His hair had been deliberately dyed blonde, and he wore a sharp, spotless suit. In one hand he carried a pure gold cane, its polished surface gleaming faintly under the night sky. Beside him stood 3 vampire earls, each radiating a powerful aura. The strongest among them was already at the peak of the earl rank, only a step away from becoming a marquis. A group like this was enough to make even established vampire families think twice before causing trouble. And behind them stood the name of Brutch, one of the oldest and most feared clans in existence. 7th young master, the strongest earl said in a low voice, the patriarch specifically ordered that Miss Su must be brought back unharmed. That Western tycoon gave the family only 10 days, we should move quickly. The young count clicked his tongue in annoyance. I know. Must you keep repeating it? Then his eyes darkened. And don't call her Miss Su, she left the family long ago, she's a traitor. Once she's brought back, even if that Westerner doesn't care, I'll make sure to settle things with this so-called sister of mine myself. A twisted smile spread across his face. The old earl standing beside him lowered his gaze slightly, hiding the disdain in his eyes. How could each of the patriarch's 9 direct descendants be more useless than the last? The vampire from the Lembba clan who had died earlier had been a genuine peak-level earl. He had ruled Jiang City for years, commanding countless subordinates, yet he had still been killed. Taking Su Lingway away was never going to be easy. The old earl had already guessed that the mysterious vampire by her side was most likely another peak earl, perhaps even stronger than expected. Otherwise, why would the patriarch send 3 earls, including him, just to retrieve 1 girl? The answer was obvious to anyone with half a brain. Unfortunately, the 7th young master had none. Among the patriarch's 9 children, Su Lingway, the 9th, had always been the smartest, but she had inherited her mother's bloodline instead of her father's. What a pity. As the thought passed through his mind, the old earl, who had served the family for centuries, felt a faint trace of regret. Before he could dwell on it any longer, the 7th young master's irritated voice cut through the night. I've already announced our arrival and there's still no response. How dare they keep me waiting this long? Do the people up there have a death wish? As a direct descendant of the clan, he had been treated like royalty since the day he was born. With endless resources poured into him, he had become a powerful vampire count in a short time. That fact had become the foundation of his pride. Just moments ago, when he had tried to head up the mountain, he had been stopped by a mere viscount who looked like nothing more than a servant. What angered him even more was that after learning he came from the Brutch clan, the viscount had shown no respect at all. Instead, he had coldly told him to wait at the foot of the mountain until permission was granted. The 7th young master had wanted to force his way in on the spot, but after repeated persuasion from the old earl, he had restrained himself and waited for 2 whole minutes. Now his patience had completely run out. No more waiting, we're going up. The moment the words left his mouth, his body blurred into a streak of black shadow and shot up the mountain road at terrifying speed. At the same time, he deliberately released the aura of a vampire count, flaunting his presence without restraint. The other 3 earls had no choice but to follow. As they moved, they remained alert, carefully sensing the dark forest on both sides of the road. The 7th young master swept his gaze around and found no sign of any vampire presence. He sneered, HMPH. So poor you don't even have a single vampire guard at the gate. Then he laughed mockingly. How pathetic, my dear sister. I knew your life was miserable, but this is beyond disappointing. Ever since Su Lingway had awakened a bloodline different from her father's, she had been rejected by the rest of the family. Her siblings, who should have stood beside her, had instead made a habit of trampling on her. Then her half-blood mother had been killed by her father. Not long after that, Su Lingway had left the family of her own will. In a clan like Brutch, being born of noble blood but failing to inherit the correct lineage was a sin in itself. If your life has been so miserable, the 7th young master said, baring his teeth in a cold grin, then perhaps I should help put you out of it. His smile grew uglier. Even if your blood never tasted very good, it's still enough to excite me, sister. Then he thought of the vampire who might be by Su Lingway's side and laughed again. What could they possibly be? A viscount, a duke, or someone as weak and pitiful as you? The more he imagined Su Lingway's current state, the more excited he became. It had been far too long since he had the chance to torment this sister of his. Behind him, the peak-level Earl sensed the erratic surges in the young master's aura and quietly sighed. I just hope he doesn't lose control and slaughter everyone up there, he thought. If that happens, saving Miss Su and the mysterious vampire the patriarch specifically wanted alive will become troublesome. Still, one thing was undeniable. This place really was shabby. There wasn't even a single visible vampire standing guard. The old Earl swept his gaze across the dark forest once more. No vampire aura, no hidden presence. On the surface, this territory looked completely defenseless. What he did not know was that less than 300 meters away, 9 vampires with perfectly concealed auras were already moving soundlessly through the forest. Rocks, roots, and trees offered them no resistance. They flowed through the darkness like silent executioners, their blood-red eyes locked on the 4 Brutch vampires advancing along the mountain road. They waited only for one command. The moment their master gave the order, these 4 intruders would be torn apart in an instant. Less than a minute later, the 7th young master arrived at the manor. He leapt over the wall and landed neatly in the courtyard, one hand resting on his gold cane. Raising his voice, he called out in what he clearly believed was an elegant tone. I am a son of the noble Brutch bloodline. Is there anyone alive here? A figure appeared on the top floor balcony, Su Lingway. She looked down at the vampire count standing in the yard, her brows knitting slightly. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. The young count lifted his head and looked at her with mocking amusement. Haha, isn't it obvious? I'm here to take you home. Long time no see, my dear sister. Then his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened as though he had just seen something impossible. For a single second, his smile hung stiffly on his face, then it shattered into madness. Ha, you're not a vampire. His voice rose sharply, turning into hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha, my dear sister, you turned into a human. His face twisted with disgust and excitement. How revolting. Absolutely revolting. Not only did you betray the family, you even betrayed the noble glory of the vampire race itself. He laughed so wildly that it sounded more like a beast roaring than a man speaking. Behind him, the 3 earls were equally stunned. How is this possible? One of them whispered, in this world, there's actually a way to turn a vampire back into a human. Even the old earl's expression changed. For the first time tonight, genuine fear flashed across his eyes. Su Lingway said nothing. She merely stared at the man who had once called himself her brother, her gaze cold and silent. But beneath that calm surface, sorrow and hatred churned together like poison. The 7th young master stretched out a hand toward her. Come with me, he said, his voice trembling with manic delight. The clan will be overjoyed when they see what you've become. This is far too amusing, ha ha ha. Before his laughter even finished, he exploded upward with terrifying force, preparing to rush straight to the top floor and seize her on the spot. But in the very next second, a violent bang thundered through the courtyard. His body was sent flying backward like a kicked ball and slammed into the ground hard enough to blast open a deep crater. Dust and shattered stones sprayed into the air. The 7th young master struggled to his feet from the pit, clothes torn, hair disheveled, bloodshot eyes burning with fury. Who? He roared into the darkness, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. Who dares to kick me? Shame and fury surged through the young earl like a rising tide, nearly swallowing him whole. As far as he could remember, no vampire had ever dared to humiliate him like this. In the same instant, the 3 vampire earls at his side released their auras at full force, a violent warning spreading into the surroundings. 4 vampire earls stood here together. Who would dare act recklessly? But in the very next moment, the power they released seemed to collide with an icy blade and was cut apart without mercy. A vast, cold, overwhelming pressure descended like a crashing sea, forcing their auras back into their bodies. The young earl's face changed instantly. What? What is going on? For a brief second, he felt as though the blood in his veins had frozen solid. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head to look behind him. Then he froze. Less than a meter away, 9 figures stood in silence. Each wore the same silver mask over part of their face. None of them had made a sound. None of them had revealed a trace of presence before this. Yet now that they stood there openly, each one radiated a terrifying chill and an oppressive strength that made breathing difficult. When did they appear and why? Why did every single one of them feel so suffocating? Before the young earl could think any further, someone gently tapped his shoulder. His body turned stiffly. What entered his sight was a handsome face wearing a warm, almost gentle smile. Lu Qing looked at him and said calmly, "Before you came here, I told you I would twist your head off. Now I'm here to keep that promise." Crack, before anyone could react, before even a single thought could fully form, Lu Qing moved. With lightning speed, he ripped the young earl's head clean off. Everything happened so fast that no one present had time to respond. Even Su Lingway, standing above, felt her pupils contract sharply. The three remaining vampire earls stood rooted in place, as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell. This was the precious youngest son of the Brutch family head. He had crossed such a great distance to come here, and before he could even properly make a move, his head had already been torn off. Lu Qing still wore that same gentle smile. He casually tossed the severed head toward the three Brutch earls and said, "You can take the head back. I'll keep the body." In truth, it would have been better to preserve the corpse intact. After all, a complete corpse could still be transformed through King's chosen servant into a useful personal guard. But unfortunately, he had already declared that he would tear the man's head off. What a waste. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen different words. At the very least, the corpse could have remained complete. The old Brutch earl caught the head in trembling arms, staring blankly at its lifeless face. His lips quivered for a long time before any sound came out. This. The other two earls, both mid-level in strength, finally snapped out of their terror. With shrill cries, they charged straight at Lu Qing without hesitation. "My blood is boiling. My wounds will never heal." Two strange powers erupted from their bodies at once. These were the unique abilities they had awakened as earls. But just as they moved, the 9 silent guards behind Lu Qing also moved. He vanished like a ghost. In the next instant, it reappeared. Sharp claws dripped with blood, and in its hand were 2 shriveled hearts. Bang, bang. The bodies of the 2 vampire earls collapsed heavily onto the ground. Dead, Lu Qing glanced at Yi and nodded with satisfaction. Nicely done. This one knew how to preserve a body. Now the basement could fit 2 more bronze coffins. At that moment, the old earl became the only one left standing. He looked once at the 2 corpses on the ground, and terror flooded his entire body. He no longer dared make even the slightest move. Lowering his head, he spoke with trembling respect. "Respected, great one. Please forgive our previous offense." Only now did this peak earl of the vampire race realize how foolish his earlier thoughts had been. This manor had never lacked guards because it was weak. It lacked guards because it was so powerful that it didn't need them at all. The 9 masked vampires before him were horrifying beyond reason. Every single one of them was stronger than he was. The auras of at least 2 among them filled him with a fear so deep it came from his very blood. When he thought back to how they had raced up the mountain road, he felt his scalp go numb. Perhaps these 9 terrifying beings had been hiding in the darkness all along, watching them like prey. And even these monsters stood before Lu Qing with absolute obedience, like servants before their master. How terrifying must Lu Qing himself be to command so many vampires at peak earl rank? Perhaps even marquis rank. The old man bitterly cursed himself inwardly. How had I become so stupid? Fortunately, when the other 2 earls had charged forward, his instincts had held him back for just 1 moment longer. That single pause had saved his life. "You're lucky," Lu Qing said, looking at him with a trace of regret. "If you had rushed forward just now, you'd already be lying on the ground with them. What a pity." Then Lu Qing snapped his fingers. At once 8 of the 9 guards turned and vanished, returning to the underground bronze coffins to continue their sleep. Only one remained behind. Even after they left, the old earl did not dare relax in the slightest. He immediately bowed lower. "I understand. I will definitely report everything to the family head." Then he clenched his teeth, gathered his courage, and forced himself to continue. "However, Your Excellency, if it is at all possible, I beg you and Miss Su to return to the family." He paused, then continued carefully. "The family is facing a grave crisis. Miss Su was once part of the family after all. If neither of you returns, then in 10 days that man from the west will surely lose patience. By then the entire family may be pushed into disaster." Even at such a moment, he could not completely abandon the family. Though he knew these words might anger Lu Qing and cost him his life, he still spoke them. In his mind, he had already prepared himself to be torn apart and thrown out like garbage. But after several moments passed, nothing happened. Confused, the old earl raised his head slightly. Then he saw Lu Qing squatting beside the headless corpse, studying it with a thoughtful expression. "The head's gone," Lu Qing murmured to himself. "If I devour it without the head, will I lose some evolution points? Probably not. Last time, even losing a leg didn't seem to affect anything, so should I keep the head too?" Hearing that muttering, a bead of cold sweat slid down the old earl's temple. In all his long life, he had never seen someone so terrifying, yet so strange. Noticing the old man's gaze, Lu Qing smiled faintly. a friendly reminder. If you don't leave soon, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave at all. The old earl's heart tightened. Lu Qing continued, there's a little girl in my house who hates the Brutchs very much. If she wakes up later, she might ask me to tear your head off too. The old earl did not fully understand what that meant, but the fear in his chest deepened instantly. A little girl, another terrifying vampire, and she hates the Brutch clan. No matter what, staying here any longer was clearly a terrible idea. He didn't dare say another word. Bowing deeply on the spot, he turned to leave as quickly as possible. Wait. The old man's entire body went rigid. He stopped immediately. After you return, Lu Qing said, do not reveal anything about this place to anyone except your family head. Yes, the old earl answered without hesitation. And hold that head properly, Lu Qing added with a smile. Take it as my return gift. I understand. The old earl glanced down at the head in his arms and gently closed the eyes that still remained open. Then he asked carefully, do you have any other instructions? Lu Qing stood up, pointed toward the entrance and said with a smile, use the main gate when you leave. Don't damage my wall. Yes. The old Brutch earl obediently walked out through the front gate, every step careful and measured, as if even crushing a flower or bending a blade of grass might bring disaster upon him. Only after he had completely left did Lu Qing turn back. He devoured the 3 earl corpses lying in the courtyard, then used King's chosen servant to transform 2 of them into his own personal guards. After that, he had Yi carry the 2 new guards down into the basement. Lu Qing named them 10 and 11. When the system prompt sounded, Lu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, fortunately, even though the earl has lost his head, the evolution points he gave are still enough. But then he frowned again, thinking to himself, now, devouring a vampire earl only gives 4 evolution points. This level suppression is really strong. He was somewhat glad that he had gained some evolution points this time, but he also felt a little helpless because of the level suppression. Fortunately, he added 2 Earl-level vampire guards. As long as they continue to be fed with blood, they will gradually grow. Except for Yi and Ju, the other 7 guards are also growing very fast. It is estimated that after feeding them for a while, they will be able to officially advance to Marquis. These transformed guards still retain their previously awakened abilities. Just like Yi, its special ability is physical recovery. This ability still exists after the transformation, but it requires more blood energy. Every time the blood power is overconsumed or a serious injury occurs, it must be repaired by feeding blood again. As for the 2 newly transformed earls, Lu Qing handed them over to Yi to take care of. And the arrogant vampire who had lost his head was thrown directly to Uncle Luo. As for how Uncle Luo would deal with it, Lu Qing didn't care. He only knew that in the human world, there was a group of people who were extremely obsessed with vampires. There was even a rumor that eating vampire flesh could eliminate all pain and disease. Lu Qing stood in the yard, looked up at Su Lingway and asked softly, are we going back? Su Lingway nodded without hesitation and responded, go back. Okay. Whether for Su Lingway's sake or for his own development, Lu Qing felt that he had to go to the Brutch tribe. There are no more vampires in Jiang City for him to devour to increase his strength. If he wants to become stronger, he must go deeper into these clans. Since Su Lingway is full of hatred towards the family, that's perfect. Those guys can become nutrients for him to improve his strength. Moreover, according to the information just conveyed by the old man, the last time he devoured the Earl of Fengaming Mountain, he attracted the attention of the Lembba clan, and it was a vampire from the western main lineage of the Lembba clan. Lu Qing couldn't help but wonder, would the effect be different if he swallowed the blood of these western main blood clans? The most important thing is the blood clan's sacred artifact. Each of the 13 clans has its own sacred artifact, and the Brutch clan's sacred artifact is in the eastern branch of the imperial capital. The main vein in the west has always been coveted and wanted to be taken away, but failed for various reasons. Su Lingway had mentioned before that the sacred weapon guarded by the family was an axe called the Punishment Axe. The person holding it can increase their strength by more than 10 times, but at the same time they will bleed profusely. Lu Qing would be a little worried if such a holy weapon fell into the hands of other vampires. We must obtain the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans, and if we have the chance, we must also venture into those ancient blood clan battlefields. Thinking of this, a dark light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. He firmly believed that the future world would be wonderful. At this moment, a small figure suddenly rushed out of the living room. Where is it? Where is it? What's the matter? What's the matter? Kyukyu was wearing black pajamas with a bear pattern and ran over like a round ball. The little girl must have fallen into a deep sleep just now and was then woken up, so she hurried out to join in the fun. Ever since Kyukyu learned about her family's past from Su Lingway, she has been extremely disgusted with the vampires of the Brutch tribe. She even declared that when she grows up, she will beat up the Brutch guys to vent her anger for her beautiful sister. But this little girl probably won't have this chance because she will never grow up. Lu Qing hugged the running Kyukyu in her arms, smiled and pinched her little face and said, "It's nothing." Kyukyu wrinkled her little nose and sniffed, smelling a different scent in the air. She sighed maturely in his arms. "Oh, brother lied to me again. Kyukyu is late and has already seen all the fun. I'm so angry." Looking at the little girl's regretful expression, Lu Qing was so touched by her cuteness. "Since this lovely little guy came into our family, our originally cold life has been filled with a lot of joy." Lu Qing glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Since Su Lingway and Kyukyu were both awake, he might as well not sleep tonight. "Let's go out and play." Without saying anything, he picked up the ball, went upstairs and pulled Su Lingway to the garage. A moment later, boom. A very stylish Bugatti Veyron sped out of the garage like a beast and rushed down the winding mountain road. The car was moving at an extremely high speed, almost reaching its limit. Now with the vampire's powerful body control ability, no matter how fast the car was, in Lu Qing's eyes, it seemed to be moving slowly. The silver Bugatti Veyron looked like a roaring beast in his hands. In the passenger seat, Su Lingway was holding the ball, her eyes bright with excitement. 20 minutes later, at Jiang City's most famous Nanan Barbecue Plaza, Lu Qing slowly pulled his sports car to a stop. This impressive Bugatti Veyron instantly attracted countless people's attention, with some even cursing in envy. "Damn, driving such a nice sports car to eat at a roadside stall. Which young master is this to experience life?" After cursing, he stared at the gorgeous sports car fiercely for a few more seconds, and opened several more bottles of beer in indignation. Lu Qing found a spot closest to the river with ease and waved to the owner. "Give me a case of beer, 30 grilled beef and mutton skewers, a kidney, a plate of crayfish, 2 servings of oysters, and a little of everything else, and grill some more vegetables." "Okay." The boss took the menu and went to make the arrangements with a smile on his face. Su Lingway curiously surveyed the lively drinking scene around her, sniffing the various aromas in the air. She licked her lips coquettishly and asked, "Did you come here often before?" Lu Qing smiled and nodded, opening 3 bottles of beer. "Well, I'm a regular customer here. There are a lot of people eating supper here, so I'll bring you here to experience it." "Come, Kyukyu, this bottle is for you." He placed one of the opened bottles of beer in front of Kyukyu. The little girl cheered, hugged the bottle, and took a big gulp, then nodded her head vigorously, just like a chicken pecking at rice. "It's so delicious." Haha. This scene happened to be seen by the people eating at the next table. They were all stunned. "Look at that table, that kid is drinking. Wow, this little girl is really amazing. She looks like she can drink a whole bottle." Kyukyu held the bottle tightly in both hands and drank it down with gulps. For the little guy who has become a vampire, digesting this amount of alcohol is no problem at all. The barbecue we ordered was served quickly, and the table was filled with various kinds of food. Su Lingwei looked at the table full of food, feeling a little confused. She didn't know which one to eat first, but she kept swallowing her saliva. Seeing this, Lu Qing pointed to a plate of crayfish on the table with amusement and said, "Let's eat some crayfish first. The last time you ordered takeout, it was crayfish and I delivered it. In the end, you didn't get to eat the crayfish and you almost ate me." Su Lingwei glared at him somewhat arrogantly, then concentrated on dealing with the crayfish in her hand. She also took a sip of beer. The cool feeling instantly spread throughout her body, and she squinted her eyes comfortably. Kyukyu was holding a chicken wing and chewing it happily. Although she was no longer fond of ordinary food, the chicken wings tonight were particularly delicious. Hearing what Lu Qing had just said, the little girl asked curiously, "Pretty sister also eats people. When did this happen?" Lu Qing rubbed her little head. "No, that's really fierce, but that happened a long time ago." Kyukyu was about to continue asking questions when he suddenly wrinkled his nose and threw the chicken wings in his hand angrily. "Brother, I smell that stinky smell. That annoying guy is here again." Lu Qing didn't turn around but just drank a glass of beer quietly until Brick sat down at the table carelessly. The little wolf cub first glanced at Su Lingwei, who was busy peeling crayfish and completely ignoring him. He then glanced at Kyukyu, who was glaring at him, but he didn't dare to provoke her. Finally, he looked at Lu Qing and said slowly with some melancholy, "I'm leaving. I'm leaving." Brick's words were full of resentment, like a blunt knife slowly cutting through the air. He casually pried open a bottle of beer, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Under the light, the little wolf cub, who looked as handsome as a sculpture, now had a face full of sorrow. Lu Qing just curled the corners of his mouth slightly and asked, Is it because after Su Lingway became human, the mark you had on her disappeared? In response, Brick let out a muffled hem from his nose. The brand dissipated completely, and even the last trace of its scent could not be detected. But that's not the only reason. Brick raised his hand to wipe the beer foam from his mouth and continued, "The family has been in chaos recently, with several tribes fighting each other. As the Orthodox bloodline, I must return to join the battle." As he spoke, a warlike fire ignited in his eyes. This wolf cub had a natural love of fighting. When they first met, he had dared to lunge at Lu Qing and challenge him to a duel. Recently, his strength had grown rapidly, and he was only one step away from reaching adulthood. Now that the mark of protection had disappeared, there was no reason for him to stay. Moreover, he knew in his heart that whether the mark was there or not, Su Lingwei's gaze would not linger on him for a moment. Lu Qing stared at him for a long time, then suddenly spoke softly, his voice as sharp as a knife. "There's something wrong with your bloodline. You'd better be more careful in fighting next time." Brick was instantly like a firecracker. His hair stood on end, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his muscles tensed. "How do you know? I've always been very sensitive about bloodline matters." The bottle in Brick's hand creaked, and finally he lost his grip and let his shoulders slump. "Yes, something else has been mixed into my blood. It has been dormant, but it is slowly eroding my original bloodline. So I'm weaker than my peers, but once I unleash my full power, that thing will awaken, driving me crazy and ignoring my relatives." This was a secret he had always kept strictly, and none of the elders in the tribe knew about it, but tonight he couldn't help but tell it out. "Actually," Lu Qing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "I'm quite curious about what werewolf blood tastes like." Brick was instantly like a frightened bird. He jumped up suddenly, took several steps back, and held the bottle across his chest. His tail almost exploded like a dandelion. With Lu Qing's current strength, if he really took action, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to transform into a wolf. "I'm just kidding," Lu Qing shook the cup in his hand. "Even if I really wanted to suck your blood, I wouldn't choose you." As he spoke, he threw out a small ball of pure gold. "There's a drop of my blood and a drop of venom in this. Use it when you're about to die. Go away, don't die." As soon as the golden bead came into his hand, a cold and powerful aura spread from his palm, and Brick couldn't help but shiver. This evil aura is completely different from the rumored vampire aura. He silently put the gold beads into the secret pocket next to his body. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If one day I become the patriarch, I will come back to find you." With one last look at Su Lingway, Brick turned and left, his back as sharp as if cut by a knife. Lu Qing looked at his receding figure, tapping the rim of the cup with her fingertips. What happens if werewolf blood and vampire blood are mixed together? He raised his head and drank the remaining wine in the cup, but he did not expect that this small golden bead would later trigger a terrible bloody storm in the far north. The Western werewolves, on the verge of extinction, were led by a mysterious wolf king to break out of the siege and lie dormant in the cold plains. When he reappeared before the world, he had already swept across the entire werewolf world. Rumor has it that the wolf king is immortal and extremely evil. Burp, I'm so full. Su Lingway slumped lazily in the chair, her cheeks a faint pink from drinking beer. She completely ignored Brick's eager look just now and was only focused on enjoying the skewers in her hands. As the alcohol gradually took over, she narrowed her eyes and suggested without hesitation, "Since we're already out, why not go back? How about getting a room?" When the big men at the next table heard this, they choked on their wine. "Ahem, this girl is too bold. Why are you envious? Haven't you seen the car he drives?" Lu Qing sighed deliberately. "I forgot to bring my wallet when I went out." Su Lingwei proudly took out a gold card and smiled like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. "Sister, I'll treat you." The hotel suite was filled with steam. Su Lingwei was lying on the edge of the bed wrapped in a bathrobe, holding a pen and crossing out the items barbecue, racing, and getting a room on her wish list. Lu Qing wiped her hair and said with a smile, "It's okay to cross out the first two items, but checking in is not considered complete. Then what else do we need to do?" She turned sideways and her bathrobe inadvertently slipped down an inch, revealing her amazing curves. "Guess what?" Lu Qing approached slowly with a wicked smile. At this moment, a little head suddenly popped out from under the quilt, with sparkling eyes. "What else do you want to do after getting a room? Tell me quickly." Lu Qing's face suddenly froze and he quickly picked up the remote control. "With the little girl here, what else can I do?" "Of course, watching TV." In order to prevent the clever little girl Kyukyu from suddenly showing up to cause trouble again, Lu Qing immediately called Uncle Luo as soon as he left the hotel and sent the little girl back home safely. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove Su Lingwei straight towards the college. Lu Qing counted on his fingers and realized he had missed a lot of classes during this period. He had been so busy fighting with all sorts of things lately that he could barely remember what the classroom looked like. Coincidentally, today happened to be the final exam for the department, which would help Su Lingway complete the next item on her campus bucket list. Hand in hand, the two of them quietly slipped to the classroom door. The classroom was already filled with the sound of pens rustling on the test papers. "Teacher, I'm so sorry we're late." Lu Qing nodded politely. The invigilator raised his head, his gaze lingering on Su Lingway's face for 2 seconds, and said calmly, "Come in and answer the questions quickly." Their seats were in the front and back rows, so they could see each other by just turning their heads slightly. The test paper was spread flat on the table. Su Lingway took a quick glance at it, and her brows instantly furrowed tightly together like a twisted knot. "This question is too difficult, she can't understand it at all." Lu Qing tapped her shoulder lightly from behind, handed her 2 pens, and said in a low voice, "Student Su, work hard and get first place in the exam." Su Lingway bit her lower lip and said helplessly, "I can't do any of these questions." "I can, I'm a top student here." Lu Qing winked proudly and said jokingly, "It's your fault that you always skip classes." On the podium, the invigilator looked over coldly and said sternly, "Students over there, no whispering." Of course, the teacher knew that this was the pretty girl whom the principal had greeted. But special treatment did not mean that she would be lenient in the exam, since she was always late and left early. After being called by the teacher, Su Lingway had no choice but to lower her head and behave like a quail. Lu Qing also withdrew his gaze, picked up the pen, and began to answer the questions quickly. Although he skipped classes quite a few times, he was a top student when he was still a human, so these basic questions were no problem for him. What was the prevailing trend in the 19th century that emphasized the expressive function of literature? A classicism, B realism, C romanticism, D modernism. 19th century, this is an easy question. Lu Qing checked C without hesitation. Blazing sunlight streamed into the classroom. The former academic genius, now a vampire marquis, was wrestling with his final exam paper with great interest. If other vampires saw this scene, they would probably cover their faces in disbelief. There are only 10 minutes left. The invigilator knocked on the table to remind everyone. Lu Qing looked up. The test paper was almost filled out. He left the questions he didn't know the answer to blank. It was better than making them up at all. He looked at Su Lingway in front of him again, only to see that most of her test paper was still blank, and her heartbeat was so rapid that even Lu Qing could hear it clearly. "So you get nervous too?" Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh softly. Su Lingway kicked him lightly, turned her head slightly, and complained in a low voice, "Copy it for me quickly. It's embarrassing to be ranked last in the exam." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Qing's paper. As soon as her fingertips touched the edge of the paper, Lu Qing held her hand and kissed the back of her hand, saying with a smile, "No tilde." The invigilator glanced over sternly again and said, "Quiet." Su Lingway straightened up immediately but secretly kicked Lu Qing under the table. Lu Qing held her chin up, her eyes full of tenderness like a pool of soft lake water. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Clatter. Lu Qing tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. In an instant, the time zero field unfolded. The flying dust seemed to be frozen, the second hand stopped moving, and the dust floating in the sunlight also stopped in midair. Lu Qing stood up slowly and walked around to Su Lingway with a mischievous smile on his face. "Let's go and copy the answers." Su Lingway blinked, revealing the same devilish look, and asked, "Who has the best grades in the class?" "Squad leader, third row by the window." "Rush." Su Lingway picked up her test paper, squatted in front of the monitor's desk, and began to copy it quickly. Lu Qing was walking around the classroom with his hands behind his back. His eyes suddenly stopped at a corner of the classroom. Zhang Tianhao, the unlucky guy who fell seriously ill after Su Lingway sucked his blood, was also taking the exam. "Wow, you actually got so many correct answers." Lu Qing smiled evilly, picked up the pen, and corrected the answers on his paper. "Change this questions A to C, delete the answer to this question. Well, leave 2 questions, just don't let him get a 0. On the other side, after copying the class monitor's answers, Su Lingway ran to other students' desks and corrected a few questions. Finally, she jumped up to the podium and drew 2 big moles on the invigilator's face before she stopped with satisfaction. She trotted over to Lu Qing, stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and urged, "The freeze is almost over, kiss quickly." Then, a gentle kiss fell on the corner of Su Lingway's lips. At the moment when time resumed its flow, the classroom was still quiet, with only the sound of pens writing on the test paper. No one noticed that the fate of several test papers had been quietly changed. There are only 3 minutes left before the end of the exam. please check your answer sheets carefully again. The invigilator's voice was like a piece of cold iron, weighing heavily on every student's heart. With many years of experience as an invigilator, she knew that the closer the exam got to the end, the more people would become impatient and want to take risks, especially the pretty girl by the window who often skips classes. In her opinion, she will most likely face the fate of failing the course again. The teacher's eyes flashed towards Su Lingway, but was surprised to find that she was sitting upright with a smile on her face, so well-behaved that it was hard to believe. It seems that you have finally given up and decided to hand in the paper obediently. The teacher thought to himself and nodded slightly. However, she vaguely felt that the eyes of the students around her were looking at her with an indescribable strangeness, as if something strange had inexplicably grown on her face. In the corner of the classroom, Zhang Tianhao let out a long sigh and put down the pen in his hand. Last semester, he failed 2 courses in a row and was grounded by his father for a whole month. This time, his father even made a bold statement, saying that as long as he could pass the exam, he would reward him with a limited edition sports car. In order to get his dream sports car, he spent every day in the library and even neglected social activities. His friends laughed at him and said he seemed like a different person. HMPH, wait until I drive the sports car home and then we'll see if you can still laugh, he thought smugly while checking the rather tricky fill-in-the-blank question. He had memorized this question before, so the answer must be C, but when his eyes fell on the test paper, he froze. The C he had originally filled in was filled in black, and an A was written brightly next to it. Is this a ghost? He was panicked and quickly changed the answer back to C, his heart pounding like a drum. Glancing at the entire test paper again, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. A full 70% of the answers were written in handwriting he didn't even recognize. Hand in the paper. The teacher ordered and took the test paper from his hand without saying anything. In an instant, the classroom seemed to explode. I clearly chose B. How come it became D? Me too. Did the answer grow legs and run away? Look, the invigilator suddenly has 2 big moles on his face. Zhang Tianhao stood there in a daze, his soul drained out of him. He muttered to himself, the sports car is gone. He then stormed out of the classroom in a state of despair, leaving behind the words, I'm going home to find a master to exorcise the evil spirit. At the same time, Lu Qing took Su Lingway for a stroll on the campus's tree-lined path. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the branches, casting a golden glow all over the ground. Su Lingway held his arm affectionately, her smile as bright as the warm spring sun. She excitedly took out her wish list and neatly crossed out the item, get first place in the exam. This doesn't even count as actually getting first place. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and teased with a smile. I don't plan to take the next few exams. Su Lingway shook her head and said nonchalantly, it's enough to experience the feeling of taking an exam. In that test just now, I definitely got the highest score in the class. You have paused time, it is hard not to get a high score. Lu Qing smiled secretly in his heart. In the afternoon, I want to go see a movie first, then go shopping. In the evening, I want to go bungee jumping and then go to the riverside to watch the fireworks. Let's change the sunbathing to moonlight bathing, the beach is too far from here. She spoke like a machine gun, her speech speed was so fast that it seemed as if she was racing against time. Lu Qing suddenly stopped, gently put his hands around her shoulders and said seriously, don't worry, we won't miss anything you want to do. Sunbathing at the beach will be arranged as usual. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Uncle Luo's number. Bring the servants in the basement and prepare to handle the follow-up matters. Anyone who sees me will be hypnotized. After hanging up the phone, he put his arm around her waist and whispered softly, hold me tight. Hiss, accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing, black wings suddenly stretched out from behind him. A gust of wind swept past, and the 2 of them rushed towards the sky 10,000 meters high like arrows and quickly flew towards the sea. On the forest path, several students happened to look up and saw this scene and were stunned. Oh my God, are those wings? That looks like senior sister Su and senior brother Lu. The next second, a middle-aged man named Uncle Luo, dressed in a tuxedo, suddenly appeared. His blood-red eyes shone slightly as he whispered, forget everything you just saw, you saw nothing. After the hypnosis was complete, 11 figures in black robes and masks quickly dispersed in all directions. Uncle Luo looked up at the sky, a kind smile on his on that jewel-like blue coast. There is a coconut tree standing quietly, casting mottled shadows. Lu Qing was lying comfortably on the sand, looking lazy. His eyes were half closed, letting the sunlight dance happily on his eyelashes. His eyes followed closely the black figure that shuttled through the waves. Su Lingway was wearing a black bikini that looked like it was carefully cut out of the night. but her skin shone with a charming luster, as if reflecting the light from the sky. She was once a vampire. Every inch of the body's texture is condensed with the charm of 300 years of cold moonlight, but now she is like a shell that has just been gently kissed by the waves. It exudes a fresh breath and is so dazzling that people can't take their eyes off it. Lu Qing was so mesmerized watching this, until Uncle Luo slowly walked out from the darkness of the trees. It's been a long time since the young lady has laughed so heartily. The old butler bowed slightly, the edges of his gold-rimmed glasses gleaming with tiny glints of light. This is the first time in 300 years. Thank you, Master Lu Qing. Lu Qing did not respond to Uncle Luo's thanks. Just shook the green coconut in his hand gently, he asked, "How many people saw you on the way here?" When he came, he spread his wings and flew across the sky at high speed with Su Lingway. Even if you are high in the sky and the wind is howling, you can't guarantee that you will not be caught by a few eyes. So Uncle Luo led 10 personal servants, running along the ground with all his might, erased the memories of all witnesses one by one. 36 people in total. Uncle Luo answered clearly and concisely. Their memories have all been cleared, not a single one is left out. He smiled bitterly. Master, you're flying so fast that my old bones are almost falling apart. At this moment, his blood is still surging in his veins. It's like I just finished a marathon. Lu Qing handed another coconut with a straw inserted to Uncle Luo. I will give you a drop of my blood later, when you are promoted to Earl. If you chase the wind again, you won't be out of breath. The ancient bloodline he possesses, for the vampires, it is undoubtedly a ladder to a higher realm. Uncle Luo and Kyukyu had both gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain of fusing their blood. The old butler's veins bulged at the time, but he remained silent as iron. The little girl jumped up and down in the house, crying, "Brother, it hurts." But as long as you get through it, the breath will undergo a complete transformation. Now Uncle Luo is only one step away from becoming an earl. The old butler placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. His only remaining right hand was as steady as iron. I will definitely not let you down. Lu Qing waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Only Yu was left in the dark to be on guard. The rest of the attendants followed Uncle Luo back. Su Lingway returned on the fine waves. Crystal clear water droplets slowly rolled down her collarbone. She walked straight to Lu Qing and sat on his waist. Her long legs wrapped around him. It's like a cat has found the warmest and most comfortable nest. Enough sunbathing, I also want to go bungee jumping. She pointed to the other side of the cliff. His black eyes were filled with eagerness to try. Lu Qing picked her up with one hand, like picking up a lazy kitten, then he lifted her steadily onto his right shoulder. The sand under my feet was scorched by the sun. But he walked briskly as if walking on flat ground. Along the way, many couples cast envious glances at me. Look, this is someone else's boyfriend. I also want to sit on my boyfriend's shoulders. There is a tall iron tower standing on the edge of the cliff. At this time, there was only the last group of tourists preparing to bungee jump. The staff's skin was tanned by the sun. When he looked up, he was dazzled by Su Lingway's brilliant smile. But when he bent down to tie the rope, he found that the girl had retreated to the end of the diving platform barefoot. "Miss, the ropes haven't been tied yet." Before he had finished his exclamation, Su Lingway leaned back and fell straight down. Her black hair and black bikini fluttered freely in the wind, like a rose blooming in the dark night. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled and sighed. This girl is naughty again. He took a step forward. Beneath that deep abyss, the girl's voice was shattered by the wind. But it reached his ears clearly. "You must catch me." On the clear blue cliff, exclamations suddenly exploded like a pot of boiling water. "Oh my goodness, this is going to get someone killed." The staff member leaned half of his body out of the diving platform, his face as pale as paper. 7 or 8 tourists also swarmed over. The girls screamed in fear and the boys couldn't help but swear. He jumped, he really jumped. They all believed that the beautiful girl was extremely desperate and wanted to commit suicide. How many seconds will it take for a free fall of 200 meters to hit the ground? Various physics formulas flashed through Lu Qing's mind, but he couldn't figure out the answer. I think when he was in physics class, he was probably playing chess with Zhou Gong in his dream. Anyway, the speed must be astonishingly fast. King's first form was activated in the blink of an eye. A black shadow was running madly along the cliff, and wherever it passed, the debris it kicked up splashed like a waterfall. In midair, Su Lingwei was like a butterfly with broken wings being tossed around by the strong wind. Just then, whoosh, bang. The first blood-red fireworks suddenly rose from the cliff on the opposite bank. Then colorful fireworks exploded one after another. It was as if the night sky was torn into cracks that emitted light. So beautiful. She spun in the wind, her eyes lit up by brilliant fireworks like 2 lakes filled with stardust. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This guy, the timing he chose is quite romantic. He increased his speed again and before the girl hit the reef, he suddenly swung his arms and with a loud bang he landed steadily on the ground. Click! The rock platform beneath his feet shattered instantly and the seawater exploded, forming a silver curtain of water. Su Lingway curled up in his arms, her breath hot, and the smile on her face was like a child who had stolen candy. Hey, you actually caught me, you're awesome. Lu Qing gently pinched the tip of her nose and said in a feigned anger. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. If you do this again, I'll spank you. The girl rubbed his chin with her head and said in a soft and sweet voice, No, I know you will come to save me anyway. I don't want to be cold and indifferent like before. Lu Qing's heart instantly melted like spring water, filled with helplessness and pampering. He carried Su Lingway onto a high rock and pointed at the brilliant fireworks that were still blooming in the distance. Just stay here and watch the fireworks. I'll go deal with the witnesses. Su Lingway reached out and grabbed his fingertips, blinking her big eyes. Lu Qing immediately understood what she meant, leaned over and gave her a gentle kiss, then reached out and rubbed the top of her head. Be good. After saying that, the black shadow flew up the cliff again. At this time, those 7 or 8 heads were still stretching out their arms, searching everywhere for the corpse. Suddenly, I saw a wet head popping out from the cliff. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and yelled in unison, Ghost. Don't panic, Lu Qing rolled over and landed on the ground, his tone very gentle. The girl who jumped is safe and sound, she is enjoying the fireworks below. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes clearly showing, I'm afraid this guy has lost his mind. Lu Qing was too lazy to talk to them anymore. The time zero domain instantly spread out. In an instant, the air seemed to stagnate and the dust stood still. Lu Qing hypnotized them one by one. Forget the girl who just jumped. Just remember that there is a fireworks display full of love here. After finishing the work, he jumped and returned to Su Lingway. Just as the last heart-shaped flame went out, Su Lingway turned around and gently held his cold hand. There's only one item left on my wish list. Let's go home. The black wings slowly spread out as if cutting a hole in the night. Back in the bedroom of the manor, the light was as soft as moonlight. Under the light, Su Lingway's skin glowed like pearl. Lu Qing slowly leaned over, his fangs gently touching the side of her neck. Ancient blood and vampire venom were injected into her body at the same time. A hot shiver instantly exploded down her spine. Her eyes became blurred and she whispered in a voice as thin as a gossamer, Take me. The moonlight was quiet and silent and the nightingale's song was especially gentle. Lu Qing slowly left Su Lingway's body. He kissed her lightly on the forehead. Looking at this beautiful girl in front of me, a faint sense of satisfaction arose in my heart. Su Lingway was stubborn and wanted to hand it over to him, and at the last moment, he also kissed her neck with his fangs, hugging her for the first time in a true sense. The girl at this moment was as quiet as a still painting. Her body temperature gradually rose, but her heartbeat slowly stopped. The human heart was completing its final mission. Immediately afterwards, a new breath of blood slowly spread in her body, just like spring buds breaking through the ground under the ice, full of new life force. Last time you gave me your first embrace, now I give this to you in return. We're even now. Lu Qing murmured softly, his voice as gentle as falling feathers. As for what Su Lingway will look like after waking up, no one can predict. After all, she originally contains Lu Qing's royal blood, and now she has been injected with a ray of ancient essence. If she were to inherit a trace of true ancient blood, her evolutionary trajectory would undoubtedly be completely rewritten. Lu Qing called Yi and told it to protect Su Lingway, then he slowly stepped into the deep underground with his upper body naked. 11 huge bronze coffins lay quietly in the basement. Except for one, the other 10 personal servants were still immersed in deep sleep. The huge alloy chair exuded a chill. Lu Qing sat down lazily and said in a low voice, Wake up, my shadows. In an instant, 9 dark auras opened their eyes at the same time, and 10 black shadows moved instantly like ghosts, and then knelt down in an orderly manner, the silver masks on their faces flashing a cold light in the dark. Lu Qing examined the attendants in front of him. 7 of them were at the peak of the Earl state, 1 and 9 had reached the middle level of Marquis, and only the 2 newly converted Brutch vampires were still in the process of adapting. It's time for you to advance. Lu Qing's fingertips cracked and black blood formed into tiny snakes. He first placed his fingertips between Er's eyebrows and the blood instantly seeped in. It felt like thousands of knives scraping against his bones. Trembled violently, but he forced himself to remain motionless. Hold on until it's absorbed. Today is different from usual. Lu Qing plans to let his servants absorb to the limit. Su Lingway has returned to the Blood Clan, and the journey to the Brutch clan is imminent. The axe must be obtained. But without the combat power of the Marquis level, I am afraid that they cannot even touch the threshold of the Brutch clan. It's been a long time since I devoured my own kind. Lu Qing licked his lips gently with a dark light in his eyes. Those bastards from the western branch of the Lembba tribe just wait and see. Fell to the ground with a roar, his breath surging wildly until it reached a critical state and slowly subsided. Lu Qing walked towards the next attendant and said calmly, "Continue." An hour later, an invisible storm erupted in the basement. 10 of the personal attendants simultaneously raised their heads and roared, shaking the alloy walls with a humming sound, as if they too were resonating with this evil and powerful force. The air was so thick with evil and power that it was almost liquefied. Uncle Luo arrived at the entrance of the basement in an instant, with his tang sword half drawn out, but was forced to stop by the powerful pressure coming towards him. Lu Qing walked out of the darkness with a slightly pale face. He said, "It was a bit noisy, sorry." "Master, what happened in there? The personal servants have just completed their promotions." Lu Qing smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. "It's time for you to be promoted to Earl. Since you can make it today, there's no need to pick a date." As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingertips, and a drop of black blood sank into Uncle Luo's forehead. The old butler's pupils turned blood red in an instant, his fangs popped out suddenly, and the blood in his body surged like boiling magma. "If it hurts, just scream it out, don't hold it in. Kyukyu is hiding from me because he's afraid of pain." Lu Qing waved his hand and said, "Go to the basement and bear it, we'll see tomorrow morning." Uncle Luo bowed stiffly and stepped into the darkness with his blood burning. The door of the basement opened a crack, and 10 terrifying auras of the Marquis level came out like a solemn formation from the underworld. The tang sword in Uncle Luo's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Uncle Luo couldn't stop trembling and exclaimed, 10 Marquises." He looked back and saw that slightly tired figure had disappeared at the end of the corridor. So this is the good day that the young master was talking about. A feeling of awe spread in the old butler's heart like a tide. Lu Qing walked slowly back to the bedroom with tired steps. He had just transfused blood to 10 vampire servants, which drained away almost 1/3 of his blood volume. Fortunately, the vampires have strong hematopoietic abilities and are rapidly making up for these losses. What made him particularly satisfied was that after absorbing his ancient royal bloodline, these 10 personal servants broke through their own bottlenecks and were successfully promoted to Marquis. Together with one who is always hiding in the dark, he now has 11 loyal Marquis-level strongmen under his command. A Marquis is considered a high-ranking figure in any vampire clan and is able to rule over a large territory on his own. An Earl can already form a family, and the status and power of a Marquis are self-evident. Most of the dukes above them are heads of branch families, hiding in the darkness of their respective countries and controlling countless resources. As for the prince, he is the real ruler of the 13 clans, sleeping in the deepest darkness and dominating everything. One day he will face off against those cunning guys. In the dark room, one stands quietly in the corner without making a sound. Lu Qing stepped forward, raised his hand and placed his fingertips on the forehead of Yi, and the inky black ancient blood slowly flowed into it. "Go to sleep and digest this power." One endured the severe pain that felt like being torn apart and turned into a black shadow and gradually dissipated. Lu Qing exhaled and looked towards the big bed. The blood-red satin made Su Lingway's skin look even paler than snow. Her heartbeat had stopped, her breathing had long ceased, but under the infusion of dark vitality she was rapidly transforming. From the last vampire, he advanced all the way to Baron, Viscount, and Earl. Only when he reached the peak of the Earl did his aura slowly stabilize. Lu Qing sat down on the edge of the bed, smiling, quietly appreciating all this. "Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep, otherwise I'll have to take action." Su Lingway's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a gentle smile. "I feel like I've been reborn." Experiencing the first embrace again, she was less cold than before and more lively and gentle than when she was a human. Lu Qing gently held her in his arms and asked softly, "In addition to royal blood, I also gave you a special gift. Did you notice it?" Su Lingwei closed her eyes, felt for a moment, then suddenly raised her snow-white arm and put it to his lips. "There is a very strange power. Would you like to try it?" Lu Qing took a light bite, letting the tip of his tongue slide gently across the tiny drop of blood. My blood sugar seems a little low." Su Lingwei gave him a reproachful look. "Seriously, this is the special bloodline you gave me, right? It feels even more domineering than the royal bloodline. This is a benefit that belongs only to you." She smiled sweetly and said, "This benefit is amazing and I even awakened a new ability." "Show it to me." Su Lingway sat up straight and opened her red lips slightly, spirit of words charm. In an instant, the blood in Lu Qing's body suddenly boiled, and desire surged like a surging wave. Su Lingway in front of him seemed to have instantly turned into the most irresistible poison in the world. Word spirit, imprisonment. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and his joints seemed to be tightly bound by invisible chains. Word spirit, 5 senses separation. Word spirit, violence. Word spirit, stiffness. Word spirit, flame. As each syllable falls, the corresponding effect is truly revealed. Lu Qing was frozen in place, with dancing flames igniting on the back of his hand. Su Lingway smiled evilly and pinched his cheek. Bad guy, you bullied me just now and now you can't move right. She was so proud of herself that she didn't notice that the pair of eyes that had originally lost focus suddenly turned and looked at her with a smile. Click. Lu Qing pinched lightly, extinguishing the flame on the back of his hand, shattering the frost that imprisoned him, and stepped out of the confinement in one step. You little naughty boy. Su Lingway was stunned. How could it be ineffective? I'm a marquis, a whole rank higher than you. How could I be so easily locked up by you? As he said this, he pulled her into his arms, raised his hand and patted her buttocks twice as a small punishment. Although he seemed to be disgusted, he was secretly amazed in his heart. This word spirit, ability, is almost equivalent to making things happen as soon as you say them. If used for auxiliary purposes, its value is comparable to his times 0. The only drawback is that the effect will be greatly reduced when facing high-level vampires, and the blood power consumed is very astonishing. You dare to set fire? You are so cruel. Who made you hurt me just now? You can't be burned anyway. Su Lingway stuck out her tongue playfully, and the next second she kissed him on the side of the cheek seductively. It's late, let's go to bed. As she spoke, she opened her red lips and uttered a word with some evil meaning, word spirit, persistence. Lu Qing's face suddenly turned black. Quickly take back your word spirit, I don't need this. In the magic city, in the ancient castle of the Lembba branch, Lembba slowly raised his head from the side of the girl's neck. The teeth marks on the girl's neck were dark purple, and blood was slowly rolling down her skin. He simply picked up a snow-white silk scarf and wiped away the remaining blood from the corner of his lips with an elegant gesture. At this moment, the girl's eyes were empty, like a porcelain doll with its soul taken away, lifeless and could only be manipulated by others. The blood of a virgin does taste sweeter. He narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the sweet taste lingering on the tip of his tongue, and then waved his hand gently. From the shadows, a servant immediately stepped forward and led the girl away. From then on, she would become one of the cannibals and continue to be imprisoned. For Lei Shi, who is a duke, the blood of ordinary humans can no longer help him increase his strength. Now it can only give him some luxurious enjoyment in terms of taste. The Lembba tribe has always taken pleasure in manipulating people's hearts. The cannibals they raise are divided into 2 categories. One is playthings that voluntarily give their blood, and the other is prisoners who are forced to serve as sacrifices. Every year, the business empires secretly controlled by the Lembba tribe would send large quantities of fresh goods as tribute. If they were not afraid of the vampire rules and the strict laws of the Judgment Hall, they would have turned the entire city into their own private blood bank long ago. The servant led the girl away, the footsteps gradually faded away, and the heavy secret door slowly closed. Lei Shi turned around and stepped into a deeper secret room. In the center of the secret room, the last peeper was sitting cross-legged. His whole body was twitching violently, and his skin was as dry and cracked as a dry riverbed. What did you see? Lei Shi put his hands behind his back, his voice as cold as ice. The peeper's eyes rolled back, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his cheeks, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. The woman from the Brutch tribe is on her way to the airport. With every word he uttered with difficulty, the cracks on his body grew deeper and black mist escaped from those gaps. Is there anyone else around her? There was an impatient red light flashing in Lei Shi's eyes. The last time the peeper only caught a glimpse of a blurry figure, and then his eyes exploded and his life was cut off. Now he only wants to find out what kind of mysterious person that is. I can't see clearly. His aura is completely blank. The peeper's voice had become a hissing sound like a bellows. But he was on the plane with her. Lei Shi leaned forward slightly, his face almost touching the cracked face, and asked word by word, what does he have on him? However, all he got in response was his head tilting weakly to one side. In an instant, the black fog exploded, and the peeper turned into a charred corpse in the blink of an eye. Waste! Lei Shi angrily kicked the mummy away, anger burning in his chest. In order to spy on the mysterious vampire, he has teamed up with the last 2 remaining peepers of the branch, but he couldn't even see a single hair of the other party. I can't sense her presence. It must be that she was just embraced for a short time. But she can still counterattack the power of peeping. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white from the effort. His anger had not yet subsided, so he called in his own confidence. Has there been any news from the Lord in the silver coffin? The confidant's head almost dropped to his chest as he whispered, that Lord has gone out for a trip and hasn't returned yet. Lei Shi's eyes flickered. The Lord personally came to the Brutch branch last time and ordered that the target person be handed over within 10 days. Now the deadline is about to expire and the target is flying towards the west. Once that adult sees us in person, all our excuses will be in vain. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. The private plane that takes off from Jiang City at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Send a marquee there and never let it reach its destination. The confidant accepted the order in a low voice and then quietly retreated. Lei Shi raised his head and looked at the inky night outside the window, his smile revealing cruelty. If the Brute tribe perishes, I will be the only one left in the east. By then, the sacred artifact Blood Elegy will surely fall into my hands. Thinking of this, he felt that everything was so beautiful. In Jiang City, the dawn of dawn quietly arrived. At the end of the runway, a silver-white luxury business jet was parked quietly, like a dormant giant beast, its smooth fuselage reflecting the faint mist. Next to the gangway, 2 flight attendants, each over 17 meters tall, stood tall and graceful. They were dressed in custom-made uniforms that perfectly outlined their graceful curves, and their legs were covered in the most expensive sheer stockings, which gave off a subtle luster in the morning light. As the exclusive flight attendants of this plane, they have never really started their flight journey. For several months, I've been just sitting around with a high salary, which is really boring. So today, they dressed up carefully, put on their best lipstick, and put on smiles on their faces, all wanting to meet the mysterious employer. A black business car slid up silently and stopped steadily. The car door opened, and the first thing that came into view was a black umbrella, followed by the person holding the umbrella. A one-armed middle-aged butler, his tailcoat straightened, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed monocle revealing warmth and restraint. His only remaining right hand firmly grasped the umbrella handle, with a small piece of snow-white skin exposed at the cuffs, and he looked extremely gentlemanly. The 2 flight attendants secretly exchanged glances. When this uncle was young, he could probably max out his credit card just by smiling. Immediately afterwards, the little princess jumped out of the car. She was wearing a Lolita dress and shiny little leather shoes. Her porcelain-white skin formed a sharp and strong contrast with her dark pupils. She smiled sweetly at the housekeeper, her eyes curved, then turned her head and urged anxiously into the carriage, "Hurry up." A third figure then appeared. Her dark red curly hair was like a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, and her black tutu skirt perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The moment she raised her eyes, the air around her seemed to drop to 0 degrees in an instant, but it was filled with a sweet and enchanting scent. The 2 flight attendants involuntarily held their breath. This is the instinctive reaction of prey facing a predator. The last person to get off the car was the male owner. He was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, and his complexion was slightly pale. Although there was a smile on his lips, his eyes were as deep as 2 deep wells, as if even the sunlight falling in would be swallowed up mercilessly. The flight attendants only stared at him for half a second before looking away in panic. Their intuition was sounding the alarm like crazy. He was definitely not someone they could dream about. The red-haired girl affectionately took the man's arm, the frost on her face instantly melted away, and her voice was as soft as the finest velvet. "Aching, let's go." The butler bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Master Lu Qing, miss, the flight to the imperial capital has been approved. The 11 personal attendants will depart in batches by land, and we will meet in the imperial capital." Lu Qing nodded and responded, "Uncle Luo, please be careful on the road." Today, Uncle Luo has been promoted to Earl with the nourishment of Lu Qing's blood. Although he is missing an arm, it does not affect his elegant temperament at all. Let's go. The little girl Kyukyu cheered excitedly and jumped onto the gangway first. The hatch slowly closed, and the engine emitted a low humming sound. This steel behemoth costing hundreds of millions of dollars lightly raised its nose and plunged straight into the sky. Inside the cabin. It is fully equipped with facilities such as circular sofas, bar counters, projection walls, and temperature-controlled cigar cabinets. The overload generated during takeoff is perfectly offset by the active shock absorption system, making people feel as if they are in a stationary cloud. Lu Qing lazily sank into the soft leather sofa, gazing at the sea of clouds rolling like waves outside the porthole, and fell into deep thought. Su Lingway leaned lazily on his shoulder, gently shaking the blood-red wine in the crystal glass in her hand. The lives of rich people are indeed extravagant. She chuckled softly, suddenly raised her arms to hook them around his neck, gently covered his with her cold lips, and slowly passed a mouthful of red wine into his mouth. Lu Qing was forced to swallow it helplessly and said with a wry smile, "This kind of treatment is indeed hard to buy no matter how much money you spend." After experiencing resurrection, first embrace, and rebranding, the vampire count from 300 years ago has now completely become his partner. After the seal was lifted, her inherent charm and cunning were fully released. The result of having such a strong constitution is that once love is ignited, the lingering feelings are like a surging river stretching endlessly. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a headache, but also had a hint of anticipation. At this moment, Flight Attendant A was enthusiastically playing Lego with Kyukyu in the mini-play area. Stewardess B was standing under the bar, ready to respond to calls at any time. The little girl was so excited that she kept squeaking when she was on a plane for the first time. The well-trained flight attendants can always respond cleverly to her every new idea. In another place at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A business jet with an equally low-key appearance is quietly hovering in the air. In the cockpit, the captain's forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat. On the radar screen, a red dot kept flashing. The target's altitude, speed, and coordinates had been synchronously locked. He gritted his teeth and reached out to dial the intercom. Target confirmed, distance 3,000 meters, requesting further instructions. A hoarse voice came from the headset, short and cold, with only one word: collide. The captain took a deep breath, fastened the parachute tightly, and pressed the red button hard with his thumb. The cabin suddenly lost pressure and the alarm sounded suddenly. He flung open the hatch and leaped into the thin blue sky. The nose of the plane, which had lost control, dived rapidly, the engine making a deafening roar, and rushed towards the target like a giant missile. 10, 9, 8, boom. The raging flames bloomed like angry flowers, and the two steel planes collided violently in the clouds, instantly turning into a rain of fire all over the sky. Thousands of meters below, the captain, who was in free fall, looked back. The burning wreckage of the plane was reflected in his pupils, and a crazy smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Time goes back 3 seconds. At that time, a stewardess was bending over slightly, playing a game of house with Kyukyu. Another flight attendant was about to come forward to ask something. Su Lingway lazily took a sip of red wine. Lu Qing held her in his arms, his long legs in black scale-covered knee-length trousers inadvertently exposed. Sudden. A sharp whistling sound that seemed to tear the air apart exploded right next to my ears. 10,000 meters above the sky, the roar that had come without warning was now so close that it seemed to be right next to him. A passenger plane was falling towards them in an extreme dive like a cannonball. Time 0. Following Lu Qing's low shout, everything in the world instantly froze and stopped. The stewardess maintained a half-squatting position. The charming smile in Su Lingway's eyes was also frozen. Kyukyu had just pulled off the doll's head, and her little hand was hanging in the air. The flight attendant who was playing with me still had that funny stiff expression on her face. However, the speed of the crash was so alarming that Lu Qing's time 0 field was also shaky. The steel fuselage weighing more than 10 tons carries enormous kinetic energy, which is enough to easily crush the static barrier. King's arrival, first form. The black wings suddenly spread out, filling the entire cabin. Lu Qing turned into a shadow, first quickly hugged the still ball in his arms, then returned to his seat. He folded his huge wings and wrapped Su Lingwei and Kyukyu in darkness. The next second, the still state was broken. "Excuse me," and before the stewardess finished her gentle words, her pupils suddenly dilated. Under the black wings that blocked out the sun and sky, the dark pupils smiled at her and said, "Feel sorry." Boom. The two planes collided violently, and the sky was instantly turned into a sea of fire. The steel frame broke, the flames danced wildly, and the wreckage of the plane hit Lu Qing's wing membrane like a rainstorm. It left behind burn marks so deep that the bones could be seen, but they were then healed by rapidly growing flesh and blood. Such a violent explosion could kill a vampire earl in an instant, and even a marquis would be seriously injured. If he fell from a height of 10,000 meters again, it would be difficult for the marquis to avoid being smashed into a pulp. Fortunately, the 11 marquis-level attendants were not on the plane. Otherwise, today's losses would be incalculable. At this moment, Lu Qing could only protect Su Lingwei and Kyukyu with all his strength. The rest of the crew members were killed in the explosion. It's simply courting death. A sharp pain like burning came from his wings, and Lu Qing's eyes were filled with anger. To be able to orchestrate such a killing game in the middle of the game, if nothing unexpected happens, it must be the Brutch or Lembba tribe. No matter which side you are on, you must be prepared to bear his tremendous wrath. Boom. The wreckage of the plane exploded violently for the last time and completely disintegrated. The sphere formed by the black wings was thrown far away by the shock wave. It fell towards the river below like a meteorite. On the river bank, there were jagged rocks and more than a dozen figures were waiting quietly. Leading the group was a Marquis Lembba, whose expression was as calm as the surface of a lake without ripples. An earl withdrew his gaze from the sky and muttered softly. Even a marquis would have a hard time surviving an explosion like this. As soon as he said this, he realized that he had said something wrong and quickly slapped himself lightly on the mouth and said in a flattering manner, "Of course, my lord, you are blessed with a long life and a golden body that is intact. Those two Brutch bastards are definitely dead." The Marquis was not interested in such flattery at all and said indifferently, "No, you're right, even I couldn't handle a fire like that." Fire is after all the natural enemy of vampires, so they really have no way out. The Count was flattered and took the opportunity to say, "Then why are you waiting here for so long? Why not go back home and rest? After all, the war is about to begin." "It's so noisy." The Marquis's eyes were as cold as ice, and the Earl was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. The Marquis looked up at the night sky. The flames gradually died down and the wreckage continued to fall, trailing black smoke, but a shadow inexplicably surged in his heart, as if he was being slowly swallowed by endless darkness. At this moment, a soft sigh came from high in the forest. "I know what you're waiting for." Waiting to die. That extremely cold voice was like thunder exploding from the depths of the soul, exploding directly in the soul of every member of the Lembba blood clan. On the riverbank, more than a dozen vampires seemed to have their throats strangled by an invisible hand. Their breathing stopped abruptly, and the deadly silence spread rapidly like a tide. The Marquis turned his head slowly, his body stiff, his pupils shrinking sharply, his face full of disbelief. A vampire with wings, can he even fly in the sky? A thought vaguely emerged in his mind. The ancient scroll in the secret room depicts the vague silhouette of the ancient ancestor. There are huge wings growing on its back, and its eyes are as deep as the eternal night. Absolutely, absolutely impossible. The ancestor's bloodline had long been annihilated over the long years, but the person in front of him seemed to be walking slowly from 10,000 meters in the sky. Didn't the patriarch say before that the other party had just completed the first embrace? He became a marquis directly after the first embrace, and was able to awaken such a strange and powerful form. Before Marquis Lembba could give any order, the entire scene had fallen into deathly silence, like a frozen block of ice. The Count beside him lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "Sir, that winged creature, is the target of our airstrike?" "Yes, it's him." The Marquis's dry response made the Earl's heart tighten suddenly, as if it had stopped suddenly. He saw the black wings in the air fluttering slightly, as if burning with the flames of the underworld, burning his soul so hard that it caused a dull pain. In midair, Lu Qing withdrew his gaze from the wreckage of the plane. The burning body was now turning into a shower of flaming meteorites and was destined to be reduced to ashes in the end. At this moment, he looked a little embarrassed. The huge wings were already burnt and curled up, exposing the muscles and bones inside, but they were healing at an extremely fast speed. His shirt had been torn into strips, exposing his sturdy, knife-like torso. His gaze fell on the group of vampires by the river, and he spoke softly as if he was slowly settling accounts. 6 crew members, a private plane. How do you plan to compensate? The Marquis was stunned. At this critical moment of life and death, the other party actually brought up compensation first. A strong sense of humiliation instantly surged into my heart, covering up the original fear. "Tear him apart for me," the Marquis finally shouted angrily. More than a dozen vampires had been on full alert, and in an instant they rose from the ground like arrows. Although they were unable to fly, they tried to kill the enemies in the air with brute force. Lu Qing just glanced at it lightly and began to count lazily. 3 are earls and the rest are viscounts. "Who are you looking down on?" He licked his lips lightly with a hint of bloodthirstiness. "I haven't eaten for a long time, I feel so thirsty." Bang, 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 black shadows flashed in the air, and the vampires that jumped up were like fireworks that bloomed and then shot down. One by one, they were kicked back to the ground, leaving behind huge holes like meteorite craters. The Earl, who was the last one to fall behind, hurriedly stopped and sweat poured down his face. Oh my God, it almost turned into fireworks. He stared at his companion, whose chest collapsed in the pit, and secretly thanked God that he had rushed slowly. But in the next moment, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Hey, actually you are the most unlucky one, little Earl. A hoarse voice sounded against his ear. The Earl didn't even have a chance to struggle before the sharp fangs pierced his throat. Roar. The howl suddenly stopped and a dried corpse fell straight to the ground. Lu Qing smacked his lips and said with some disdain, "Hypoglycemia, he's already a count yet he's still so malnourished." His wings vibrated violently and a strong wind swept over in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to the side of another big pit, looking down at the Earl whose sternum was crushed. "Don't waste your energy healing the wound. You'll die sooner or later anyway." The Count's face turned pale as death and he turned and ran away. But after running 2 steps, Lu Qing grabbed him and lifted him back into the air, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a dried corpse. The third Earl's fate was even worse. He jumped the highest and was hit the hardest, his skull twisted and deformed. When Lu Qing fell in front of him, he had already closed his eyes, waiting to die. Very sensible. As the tusk fell, the Earl's suffering ended. None of the Viscounts escaped. One after another, they were harvested by Lu Qing and became the driving force of his evolution. Ding, Devouring Earl x3, evolution points plus 12. Ding, Devour Viscount x13, evolution points plus 13, promotion to Duke, 3860. Even though it's as little as a mosquito leg, it's better than nothing. Lu Qing lightly brushed off the ashes on his hands, smiled, and fixed his eyes on the only surviving marquis. He stretched out his fingertips and gently stroked the side of his neck. This is a provocative throat-smearing gesture. On the river, the marquis stood quietly. The raging waves under his feet were rapidly freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a huge ice mirror. This is a roaring river, the water flowing violently between the peaks on both sides. Where the water is most turbulent, white foam surges endlessly as if there is no end. However, at this moment, the originally deafening roar of the waves gradually faded away and the waves seemed to be pressed down by an invisible big hand and fell into silence. Click, click, click. A cold blue air began to spread from the center of the river to the surrounding areas, and the surface of the river solidified inch by inch. The last remaining marquis of the Lembba tribe stood quietly on this newly formed ice field. A cold, pale air seeped from every pore of his body, causing the surrounding air to condense into fine, blade-like frost. Extreme winter. This was the ultimate killing realm he had awakened 200 years ago when he was promoted to Earl. The name sounded elegant, but it contained a cruel power capable of burying everything in the world. Come over. The Marquis's blood-red eyes pierced the air like sharp blades. Even if you are also at the pinnacle of the Marquisate, do you dare to step into my realm of extreme winter? Lu Qing looked down at all this from high above, his eyes lingering for a moment on the gradually spreading ice surface. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, "So it's a freezing ability, it seems you're quite confident." As he spoke, he slowly folded his black wings and then hid them into his back. Then he stepped onto the frozen ice with his bare feet and walked forward step by step. A biting chill crept up his feet, and the icy crust spread rapidly, enveloping his bare chest in an instant. His movements became slow and stagnant, as if time had slowed down. But he always had a smile on his face, and this smile made the veins on the Marquis' forehead throb uncontrollably. "You're courting death," the Marquis growled angrily, and the blood power in his body began to boil wildly. Click, the deeper river water instantly turned into black ice. The water vapor in the air also condensed into thousands of sharp ice spikes, with the sharp blades pointing directly at Lu Qing. At the same time, the ice under Lu Qing's feet climbed up frantically, from the ankles and knees all the way to the waist. In just a few seconds, he was like being sealed in a crystal-clear prison statue. "Broken," the Marquis shouted. In an instant, the ice spike shot out of the air like an arrow whistling towards Lu Qing. The sound was like the flapping of bees' wings. The Marquis himself dragged out a 3-meter-long ice sword, stepped on the flying ice chips and rushed towards Lu Qing. In this area, the temperature dropped sharply, as if even the blood flowing in the veins was about to be frozen into glass. Buzz. Just when the ice spike was only an inch away from the ice prisoner statue, time seemed to suddenly stop. All the frost blades were suspended in the air, as if they were gently pinched by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. The Marquis' heart suddenly jumped, and without hesitation he quickly retreated 300 meters. Countless ice crystals were shattered on the back along the way. "It's actually twin abilities." He gasped for air. There was a mixture of jealousy and fear in his eyes. Escape. Once this idea appeared in my mind, it grew wildly like weeds and could no longer be suppressed. The Marquis once again activated the frost power, and the ice layer became thicker. He threw a huge ice spear towards the cage with all his might. "I just hope I can delay the other party for a few more seconds." After doing all this, the Marquis turned around and ran away recklessly. Every step you take leaves a frozen ice lotus on the water. Click. A ball of black flame suddenly ignited from the heart of the ice-sculptured prisoner statue. The flame was dark and blazing, like a solar eclipse spewed out from the abyss, emitting a chilling aura. Second form, Emperor Flame, Lu Qing whispered. As the words fell, black flames instantly tore through the ice prison like a surging tide. The flying giant spear was instantly steamed into a drizzling mist, the ice sheet collapsed, and white steam shot up into the sky. The originally cold area instantly turned into a scalding steamer. The Marquis turned back in horror, and what was reflected in his pupils was the overwhelming black fire and the figure approaching step by step with bare feet on the flames. The fog on the river's surface was instantly burned into a vacuum under the high temperature. No. The end of the Marquis's desperate cry was ruthlessly swallowed by the surging black flames. Along with his body, the ice beneath his feet, and the flowing blood, they were all burned into nothingness. On the mountainside, a gentle breeze blows slowly. Su Lingway held Kyukyu by the hand, quietly overlooking the swirling white mist and blazing black flames at the foot of the mountain. Kyukyu's young face was filled with shock, and she muttered to herself, "This is too terrifying." Kyukyu stood on tiptoe, peering towards the area where the mist and flames intertwined, but she couldn't find the familiar figure. Despite the thick smoke and dust, it didn't affect her clear laughter at all. "Brother is amazing." Su Lingway smiled and reached out to rub her soft hair, agreeing, "Of course." The child was still young, not yet understanding the uniqueness and power of her own bloodline, much less the cruelty and terror of the vampire world. In her mind, as long as her brother took action, no matter how shocking the scene, it was perfectly normal. Kyukyu took out 2 bags of plasma from his small bag. She handed one bag to Sister Su Lingway and pierced the seal of the other bag, sipping it in small sips. "Is Uncle Luo coming to pick us up soon?" Su Lingway bit the straw, looked towards the tree line, and replied vaguely, "Soon." "Those bad guys destroyed our plane, how annoying. Don't worry, your brother will make them pay the price and bankrupt them. That'll cost more money. Well, he will definitely get his money back with interest." Su Lingway did not tell the little guy. "What my brother is pursuing is not just money, but also their lives." At this moment, the river's surface and the rocks had been completely engulfed by the inky black sea of fire. The river water boiled violently under the high temperature, and billowing white mist rose straight into the sky. The hard rocks could not withstand the high temperature and exploded, melting into boiling magma. If it weren't for this deserted mountain area, such a horrifying scene would be enough to terrify people in the world. "No, this black fire is going to devour me. Monster, you're a monster. I don't want to die." Followed by a scream, the sound stopped abruptly. The black flames retreated in an instant like the receding tide of hell. Only scorching air and steaming river mist remained. The fog gradually dissipated, and Lu Qing was seen standing quietly in the center of the huge charred pit. The river water quickly flowed back in, and the surrounding soil and rocks melted into glass under the high temperature. This second form of Emperor Flame is truly beyond imagination. He looked around the ruins and sighed softly. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the second phase of Emperor Yan's power. The black flames covered his entire body, not only bringing a sharp increase in temperature, but also a huge surge in strength. What's even more amazing is that he can transform into fire and become one with the flames. What is even more outrageous is that these black extinguishing flames condensed from the Emperor's flames can actually devour the enemy directly, recalling the scene just now. As soon as he had a thought, black flames instantly ignited around his body, turning it into a flaming cage that trapped the Marquis inside. While burning, the flame can actually extract the essence of the opponent's flesh and blood and nourish itself in turn. This is completely different from one-on-one power absorption. This is mass harvest. Compared with single absorption and group absorption, there is a world of difference in efficiency. If he encounters a group battle in the future, he only needs to activate the Emperor Flame. Those enemies who cannot withstand the flames will all become nutrients for his evolution. In this way, his evolutionary path will undoubtedly be greatly accelerated again. This is truly outrageous. Lu Qing smiled, recalling the last location of the Marquis. He ran on the water, and every step he took was accompanied by a loud explosion. In the blink of an eye, it dived into the muddy river bottom. A charred human-shaped body was fished out from the bottom of the river. Fortunately, the body was left intact. Although it was burnt, a broken arm is not a big deal, it can be resurrected. If he hadn't deliberately controlled it, the other party would have been reduced to ashes long ago. After getting ashore, Lu Qing activated the ability of King's chosen servant. The charred corpse began to twitch and the broken bones gradually reset. A personal attendant of the Marquis level was thus given a new life. At the same time the system prompt sounded, ding, devoured vampire marquee X1, evolution points +4 promoted to Duke, 4260, only 4 points. Lu Qing curled her lips but was not too depressed. After all, the two major clans will soon come to the door. There must be many opponents at the marquee level. Lembba tribe, are you ready to pay the price? Brutch tribe, please don't let me down. The new marquee's personal attendant's breath gradually stabilized. Lu Qing casually fed the other party another drop of ancient black blood. Give you some extra food to improve your strength quickly. Now the power of the Earl level can no longer play a big role in the next battle. Only combat power at the marquee level can be used. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking wind in the distance. Uncle Luo arrived at the scene with 11 marquee-level attendants. Looking at the huge molten pit in front of him with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 feet, Uncle Luo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and sighed elegantly. Master, this is equivalent to dropping a miniature nuclear bomb, right? This aftermath is really troublesome. Yanjing Mountain, a mountain range located north of the imperial capital, has been completely sealed off by a mysterious force. Any mortal who crosses that invisible boundary disappears from the face of the earth, and no further news of them is ever heard. The night was deep and thick as ink. Deep in the forest, hundreds of vampires were lurking quietly. In the central square in front of the palace, Brutch and Lembba, two bloodlines with a long heritage and prominent status in the east, are in a tense confrontation. On both sides of the square, hundreds of high-level vampires stood in neat rows, and in the dense forest farther away, there were countless low-level bloodthirsty people hiding. Occasionally, a few rays of scarlet pupil light flickered in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisp, flickering and making the dead forest seem even more eerie and terrifying. The center of the square belongs to the Lembba camp. She walked out slowly. His blood-red eyes swept over the silver coffin held high by 4 pallbearers. Then his oppressive, cold voice echoed throughout the square. Su Lingway, the 10-day deadline has expired. You must hand over the 2 murderers who secretly murdered our Earl today. Shi turned his eyes and the blood in his eyes suddenly surged. He knew very well in his heart, the 2 vampires had already died at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And the master in the silver coffin today was destined to never see a living person, and this was exactly the fuse that he had been waiting for to trigger the conflict. Across from here, where the Brutch tribe is. The head of the family, Su Lingway, also took a step forward, his body emitting murderous aura, cold and intimidating. The blood clan's rules clearly stipulate, live in seclusion and refrain from killing. The Lembba tribe has come out in full force this time. Could it be that they want to openly break the rules and provoke a war among the vampires? She sneered at this. Of course I dare not disobey the commandments, but for the crime of murder someone must pay with their life. Hand him over and I will immediately lead my troops to retreat. If you don't, that would be a blatant disrespect to my clan and that lord. He changed the subject, bowed towards the silver coffin, and his tone instantly rose. If the Brutch tribe insists on shielding the murderer, it would be an insult to me, the supreme lesson Baxamai. The silver coffin was silent for a long time, and finally, a cold voice seeped out from the crack of the coffin. I've said it before, I need to meet people. Master Dongfeng of Brutch, please don't make me angry. Su Lingway's face became increasingly gloomy. He had already sent a call for help to the main vein, but distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Moreover, the main branch has always harbored resentment towards this eastern branch. It's just because the holy weapon that symbolizes Brutch's supreme authority has been firmly nailed to this ancestral mountain for hundreds of years. The main vein has tried to take it away many times, but all failed. If this side branch were destroyed today, the sacred artifact would naturally return to the main lineage. Thinking of this, Su Lingway suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and said to the silver coffin, Your Excellency, our clan has issued a decree, but has not yet recalled those 2. Besides, Earl Su Lingway left the family 136 years ago, and the vampires accompanying her are not members of our clan. This is the only explanation he can give, even if it means sacrificing his former daughter. She pressed forward step by step, showing no mercy. Su Lingway, she's your biological blood, right? That's right, Su Lingway did not deny it, but she is no longer my daughter. This matter has nothing to do with the Brutch tribe. She sneered 3 times, then suddenly asked, Has the bloodline been taken away? Has the name been removed from the family tree? Has the emblem been recovered? These 3 consecutive questions are like 3 sharp blades, each one hitting the vital point. Su Lingway's face turned ashen and he could only utter 2 words, no. Ha ha ha. She laughed wildly and turned to fan the flames at the silver coffin. My lord, did you hear everything? The so-called leaving the family is just an excuse. It's clearly an attempt to shield a blood relative and mock you, the honorable lord. Before the laughter died down, she suddenly groaned and blood flowed out of his nose uncontrollably. The voice from the silver coffin was indifferent and full of danger. She, don't think I'm as stupid as you. If you dare to use my name to avenge your personal vendetta again, you will be the first to die. She lowered his head and drops of blood fell onto the stone surface. Yes, sir. The voice from the silver coffin continued. Su Lingway, I don't intend to interfere in the internal strife of the Eastern Branch, but I must find those two vampires. If you can't hand over the person today, you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin lid opened slightly. A wisp of scarlet blood mist that was so thick that it was almost tangible slowly dissipated and covered the entire square in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with a sweet yet corrupt aroma, as if people's souls would be drawn away by this blood. On the shady side of Yanjing Mountain, there is an ancient trail that has been abandoned for a long time. Su Lingway lifted her skirt and ran with Lu Qing. Uncle Luo followed them slowly, carrying the chubby ball on his back. When we reached the cliff, the road came to an end. Su Lingway stretched out her fingertips and gently stroked the cold stone wall, her expression a little dazed. When she was a child, her mother once carried her here and pointed at the rock wall and whispered, "Why, the portal to the second ancestral mountain is hidden here. When you grow up, Mommy will give you the key, but don't tell your daddy." At that time, she understood that her father married her mother just for this key. However, it was not handed over until the mother died. Lu Qing reached out and felt around on the rock wall but couldn't find any mechanism. "How do I get in?" Su Lingway put away her sad expression and smiled faintly. "You need a key." She took off the crystal pendant hanging around her neck and held it gently. The crystal shattered into dust in an instant, leaving only two snow-white fangs in the palm of his hand. "In my mother's fangs lies her last drop of blood. That is the real key." She inserted the fang into the hole in the rock wall, twisted it gently, and the fang turned into powder. A drop of almost dried dark red blood slowly fell into the darkness. Boom. Accompanied by a low mechanical sound, the rock wall slowly slid to the sides, revealing a deep corridor. Su Lingway poked her head inside and said with a forced smile, "If you want to steal the Hallows, you have to take this route. Don't die in there." Lu Qing pulled her into his arms and placed a passionate kiss on her slightly trembling lips. "Wait for me." After saying this, he turned around and resolutely stepped into the darkness. The stone door slowly closed. Uncle Luo gently called back Su Lingway, who was in a trance. "Miss," Su Lingway looked into the distance. There, the breath of death was surging like a tide. She smiled sweetly and ordered, "Leave a personal servant to accompany Kyukyu." Kyukyu rubbed obediently to the feet of the Marquis's personal servant and squatted there waiting. Uncle Luo. Su Lingway raised her finger and pointed to the center of the storm. "It's our turn." In the deep stone corridor, Lu Qing walked forward slowly step by step. Water droplets oozed from the stone wall, quietly rolling down the cold, hard rock surface. Such damp corners have always been a favorite breeding ground for vampires. As he went deeper, Lu Qing became more and more certain that he had accidentally entered the legendary Land of No Beginning. The so-called beginningless does not refer to the lack of a beginning in time, but to the folding and compression of space. From the outside, the entrance is just a palm-sized gap, but when you really step into it, you will be surprised to find that the internal space is larger than you can imagine. He had been walking in the tunnel for nearly an hour since entering the stone gate, but still had not reached the core area of Brutch Mountain. Before setting off, Su Lingway briefly mentioned the structure of Zushan. The entire ancestral mountain is divided into 4 layers. The 2 outer levels are open to clan members and are used as places for trials and advancement. Only elders and direct descendants can enter the 3rd floor. As for the bottom floor, that's where the holy artifacts are stored. Even the prince doesn't dare to enter rashly. I heard that it suppresses something extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, she was not favored in the clan back then and had never entered the place in person, so she only knew the basics. How exactly does this trial unfold? Lu Qing pondered to himself. In the empty tunnel, the only sounds were his footsteps and the occasional flash of a bat's shadow. Another half an hour later, the end of the tunnel finally appeared in front of us. A stone wall with a dark red sheen undulated and bulged slightly like a living object. Lu Qing reached out to touch it, and his knuckles were instantly swallowed by the stone wall. It seems that it can indeed pass through. He no longer hesitated and plunged straight into the stone wall. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a magnificent underground square. At the end of the square stood 2 ancient bronze doors. Inside the doors was pitch black, as if it could swallow up all light. "Hey kid, what are you wandering around for?" A sudden questioning voice suddenly rang in my ears. Lu Qing turned around and saw two counts of Brutch standing by the door, their scarlet eyes flashing strangely in the darkness. One of them came forward, looked Lu Qing up and down, and sneered disdainfully. Is the Viscount also here to join in the fun? Lu Qing intentionally restrained his aura, releasing only the faintest fluctuation on the surface. The other party naturally regarded him as a Viscount who had just been promoted. Come and broaden your horizons, he responded with a smile. The two guards did not stop them. The trial field on the first two levels of the ancestral mountain was open to the public, and the huge bronze gate was branded with ancient bloodline restrictions, so outsiders couldn't even get in. If you want to take the trial, go now and don't run around. Recently, the Lembba tribe has been causing trouble outside the ancestral mountain. If you're looking around, be careful, you might be mistaken for a spy and torn to pieces. The older earl lectured with a stern face, seeming quite dissatisfied with the young man's lack of reverence. Lu Qing took the opportunity to put on a humble attitude and responded gently. I just got promoted, and this is my first time here, so I can't help but be curious. Seeing his respectful attitude, the guard's expression softened slightly. One of them raised his hand and pointed at Ju men. Go in. Remember two things. First, don't disturb your fellow tribesmen who are evolving, or you will bear the consequences yourself. Second, if you can't hold on any longer, get out immediately. Don't let the blood suck you dry and turn you into a mummy. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Qing thanked the guard and walked towards the giant gate, blood devouring. He murmured softly, sounds like the key. The surface of the giant gate is covered with a thick layer of plasma, which is the body of the blood restriction. Lu Qing inserted his fingertips into it, the blood plasma gently wrapped around his fingers, not only without any sense of rejection, but even revealing a hint of closeness. The ancient bloodline is indeed flowing freely. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but a bolder and crazier idea emerged in his mind. This layer of plasma seems to be able to absorb as well. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt a subtle sucking sensation in his palm, and a strand of pure blood power flowed along his arm into his body. It tastes good, but now is not the time to enjoy it. Lu Qing withdrew his hand, deciding to save this delicious food for the return trip, and then passed through the layer of plasma. Only after his figure disappeared did the two earls look away. Hey, do you feel that this kid has an indescribable weird feeling? Indeed, when I was scolding him just now, he looked at me as if he was looking at a corpse. Come on, he's just a Viscount. Being able to enter this door means there's nothing wrong with his bloodline. I guess he can only wander around the first floor at most. After they finished talking, they returned to the monitoring station. On the huge screen, projections of 4 layers of space unfolded one after another. The first layer is densely covered with red dots, representing the tribesmen who are undergoing trials. The number of red dots on the second layer is significantly reduced. The third layer is empty, and the fourth layer is dead silent, and no instrument can detect it. Technology is truly a wonderful thing. The elderly earl crossed his legs and watched a new red dot light up on the first floor. Look, that guy's in. Let's see how long he can hold out. After passing through the plasma, Lu Qing stepped into a wider underground world. Above the head, tens of millions of vampire bats were hanging upside down, each with a bulging scarlet belly, and the aura they exuded was comparable to that of low-level vampires. Lu Qing finally understood what blood devouring meant. It's these bats. Rows of brute tribesmen hung upside down from the cave ceiling. Bats pierced their veins with their fangs, greedily sucking blood. When their bellies swelled to their limit, they fed the blood back to their hosts. Every time blood flowed back, the host's aura rose ever so slightly. Humans and animals coexist and the cycle continues. This scene, Lu Qing opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words to describe it. In the end, he could only murmur, "It's really disgusting." The deeper you go into the ancestral mountain, the denser the upside-down Brutch vampires become. Without exception, they were all wrapped in layers of blood-eating, that is, vampire bats, and turned into wriggling black masses. These bats frantically tear at the blood vessels of the vampires, purify the blood they suck, and then feed it back to the host. Using this almost cruel punishment method, they promote the evolution of the vampires. The whole process is long, painful, and full of dangers. Once the number of bats is too large, the dormant vampires will be instantly sucked dry and turned into dry skin. If the blood energy injected back is too strong, the host will bang and explode into a blood mist like a balloon. Along the way, mummies were lying all over the place. A rough count showed that there were dozens of them. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze and evaluated it secretly in a low voice. Most of the first-level players are novices below the Earl level. For those stronger than that, this blood-devouring evolution method is not very effective. He slightly spread out his perception and continued to speculate. The so-called trial actually tests one's ability to withstand blood devouring. The second and third levels are nothing more than bats being more powerful and their numbers being more precisely controlled. As for the fourth level, he raised his eyes, a glint of curiosity flashing in them. It is said that the holy artifact is hidden in there. Even the prince went in but returned empty-handed. What powerful thing is hidden there? Before he could finish this thought, a fat blood-eater suddenly pounced towards his nose, chirping loudly. Strangely enough, Lu Qing actually understood what it meant. Come on, let me take a sip. I guarantee you'll be so good it'll make you feel ecstatic. The hallucinogens secreted by blood devourers when biting are more powerful than any drugs. Just look at the ecstatic grins on the faces of those vampires, and you will know. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm just afraid you can't bear it. As he spoke, he extended his finger. The little bat eagerly grasped his fingertip and stabbed down fiercely with its sharp fangs. Puff. In an instant, the blood mist exploded, and the bat didn't even have time to make a complete cry. I told you long ago that you don't have the good fortune to enjoy the ancient bloodline. Lu Qing waved his hand gently to disperse the blood mist and continued to move forward. As the blood devourers gathered more and more, he simply released a wisp of original breath. In an instant, the top of the cave became empty. Even the bats that were gnawing on the Brutch vampires were frightened and fled in panic. Outside the ancestral mountain, two earls were watching the surveillance screen. They saw the red dot representing Lu Qing on the screen moving non-stop. Is that kid crazy? The depths of the first floor are literally where the Viscount was buried. Maybe he's been under the influence of hallucinogens and lost his mind. If you die, then die. That's the rule. Zushin never shows mercy to the cowardly. The two of them were talking coldly, but suddenly they froze in place as if they were under a spell. The red dot on the crystal screen flashed suddenly, and it actually penetrated the boundary membrane and jumped into the second layer. The second floor is quite similar to the first, but it is so quiet that it makes people feel uneasy. There are fewer bats here, but each one exudes the pressure of a baron. A rough estimate is that there are probably tens of millions of them. No wonder only earls and marquises are allowed in. If they were surrounded, it would be like being besieged by tens of millions of barons. Lu Qing continued to release blood pressure. Although the bats were salivating, they did not dare to act rashly. The marquises and earls hanging upside down at this moment were like delicious dishes on a dinner plate. Lu Qing couldn't help licking his lips, but he finally suppressed the urge to devour them. After all, finding the holy artifact was the top priority, and it would be too unprofitable to alert the enemy because of a momentary impulse. In the monitoring room, the two counts were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. I saw the red dot on the crystal screen jumping again, directly jumping to the third level. Is the monitoring array broken? Should we report this to the Patriarch immediately? The Patriarch is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Lembba tribe. Let's wait and see for a while. When did such a freak appear in the clan? The third floor. As soon as Lu Qing's feet touched the ground, two Earl-level blood-eaters attacked him like breaking through the air. Even their ancient bloodlines only made them hesitate for half a breath. Emperor Flame, the black flames surged past and the two bats turned into ashes in an instant. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lu Qing's mind. Ding, devour 2 vampire bats and obtain trace blood essence. Accumulate enough points to redeem evolution points. Lu Qing was stunned for half a second, then slapped his forehead. Oh no. The Emperor Flame can devour a large group of people. I just endured it all the way for nothing. He looked up and saw bats on the third floor flying all over the sky. In his eyes, these bats had turned into piles of golden evolution points. I'm going to make a fortune now. He rubbed his fingers excitedly and the black flames danced happily on his fingertips. In the central square of Brutches, the night was as heavy as cast iron. As time passed, the pressure on the shoulders of clan leader Su Lingway was rising rapidly at an extremely terrifying geometric rate. The blood-red mist that overflowed from the silver coffin had already swallowed up most of the square. All the tribesmen below the level of Earl were surrounded by this strange and bizarre blood energy. Their pupils all turned blood-red like fire, their breathing became rapid and heavy, and their rationality was like a candle in the wind, shaky and on the verge of collapse. The mist was like a sharp hook, ruthlessly pulling out all the bloodthirsty desires hidden in their hearts. Lei Shi, the leader of the Lembba clan, saw this scene from afar, and a cold sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. Su Lingway, you still can't hand over those 2 little characters after all. Today is the day that the Brutch family will be removed from the blood family tree. The mysterious being within the silver coffin seemed to have lost its last bit of patience. Its deep voice, like rolling thunder, heavily crushed the entire square. If you don't hand them over, your clan will be exterminated. Blood as thick as ink quickly gathered at the bottom of the coffin, slowly lifting the coffin 3 feet off the ground. The strong murderous intent was about to break out. At this critical moment, from the darkest and most remote corner of the square, a female voice as clear as a cold spring suddenly broke the suffocating silence. The person you are looking for is me. Su Lingway followed the sound and his pupils contracted sharply in an instant. Su Lingway and her old servant Uncle Luo calmly walked through the layers of blood shadows and stood firmly in the middle of the confrontation between the two tribes. Lei Shi's face instantly turned gloomy, and his fingertips trembled slightly involuntarily. The ambush failed. This countess is really brave enough to show up. Then he sneered, "It's good that she's here, I'll bury her here today." There was also an uproar on Brutch's side. Beside Su Lingway, an earl in peak condition, his eyes bloodshot as if about to burst under the fierce burning of blood and energy, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Su Lingway, this disaster is your fault. Go and confess your crime. Don't drag the whole family down with you. This person was once her brother." Su Lingway just glanced at him coldly without making a sound. The elder brother took several more steps forward, his sharp claws instantly ejected, his voice distorted with anger. "Father didn't deprive you of your bloodline back then. It was a gift to you. How dare you now sully the family bloodline?" His nostrils flared wildly as if he smelled something. He froze for a moment, then burst into a maniacal laugh. "There's not even a hint of Brutch's scent on you. You changed your bloodline." Su Lingway remained silent as she slowly scanned the surrounding tribesmen. Some of those faces were as cold as ice, some were full of disgust, but no one stood up to speak for her. After her mother passed away, this clan became to her like a dark abyss with its lights extinguished. Her lips were slightly parted, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, but her face was as pale as frost. "Word spirit, kneel down." Boom! My brother's knees slammed heavily onto the stone slab, shattering it instantly. He was bewildered at first, then filled with rage and struggled to get up. "Word spirit, get out." The air seemed to turn into a huge hammer weighing thousands of pounds, and it slammed out violently. My brother flew backwards into the crowd like a kite with a broken string and was stopped by Su Lingway. Su Lingway also noticed something strange. The daughter could no longer feel the rhythm of Brutch's blood in her body. Moreover, what she displayed was definitely not the slightly weak enhanced hypnosis ability of the past. However, the current situation did not allow him to delve into these matters. Su Lingway slowly raised her eyes and looked into her father's eyes. Her voice was as gentle as falling snowflakes. "Have you made up your mind? Are you going to push me out again just like you handed over my mother back then?" Su Lingway's eyebrows trembled slightly, and his tone was as flat as a pool of stagnant water. "You killed the Earl of the Lembba clan, so the blame should naturally be borne by you." Su Lingway suddenly curled up the corners of her lips, and her smile was like a flash in the pan, disappearing in an instant. "Well, I was wrong. It turns out that the only person in this world who will protect me is him." Su Lingway stopped looking at her and turned to face the silver coffin in the air and declared loudly, "Your Excellency, be wise. This woman's bloodline no longer belongs to the Brutch family. The crimes she committed have nothing to do with our clan. Leave it to the adults to deal with." Lei Shi couldn't help but smack his lips and sighed, "How heartless." The voice from the silver coffin grew deeper and deeper. "Where is the vampire that was traveling with you?" Su Lingway raised her eyes, not afraid of the powerful pressure. "He is busy. I was the one who killed the Earl of the Lembba clan." The mysterious man in the coffin seemed to be angered by her contemptuous attitude and snorted coldly. "In that case, then come with me. Your blood smells delicious." The silver coffin slowly fell to the ground and the lid opened another inch like a sharp fang. Su Lingway poked her head in and looked inside. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, so she shook her head slightly and smiled faintly. "No, he asked me to wait for him here." A playful chuckle came from the coffin. "Then I will suck your blood dry first and then slowly go find him." Call the blood mist rushed out like a living creature, wrapping her layer by layer and trying to penetrate into her blood vessels. However, they were blocked by a mysterious force and could not move forward. Su Lingway lowered her head, gently touched the red blood mist with her fingertips and said with a bit of mischief, "Sister, your blood mist has no effect on me." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes instantly turned into a dazzling silver light. An ancient, pure, and overwhelming royal pressure exploded like a tidal wave. The blood mist rolled back like a tide, and the entire square fell into deathly silence in an instant. Then the next second, extremely horrified gasps rang out one after another. "The royal blood is actually pure blood." Su Lingway lowered her silver eyes, her slender figure like a furled sword, standing steadily in the center of the square. Although it is the peak state of the Earl, it makes everything silent and all is still. All the vampires held their breath in an instant, as if an invisible hand was strangling their throats. His blood roared involuntarily, and his soul trembled uncontrollably. The pressure that belonged only to the supreme royal family spread rapidly like a tide, first flowing over his ankles and then completely submerging his heart in the blink of an eye. "Did you see that?" she whispered softly, more like she was talking to herself. "This is the blood you gave me. A blood that can drive the entire vampire clan crazy." The memory flashed by like lightning. Once she was proud of the surname Brutch, now what really makes her proud is only the blood flowing in the veins belongs to him. Su Lingway slowly raised her head, her silver eyes sweeping around calmly yet fiercely. Whether it is the Brutch tribe or the Lembba tribe, all the vampires who were swept by her gaze lowered their heads. Those pairs of scarlet pupils dodged like bats afraid of the scorching sun. They really are royalty. They're pure-blooded royalty. Why, how can she possess? All kinds of doubts, greed, and fear turned into a series of thorny gazes. However, it was unable to penetrate the seemingly indifferent but actually indestructible aura in front of her. She turned her head slightly and looked at Uncle Luo, who was standing quietly in the shadows. The old man responded with an elegant gesture, gently tapping his chest with his right fist, bowing respectfully and saying, "It is my supreme honor to shine with you. This is also the glory of Master Lu Qing." As soon as the words fell, the old man's exquisitely tailored tuxedo burst into pieces instantly. Rock-hard muscles were exposed in the moonlight. His pupils, one red and one silver, were like two cold gemstones. A royal aura similar to Su Lingway's rose majestically from his body. Although he is not a pure-blooded royal, the purity of his aura is enough to amaze people. The vampires were in an uproar again. Another one appears. That housekeeper, actually. The Brutch tribe members found it particularly difficult to accept what they saw. The man who was considered an outcast yesterday is now far superior to them. Impossible. The Earl, whom she once called brother, roared at the top of his lungs. Jealousy and shame completely shattered his sanity. His knuckles were white from clenching his fists so hard. On the other side, Lei Shi, the head of the Lembba tribe, looked as if blood was about to drip from his eyes. "If I could offer her to the ancestor." A tribesman stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Master, the original plan." "Plan?" Lei Shi suddenly turned his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "With two royal bloodlines right before our eyes, what plans are we still talking about? Gather all hands today. Anyone who dares to stop me will be torn to pieces." After receiving the order, the tribesmen jumped down from the forest. In an instant, the originally dark forest seemed to be ignited and began to boil. Hundreds and thousands of murderous intentions rose to the sky. Like a black tsunami, it rushed towards the square. Su Lai, who had been in a daze for a long time, was finally awakened. "Lingwei." He rushed towards Su Lingway quickly, his voice already becoming hoarse. "As long as you are willing to return to the family. No matter how many people from the Lembba tribe come, I will stop them for you." For the first time in his life, the head of the Brutch clan lowered his proud head. "Your mother's death is my fault. But no matter what, I am still your father, and I will." Su Lingway shook her head gently. Her back was as cold as ice and white snow. "I don't need it. Someone will take the blame for me." She raised her hand and waved. The Brutch tribe's emblem drew a silver arc in the air. With a ding sound, it fell to the ground. "We will build our own family." Su Lai's footsteps suddenly stopped. The light in his eyes gradually changed from being hot at first to being sinister. "Pass the order down. If anyone tries to take her away, stop them at all costs, dead or alive." The silver coffin, which had been silent all this time, suddenly let out a chuckle. "Hee hee. This is the first time I've seen a pure-blooded royal family." Su Lingway narrowed her eyes and showed a crescent-shaped smile. "Miss, you are also a royal family, right? It's a pity that you didn't meet the right man. That's why the bloodline is so thin." Her voice was sweet, yet with a hint of chill. "It's okay to be curious, but don't reach out, otherwise I will bite your throat myself." The female voice from the silver coffin smiled softly. "Then let's see who has the better teeth." Before he finished speaking, the coffin lid suddenly opened. It turned into a silver light and rushed straight towards the girl like an arrow. At the same moment, Su Lai and Lei Shi shouted at the same time, "Get started." Silver coffin, two dukes, the murderous intentions of the three parties came like a landslide or tsunami. At this moment, 12 black shadows, like a meteorite tearing through the night, break through the layers of vampires. It landed with a loud bang around Su Lingway. The silver masks on their faces reflected the cold moonlight. On the mask, numbers flashed one after another. Letter 2170, letter 2171, letter 2172, letter 217A. Lei Shi and Su Lai froze instantly. 12 marquises, where did she find such a powerful trump card? The two looked at each other and saw deep horror in each other's eyes. This is a tough nut to crack. Let the monster in the silver coffin gnaw on it first. Ding successfully devoured 2 blood bats. It has been detected that the blood bats contain a thin amount of blood energy. After consuming a certain amount, it can be converted into evolutionary value. At this moment on the 3rd level of the ancestral mountain, Lu Qing looked around and saw blood bats frantically flapping their wings and making shrill hissing sounds. The system notification sound kept echoing in his ears. He couldn't help but rub his fingertips excitedly, his eyes flashing with excitement. This wave is definitely going to make me rich. Just now, when he used the Emperor Flame, the system gave a prompt. These blood bats can be devoured, but the evolution value provided by a single blood bat is extremely small, so the system simply did not report the specific value. But the number of these blood bats is simply astonishing. There are tens of millions of them. Even if the number is small, multiplied by such a huge base, the result is quite impressive. Get rid of the blood bats on the 2nd floor first. Looking at the mountain of wealth in front of him, Lu Qing grinned brightly, then flashed and quickly retreated to the 2nd floor. In the central area of the 2nd floor, Lu Qing took the initiative to restrain his own blood fluctuations. In an instant, thousands of blood bats seemed to have smelled the scent of prey. They screamed silently, showing their sharp white fangs, and pounced towards Lu Qing like a flood. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. More please. Just as the first blood bat was about to touch his body, snap, the crisp sound of snapping fingers spread in the air. Emperor Flame activate. A stream of inky black fire gushed out from his body, like a tongue of fire from the 9 nether hell, instantly engulfing everything around it. Those blood bats that pounced on him didn't even leave ashes, but turned into strands of pure blood energy, which flowed into his body along the black flames. It's true that they can be harvested in bulk. But the blood bats in the 2nd layer are of lower grade than those in the 3rd layer, and they contain much less blood energy. Lu Qing made a rough estimate and found that the blood bats swallowed in this wave were only tens of thousands, and the energy provided was less than 0.1 evolution value. Although they are as few as mosquito legs, there are tens of millions of them here. Without further hesitation, the blood in Lu Qing's body surged like waves, and the 2nd form of Emperor Flame was fully released. He instantly transformed into a human-shaped ball of black flame, which spread rapidly and silently, like the devil's huge open mouth, swallowing everything within its sight. The blood bats' greedy looks instantly turned into fear, and they began to flee frantically. However, the speed at which the black flames expanded was like a landslide or tsunami, and one blood bat after another completely turned into nothingness amidst the sharp hisses. Deep in the black flames, Lu Qing sighed with satisfaction. This feeling is really addictive. Boom, the sea of fire surged violently again, swallowing up the area further away. In the monitoring room outside Zushan, the 2 counts of Brutch stared blankly at the screen, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Didn't that kid enter the 3rd floor? Why did he run back to the 2nd floor again? Could it be that he has a special bloodline so the blood bats don't attack him? Don't let your imagination run wild, unless they're a pure-blooded royal family, but that hasn't happened in years. Then tell me, how did he get in? His aura is clearly only at the Viscount level. Who knows? As long as it doesn't affect other members of the tribe, it's fine. The two were chatting when the screen suddenly distorted violently and a chaotic and piercing scream came through the monitor. The blood bats on the 2nd floor are actually rioting en masse. There are tens of millions of them. This has never happened before. The 2 earls' faces turned pale instantly, and they hurriedly checked the red dots displayed on the screen for the rest of the tribesmen. Fortunately, most of the red dots still exist. However, in the next second, drop, a small red dot went out. Am I dazzled? Drip. Drop, drop. The alarm sounded continuously, and the red dots disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few tens of seconds, only the last bit of red light remained on the 2nd layer. Something big must have happened at Zushan. Before he finished speaking, drop, the last bit of red light was completely extinguished. Inside the 2nd floor, a Viscount Brutch, his body covered with blood bat bite marks, was running for his life. He had just woken up from a deep sleep when he saw black flames rising into the sky and blood bats fleeing everywhere frantically. What on earth is that black flame? The next second, he witnessed with his own eyes the black flame completely devouring a fellow Earl-level member of his clan. He was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 steps, the black flames rushed over like a surging wave and swept him into it. So far, the 2nd layer neither the blood bats nor the vampires survived. After a long time, the black flames slowly shrank and condensed into Lu Qing's human form again. The flames gradually died down, revealing Lu Qing's slightly pale face that could not hide his excitement. Belch, he let out a long burp, and the joy in his eyes was beyond words. At this moment, the blood power in his body surged like a surging ocean. Ding, the evolution value has reached 60-60, meeting the promotion conditions. Ding, evolution program activated. This promotion, Blood Clan Duke, finally succeeded. Tens of millions of blood bats and dozens of vampires all became fuel for his promotion. Click-click, bones crackled, and cells began to reassemble. A terrifying pressure that far surpassed the previous one swept out from his body in all directions like a storm. The Duke's evolutionary journey has officially begun. Zushin's second floor, the dead silence was as thick as ink, and darkness devoured everything around it. In this gloomy environment, the two vampire counts were running frantically. They used all their strength to perceive, and their faces were instantly filled with horror. In the entire second floor, not even a trace of living creature could be detected. The countless blood devourers that were originally densely packed, as well as the tribesmen who were practicing diligently and striving for advancement. It was as if they were wiped out in an instant, as if they had never existed in this world. The leading earl took a deep breath of the remaining warmth in the air, but the burning sensation could not dispel the coldness of his hands and feet. How is this possible? Everything was normal here 5 minutes ago. Traces of flames were everywhere. Even the black lotus stone was instantly vaporized. What kind of fire could create such a horrific scene? His eyes swept over the half of the lava that was left, and the chill in his heart grew stronger. Dozens of clansmen, including 2 earls, there wasn't even a sign of struggle. Ever since that human-looking guy broke in, weird things have been happening one after another. He recalled the little red dot that kept jumping on the monitor screen, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Letting him in is probably the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. However, that guy's aura also disappeared. Perhaps they both perished. He tried to comfort himself, but his pace became more hurried. We must confirm whether all the blood devourers are extinct. If this is true, the holy artifact will lose its protection. At this moment, outside the mountain, the Lembba tribe has already started fighting on all fronts. The ancestral mountain must not collapse at this critical juncture. Sudden bang, the earl in the back bumped headfirst into the back of his companion in front. His forehead hit the rock wall hard, causing the earl in front to roar in pain. "Are you looking for death?" But the companion in front of him stood still as if he had been cast under a spell. His pupils trembled violently and his fingers pointed tremblingly into the depths of the darkness. Moon, moon, black moon. The two of them looked up almost at the same time. I saw a moon as black as ink floating in the void. The edges inlaid with a dark red halo, seemingly still, yet it seems to be slowly rotating. Just one glance and the soul seemed to be dragged in by it. Everything the black moon covers is the dust of the past. A vague decree echoed in their ears. It seemed as if it had traveled through time and space from eternity ago, bringing with it an irresistible power. The 2 earls were horrified to find that their strength, blood, life, like the receding tide, it flows away rapidly. No, it's not flowing, but flowing in the opposite direction. Their skin gradually regains its elasticity and wrinkles are smoothed out. The bones begin to shrink from adulthood to adolescence, childhood, and finally to infanthood. The breath is also retreating. He fell from Earl to Viscount, then to Baron, and finally became the last vampire. Final, 2 origins that are almost indistinguishable to the naked eye are floating in the air. Then it was completely annihilated. It was as if they had never been here. The black moon slowly shrank and gradually became the size of a basketball. It fell obediently on Lu Qing's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Dark Moon, Duke-level awakening skill. This effect is really impressive. Dark Moon. Targets covered by the black moon will be infinitely rewound in time, until it returns to the original state of dust in life. Lu Qing himself, however, is outside of time. Watch coldly as the other person gradually turns from old to nothingness. Crimson Blood Rage 6-fold amplification. Time 0500 field, the range of Emperor Flame doubles. The king's chosen servant can also contract with the Duke. Tusk, my strength is getting stronger and stronger and my life is getting better and better. However, the only thing that made him a little unhappy was, to be promoted to prince, you must accumulate 100 evolution points. Ordinary vampires can no longer satisfy my needs for advancement. As he spoke, he took a step and calmly stepped into the 3rd floor. I heard there are hundreds of thousands of Earl-level blood devourers hidden here. At the deepest part, there seems to be a duke sleeping. Lu Qing licked her lips gently. There seemed to be a black moon spinning slightly in his eyes, revealing a hint of excitement that was eager to try. Zushan third floor Emperor Flame will consume everything. As Lu Qing's low voice fell, a pitch-black sea of fire suddenly exploded from under his feet, instantly spreading across the entire space like a surging tide. After being promoted to Duke, the temperature of the black flame suddenly doubled, as if it had the power to destroy the world, and everything in the world could melt into nothingness in front of it. The shrieks that the Earl-level blood devourers once prided themselves on have now transformed into shrill wails. Chirp, 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 waves of terrified cries followed one after another, but in the next instant they were mercilessly cut off by the flames. Their lives turned into the purest blood torrent, continuously pouring into Lu Qing's body. Ding! A total of 1,453,890 Earl blood devourers have been devoured, gaining 28 evolution points. Prince Threshold, 29,100. At the end of the fire tide, a circular square burned by flames appeared. In the center of the square, an ancient sarcophagus was placed alone. Who on earth is it? A hoarse, dry voice like the sound of tree bark rubbing against each other seeped out faintly from the sarcophagus. Who disturbed my eternal sleep? The rolling heat waves that hit him made the person in the coffin gasp in pain. Ah, this burning pain. Lu Qing sensed that inside the coffin resided an extremely aged old Duke of Brutch. The long years have already worn down his body, and he can only rely on sleep to delay the collapse of his body. Originally, he relied on the third layer of endless blood devouring as a barrier. Unexpectedly, these blood bites were swept away by Lu Qing. The ritual that led to his premature resuscitation was interrupted. The smell of blood has completely disappeared. You are not of the Brutch clan's bloodline. Who are you? The old Duke spoke with hesitation, trying to delay time. I want to fully awaken the dormant power in my body. He could clearly sense that the young vampire of the same level outside the coffin, the aura emanating from his body, was so cold that his bones couldn't help but tremble. In the depths of the flames, Lu Qing's voice seemed to come from all four directions of the underworld at the same time. My identity doesn't matter. The important thing is, in 10 seconds you will respect me as your lord. Emperor Flame devour. The black flame instantly turned into liquid and poured in through the gap in the coffin lid. In the blink of an eye, the entire coffin was filled. Sizzle-intensive explosions sounded like hot oil dripping into water, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar. Roar, this flame is devouring my essence. Ouch! However, all struggles were in vain. The old Duke, fresh from his slumber at the weakest moment, he encountered the most domineering black flame. The ending was already determined. No, spare my life. I am the former head of the Brutch family. Wealth, power, blood oath. I can give you everything. The pleas for mercy and words of temptation intertwined together and became his final wail. In response, Lu Qing gave him a low laugh without any warmth. I'm sorry, those things, I prefer to get it in person. Now please sleep forever. The black flames slowly shrank, and tremendous energy poured into Lu Qing's body like a tide. All that remained in the coffin was a charred but still intact body, a Duke-level body that remained immortal even in the flames. Ding, swallowed Vampire Duke X1, evolution points +5, Lu Qing patted the edge of the coffin gently, feeling particularly relaxed. I picked up an old Brutch for nothing. What a great bargain. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Wait, he calls himself the former head of the family. Is he Su Lai's father or grandfather? Forget it, take him out first and let them recognize him as their relative on the spot. Lu Qing activates King's chosen servant. Obscure blood veins quickly covered the body. The contract was completed in the blink of an eye. Another member was added to the list of attendants, currently owns 1 duke and 13 marquises. Almost all the high-end combat forces of the eastern branch of Brutch were wiped out. The western branch, sooner or later, we will also take it into our possession. After confirming that the conversion is correct, Lu Qing casually gave an order, stay where you are and wait for my call. A hoarse and respectful voice came from inside the coffin, as you command, my lord. At this moment, the stone door leading to the 4th floor slowly opened before his eyes. There, the sacred weapon of the Brutch tribe, the execution axe, is stored. Ancestral mountain, 4th floor, blood mist well. The space suddenly shrinks here. The air is as thick as half-solidified plasma. Pink mist floats in the air, and stepping on it is like sinking into a swamp of flesh. There are huge fat bats hanging upside down on the stone wall. Their wingspan is nearly 10 feet, and blood saliva is constantly dripping from their fangs. Each one of them is actually a marquis-level blood devourer. Lu Qing took a quick look and found that the number was no less than 100,000. Lu Qing first released the pressure of the ancient bloodline. He then summoned black flames to surround his body, condensing into a wall of fire. Under this double shock, Marquis Blood Devourer emitted waves of restless sound waves, but no one dared to rush forward. They have extremely high intelligence. They are afraid of the superior bloodline and also wary of the destructive high temperature. Lu Qing walked all the way to the depths. At the end of the blood mist, a stone platform hung there alone. On the stage, a giant axe 3 meters high was inserted diagonally. The axe was blood red and the back of the axe was covered with sharp barbs. The handle is inlaid with blood-sucking thorns. As long as you hold it, your palm will be pierced and you will drink blood, thus awakening its true ferocity. The rust stains on the axe are the evidence of its having killed countless powerful men. This is the axe. According to legend, holding it can increase one's strength dozens of times, but the price is that the axe wielder will bleed profusely. Lu Qing's eyes were full of passion, but he was not in a hurry to step forward. In the shadow of the axe head, a huge blood-devouring beast was hanging upside down. It is 3 meters long and has a wingspan of nearly 6 meters. He exudes the aura of a prince as deep as the ocean. It didn't attack immediately. Just staring at Lu Qing with his scarlet eyes, the nostrils kept twitching. He showed a very human expression of doubt and desire. After staring at each other in silence for a long time, Lu Qing suddenly spread his hands, put on a bad attitude and said, "If we fight head-on, I definitely can't beat you. You are a prince, I am only a duke. Besides, you have 100,000 younger brothers waiting for you. But you should have also smelled my blood, very sweet, and it is rich in nutrients. Maybe it can even allow you to evolve again." He pointed to the axe. "Let's make a deal, you hand me that thing. How about I let you suck a few mouthfuls of my blood? This is the only chance. Please, Zhen, cherish." Deep in the ancestral mountain, Lu Qing was negotiating slowly with the prince-level blood devourer. At the same time, the central square was filled with murderous intent and was seething with excitement. As soon as the 12 Marquis personal attendants appeared, Su Lingway she stopped in tacit understanding. The aura of these marquises was strange and extremely powerful. Even they, as dukes, did not want to be the first to provoke these tough guys. So the two of them almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards the silver coffin, thinking, "Let that gentleman deal with this troublesome fellow first." The silver coffin rushed straight towards Su Lingway, but was slammed back by the 3 marquises' fists halfway. The woman in the coffin asked lazily, "Are these marquises your men?" Su Lingway's face lit up with a bright smile as she said, "Their real master isn't me. I'm just the mistress." She looked up at the silver coffin and felt a surge of disgust. Although the other party only has a trace of royal blood, that blood comes from the western main line of Lembba. Not only is his status noble, but his strength is far above hers. But she just hated him so much that she couldn't help but want to provoke him. "Sister, you will probably never experience the feeling of being pampered like this." A light laugh emanated from the silver coffin. "Little thing, you're quite charming when you're angry. How about becoming my lover? I'll accept you along with that man of yours." The Duchess had a wide range of interests and was interested in both men and women. Su Lingway replied with an expressionless haha and then said, "Word spirit, don't be naughty." The 2 family heads who were watching on the side were stunned for a moment. Are there such outrageous words in the world? What is even more incredible is that the person in the coffin actually groaned, obviously having suffered a loss. A peak-level earl could actually jump 2 levels and injure a duke. Su Lai's eyes gleamed with passion and he thought, "This is the power of the pure-blooded royal family. No matter what, we must keep her alive today, even if only half a corpse remains." Seeing that the silver coffin hadn't made any more major movements, she couldn't help but urge, "Sir, if this continues, something unexpected might happen." The silver coffin shook violently and blood mist surged out like surging waves. The Duchess's angry roar was like thunder. "Shut up." The red mist spread, corroding the flesh and arousing people's desires wherever it went. Su Lingway sent out several spiritual words in succession: dust-free, dissipate, stop, heal. Her face grew paler and paler, and the hem of her skirt was corroded by the blood mist, leaving black marks. She bit her lip, a certain figure appeared in her mind, and she muttered softly, "Come on, you bad guy. If you're any later, I'll be bullied." The silver coffin suddenly accelerated and hit her chest heavily, and blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Su Lingway she launched an attack at the same time. Su Lai swung out his pitch-black short blade, while Lei she tore through the void with his sharp claws. Their targets were both Su Lingway. He wanted to take advantage of her serious injury and carve her up. Su Lingway in midair suddenly smiled and said coquettishly to the void, "They hurt me." Lei she couldn't help but curse inwardly, "This crazy woman." In the next moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge axe emitting blood light smashed the silver coffin into pieces and the coffin fragments flew everywhere. Su Lai and Lei, she felt as if their chests were hit by a sledgehammer and they flew backwards dozens of feet. Cracks appeared on the ground of the square. Many vampires looked up and saw a thin man standing in the air under the black flames and huge wings that covered the sky. His voice was extremely domineering. "You dare to touch her, then you will all die. Then I will kill them all." The voice was as gentle as a falling feather, yet it carried an unquestionable dominance as it slowly spread across the sky above the central square. Whether it is the blood clan of the Brutch family or the blood clan of the Lembba family. When the figure with flaming wings in the air came into their sight, everyone was momentarily stunned. Simply because the way this debut was so shocking, I saw the figure with wings spread out, surrounded by black flames. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it is unstoppable. With one axe, he smashed the silver coffin into pieces and then kicked the two vampire dukes away with his feet. Cough. In the gravel-strewn pit, Su Lai struggled to get up with an angry look on his face. The kick just now hit him squarely on the chest, breaking his sternum and leaving a horrifying dent. The vampire's powerful regenerative ability quickly took effect, stitching up the damaged flesh and blood, but this could not quell the raging rage in his heart. If it weren't for this kick, he would have already taken away half of Su Lingway's body. He turned his head and looked at another huge pit. He felt a little more balanced when he realized that Lei Shi's miserable appearance was no less than his own. But this vampire who appeared out of nowhere was able to kick two dukes away in an instant in front of everyone. This powerful fighting force must be at least at the duke level. How could such a powerful character suddenly appear beside Su Lingway? As for Lei Shi, he had previously seen a vague outline of Lu Qing through the peeping eye. At this moment, his heart was like a raging storm. The vampire following Su Lingway is actually the duke. This is impossible. The two family heads each had their own hidden agenda, and for a moment no one dared to rush forward. He just stared at the figure floating in the air with his flickering eyes. It actually grew wings. What kind of incredible ability is this? A trace of envy flashed in Su Lai's eyes. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of inspiration came to him. Why does that streak of light that split the coffin look so familiar? He looked intently. In the middle of the rubble in the square, a 3-meter-long axe was stuck diagonally into the ground. The axe's body had smooth lines, its color was as red as blood, and it exuded overwhelming power. It was none other than the Brutch family's sacred weapon, the execution axe. Roar. Su Lai's eyes cracked and tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. "You be ****D, how dare you steal our clan's sacred artifact? Tear him to pieces." At this moment he was like a mad bull, his roar resounding through the heavens and the earth. Lei Shi was also stunned when he heard this shrill roar. Holy crap, it really is Brutch's axe. Didn't they say that even the prince of the main vein couldn't be taken out? This guy actually succeeded. It's so tragic. Rarely, Lei Shi felt a trace of pity for his old rival. Above the sky, Lu Qing gently waved his wings of fire. His left arm was tightly wrapped around Su Lingway's slender waist. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips with his fingertips, his brows tightly furrowed. Su Lingway curved her eyes, smiled slightly, and gently smoothed the wrinkles between his eyebrows with her fingertips. He whispered, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all." Then he blinked his eyes expectantly. "Did you get it?" Lu Qing nodded and a smile returned to his face. "Of course I got it." Su Lingway responded sweetly, and her eyes were quickly attracted by the little bat on his shoulder. The little bat has a round face, a pig-like nose, small ears, and a chubby appearance. There are also two soft and cute little claws on the wings, which looks both weird and cute. She stretched out her finger curiously and poked it lightly. Lu Qing hurriedly held her fingertips and whispered, "This little guy has a bad temper, be careful not to get bitten by him. This is not just an ordinary little bat but a genuine blood prince. It was the guardian beast of the axe. After being tamed by him using his ancient blood, it has been staying here forever. It was precisely because of this that he was able to successfully obtain the axe." He patted Su Lingway's cheek gently and said softly, "Be good, go down first and wait for me to clean up here." Su Lingway nodded obediently, opened her cherry lips slightly and said softly, "Word spirit, flying the sky." An invisible force lifted her up and let her land lightly on the ground. The 11 personal attendants of the Marquis instantly formed a formation and guarded her in the middle. After she left, Lu Qing looked down at the whole place. Wherever his eyes swept over, the vampires felt their skin hurt as if it was burned by fire. His sight first locked onto Su Lai, whose eyes were red. Then he flicked his sleeves and the black flames condensed into a huge palm. A broken coffin was thrown at Su Lai's feet. Boom, the coffin cracked after a violent shock and inside the half-open lid. A familiar and pale old face was revealed. Su Lai's body shook violently and he rushed to the coffin. The voice trembled as he spoke. Grandpa, shouldn't you be sleeping on the third floor? No, your bloodline aura has completely changed. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lu Qing spoke calmly, slowly uttering a few words. Wake up, kill him. A hoarse response came from the coffin. As you command, master. Bang, the coffin exploded instantly. Su Lai's grandfather kicked him out with one kick. Only Su Lai's shrill scream remained. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. Lei Shi watched from the side and couldn't help shaking his head. The holy artifact was taken away and my grandfather is still under control. This is too cruel. The next moment, he suddenly felt that he was locked by a terrifying aura, and the source of this energy was actually the little bat on Lu Qing's shoulder. Lu Qing turned his head and said in a coaxing tone, "Get rid of the Duke of Lembba and I'll feed you another drop of blood." Chichai, a scarlet light instantly lit up in the little bat's eyes and it flapped its wings and flew out. Lei Shi rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "What? Just a little bat and you want to attack me?" The words haven't been finished yet. The little bat suddenly disappeared out of thin air and when it reappeared, it has turned into a giant beast with a wingspan of 4 meters. The huge wings tore through the space and slapped Lei Shifen away. Holy crap, it's actually a prince-level bat. After dealing with the two dukes, only then did Lu Qing turn his gaze towards the floating blood mist. The silver coffin had been completely shattered, and the Duchess in the fog had nowhere to hide. A sweet laughter that went straight to the bone came from the fog. Heh, what a handsome little man. Are you the vampire who has always been following the young earl? Sister loves it so much. The blood mist dissipated slightly, revealing a vague and enchanting figure. Lu Qing raised his hand, and the axe was immediately pulled out of the ground and fell into his hand. His fingers clenched, and the barbs on the axe handle pierced his skin. The blood was instantly devoured by the axe greedily. The fierce flame on the axe suddenly surged. At the same time, fine beads of blood oozed out of his pores. This is the curse of the torture axe. The axe wielder will bleed profusely, but his strength will increase dramatically. Looking at the red mist, Lu Qing raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his lips. He carried the great axe on his shoulder and sighed lazily. It's really strange, the 2 female vampires I met didn't like to wear clothes when we first met. Below, Su Lingway's ears moved and she heard this. She pouted and I didn't know who she was scolding. Humph, you're so shameless. In the sky, the female voice in the blood mist came again. Then I'll beat you into submission today. From the depths of the blood mist came a voice as charming as a silk thread. The voice seemed to be able to penetrate the bones and make people feel ecstatic. Lu Qing hefted the axe over his shoulder, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You think you can defeat me? You're probably still lost in your sweet dream. In his inky black eyes, the saint behind the mist was completely naked, her curves so seductive that they seemed to hide deadly danger. This was a kind of beauty that was completely different from Su Lingway's, just like a poppy flower blooming wantonly, exuding an enchanting charm. No wonder the little woman instinctively felt hostile. The auras of females at their peak were naturally mutually repulsive. What made him feel even more interesting was that the other party's blood was actually mixed with a very faint trace of royal blood. You possess royal blood and belong to the main line of the Lembba clan. I'm sure your status is quite high, right? A lazy response came from behind the fog. Listen carefully, sister, my name is Avil Lembba, and I am the saint of our tribe. As soon as the words came out, all the members of the Lembba tribe below immediately knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fanatical admiration. The one inside the silver coffin is actually Her Majesty the Saint. No wonder the patriarch greeted the silver coffin with such respect. It was actually the saint herself who came. Lu Qing suddenly understood and couldn't help laughing, so that's why they respect you like a god. Avril's voice instantly became as sweet as honey. The strength of the main vein is incomparable to the side branches. Even if you wipe out all these side branches, once you face the true core strength of the clan, you will understand how terrifying a clan that has been passed down for 10,000 years is. How about coming to me? I can give you everything you want, including me, Tilda. She extended an enticing olive branch and also included Su Lingway in the bargaining chip. The pure royal blood of that little countess is really coveted. Even I have only inherited a portion of the royal bloodline. As for you being able to wield Brutch's sacred vessel, you must also be a descendant of the royal bloodline. Follow me back to the main vein, and I promise you will have whatever you want. This invitation, like the tongue of a snake, carries the allure of a poisonous incense. Avil licked her red lips gently, staring at Lu Qing with burning eyes. I really want to taste your blood. In response to her, Lu Qing gave her a cold smile with her eyes slightly curved. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Besides, I had no intention of letting you leave alive. He extended his tongue, slowly sweeping it across his teeth, with a hint of danger in his voice. You're at the peak of your dukedom, only half a step away from becoming a prince. I'm also very curious about your blood. The smile on Avril's face instantly disappeared and she snorted coldly. In an instant, the blood mist ran wild like a mad beast, like a surging scarlet tide, enveloping Lu Qing completely. The mist seemed to have transformed into a little snake full of desire, drilling into his pores and wantonly teasing his blood, making him feel as if his bones were burning and his heart was on fire. This is a Duke-level corrosive force. Even steel will be corroded into dust in an instant under this force. Even if you have royal blood, you will perish here today. Avril floated on the edge of the mist, her voice as soft as cotton candy. Just enjoy this burning desire slowly. However, the next moment, the ocean of blood mist was split into two by a black line. Lu Qing spread his wings and stepped out calmly. A scarlet light flashed in the bottom of his eyes and his smile became more evil. This little desire is just to tickle me. It's just, and he licked his lips lightly. The price you paid for igniting my anger is that you have to extinguish it yourself. Not only did the blood mist fail to hurt him, but it was like strong liquor, making his blood even more excited. The murderous aura of the axe roared wildly in his body, and the urge to destroy was as strong as a volcano about to erupt. Collapse! He turned around and rushed into the sea of blood mist again. The axe light poured out like a waterfall, and he chopped down one axe after another. The waves composed of blood mist were split apart and made wailing sounds. The ground of the square also began to crack inch by inch under this powerful force. Boom. Avril was shaken out of the sea of blood mist by this huge force. She hurriedly waved her arms, and the new blood mist instantly rolled into a gauze dress, barely covering her body. She said angrily, as soon as the fire is lit, they start tearing down the house. Men with axes are really barbarians. Lu Qing casually dropped the axe and slammed his fists together, his joints crackling with a crisp sound. Hand-to-hand combat is still more enjoyable. Avril covered her lips and laughed softly. Hand-to-hand combat? I'm afraid I'll be at a disadvantage. Although she said so, her figure suddenly seemed to melt and turned into a pool of scarlet liquid. The blood drops flowed upwards towards the sky, eventually converging into a sea of blood that covered the sky and the sun. Endless sea of blood. The saint's voice came out from every drop of blood, sounding both far away and close. As soon as the sea of blood appeared, the many vampires in the square let out painful howls in unison. The blood in their bodies seemed to be forcibly torn apart by an invisible giant hand, almost bursting out of their bodies. Lu Qing was instantly swallowed up by the surging waves. The blood waves condensed into slender palms, gently stroking his cheeks and chest, leaving a series of wet touches. He's really handsome, and his muscles are very strong and beautiful. Avril's laughter echoed throughout the sea of blood, and those bloody hands that looked like dirty pig hands were everywhere. On the ground, Su Lingway looked up at the scarlet sky, her little face tense. She couldn't see Lu Qing's figure, but she could faintly smell the ambiguous scent coming from inside. She was filled with jealousy and raised her hand to shout out the word spirit. Word spirit, no teasing. As an earl, she punished the duke in reverse. The backlash hit her instantly and blood immediately flowed from her nose, but she stubbornly pursed her lips. The sea of blood trembled slightly because of this force. Immediately afterwards, another muffled groan was heard from the depths of the sea of blood. Lu Qing was also affected by this backlash force. Listening to this familiar voice, Su Lingway bit her lips fiercely. Bad guy. He wiped the blood from his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it just looking at that woman a few more times? He cast aside these distracting thoughts and looked around at the rolling waves of blood. The excitement in his eyes became even more intense. Blood Sea transformation, this is your second form, very good. It's rude not to reciprocate, so I'll let you see how powerful I am. Emperor Flame, activate. As the low shout came out, his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a cluster of pitch-black fire lotus suddenly bloomed in the center of the sea of blood. The black flames were as thick as ink, as if they could swallow up the light, and they forcibly opened up half of the sky in the sea of blood. Then many vampires looked up and saw this rare and wonderful sight. Half of it is a blood-red ocean, and half of it is a dark inferno. Water and fire are incompatible, but at this moment they each occupy half of the country and confront each other fiercely. As the inky night fell, the space on the top of Yanjing mountain had been distorted like a deep whirlpool. If the Brutch tribe had not set up an insensitive area of dozens of kilometers in radius in advance, this strange scene would have surely made headlines in major media outlets around the world. On the top of the mountain, it seems calm and silent, but in fact the undercurrent is surging. The blood-red color that looked like a sea of blood and the pitch-black darkness that looked like the fire of the underworld collided violently in the sky. However, there was no deafening roar as people imagined, only a silence that made people feel uncomfortable all over and their teeth ache. It was as if all the sounds in the world had been ruthlessly drained away, leaving only the oppressive feeling that was falling down layer by layer like a tide. None of the vampires in the square dared to look up. Their necks seemed to be filled with heavy lead water, and they could only crouch low, almost touching the ground. The scene in the square was even more absurd. Su Lingway, the dignified head of the Brutch family, was being chased by his own ancestor who seemed to have resurrected from the dead. He was being beaten with his fists. His steps were panicked and staggering, and his former majestic demeanor was long gone. On the other side, Lu Qing, the leader of the Lembba tribe, was being shot at casually like a shuttlecock by a giant bat with a wingspan of 4 meters. His figure drew a series of irregular parabolas in the air. The two clan leaders looked so embarrassed that the originally solemn battlefield instantly turned into a ridiculous and funny escape farce. Those low-level vampires were engaging in polite fights with each other. Swords and claws fought back and forth, and the confrontation seemed fierce, but in fact they both intentionally avoided each other's fatal parts. The scene was more like a group of people dancing a ballroom dance filled with the smell of blood. Didn't we agree to wipe out the entire Brutch clan tonight? Yeah, but who could have imagined that the script would suddenly include a scene where the grandfather chases and beats his grandson? Get away quickly, the black flames are about to burn my bangs. They waved their fists intermittently and used their scarlet eyes to convey to each other confused signals of what to do. The original hatred had now been replaced by confusion. In the center of the battlefield, there is a strange area that seems like a vacuum. Su Lingway and Uncle Luo were tightly surrounded by 11 personal retainers of the Marquis, each as tall as an iron tower. The giant axe, a symbol of power and mystery, was inserted diagonally at their feet. The axe blade flashed a perverse and strange light under the reflection of the black fire. Su Lingway raised her eyes and the corners of her pale lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. Ever since that guy landed, this war has completely deviated from its original track, running off the track like a wild horse. Uncle Luo had already torn off his tuxedo, revealing his naked upper body with distinct muscle lines and a sense of strength. He twirled the Tang sword in his hand idly, bowing slightly towards the blazing black flames above his head, as if to express respect. Master Lu Qing, that is the master who specializes in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. On the periphery, 20 enemy marquises watched from afar, their eyes revealing hesitation and fear. The 10 marquises of the Lembba tribe whispered among themselves, "Should we take the initiative and seize the person with royal blood?" The companion beside him took one look at the attendants wearing silver masks, his throat tightening and a hint of fear in his voice. Just those 11 monster-like guys. I'm afraid we are no match for them. The 10 marquises of the Brutch clan were also whispering, "How about we take back the holy artifact first? Rob, didn't you see the footprints of the patriarch's grandfather still on the axe handle? Let's wait and see." Thus, these 20 high-level fighters fell into silence. It would be more accurate to say that they were not waiting for orders from the head of the family, but rather that they were wary of the powerful man who controlled the black flames above their heads. Fearing that they would accidentally anger him and have him swing his axe and chop them down. At this moment, the seemingly calm sky suddenly began to boil. The sea of blood and the black fire rolled and surged violently at the same moment, as if two trapped giant beasts were making their final struggle. The splattered blood and sparks fell on the square, instantly corroding shocking and unhealable blood holes. Deep within the sea of blood, St. Avil's once proud voice cracked for the first time, filled with shock and disbelief. "Your black flames can actually devour my sea of blood." Lu Qing's lazy voice drifted out from the black fire. "You only discovered it now. It's a pity it's too late." The next moment, the black flames suddenly surged like surging waves, just like an angry beast swung its tail fiercely, rolling up the entire sea of blood and wrapping it tightly. The evaporated blood and air emitted a silent scream, as if thousands of ghosts were simultaneously suffering from the merciless burning of the scorching sun in unbearable pain. Avil finally managed to reveal half of her face, still charming but also tinged with fear. She looked down angrily and shouted, "A bunch of useless idiots, go capture those 2 people with royal blood first." However, before she could finish her words, she was suddenly pulled back by the surging black flames, leaving only a muffled groan echoing in the air. Her voice was like lighting a fuse. Su Lingway and Lu Qing, who were frantically fleeing, shouted at the top of their lungs almost at the same time, "Truce! Go and snatch the man. Whoever can first obtain the royal bloodline will be rewarded with a drop of true blood. Thousands of scarlet eyes turned in unison in an instant, like a surging red tide rushing towards the small circle in the center of the square. Su Lingway raised her head and gave Yan a mischievous smile. This is bad. At the edge of the black flames, Lu Qing's figure quietly emerged. His cold gaze was like a sharp knife, sweeping across the vast crowd of vampires coldly. You think you can bully the few just because you have more people. He tilted his head slightly and snapped his fingers towards the giant bat flying up and down in the air. Little guy, go gather some help. Chich. The bat let out a sharp whistle, and a circle of sound waves clearly visible to the naked eye pierced straight into the ancestral mountain like a sharp arrow. After only a few breaths, the sound of wings rolling in like dark clouds could be heard. Hundreds of thousands of blood-devouring beasts covered the sky and the moon, like a huge upside-down river of blood, pouring down with great momentum. The vampires in the front row suddenly slammed on the brakes as if they were cast under a spell of immobilization. Their faces instantly became paler than the pale moonlight. They finally woke up from their dream and remembered. Not only was the axe in that man's hand incredibly powerful and frightening, the little brothers he summoned were even more terrifying. He could swallow one of them in one bite, as easy as sucking something through a straw. A young count of the Brutch family was running for his life when suddenly there came a loud noise overhead, as if a storm was about to come. He looked up instinctively, and in an instant all the blood in his body seemed to freeze. Oh my God. Why are all the blood devourers in the ancestral mountain mobilized? There were more than 100,000 giant blood-devouring creatures with a body length of more than 1 meter, covering the sky like thick black clouds. Even the stars and the moon were blocked tightly. They were roaring and swooping down. Whether it was the vampires of the Brutch or Lembba tribes, at this moment they all seemed to be cast under a spell and stood still on the spot. This suffocating feeling of oppression, they are all marquee-level blood devourers. A member of the Lembba tribe trembled and whispered, his legs shaking like sieve chaff. More than 100,000 marquee-level blood devourers flapped their wings at the same time, and the resulting turbulence almost tore the air apart. Suddenly, a shrill scream turned into a tangible sound wave, sweeping in all directions. The member of the Lembba tribe fell to the ground holding his head. His eardrums felt as if they had exploded, and he could only roll on the ground screaming. Similar screams rang out one after another, and all the vampires below the level of Earl rolled on the ground holding their ears. Then, a bloody hunt began. The blood-devouring swarm swooped down rapidly from the black cloud. Their sharp white fangs pierced fiercely into the side of the vampire's neck and then began to greedily suck the blood. My blood! Ah, my Lord Marquis, save me! Get away, damn bat! There were continuous miserable cries, and large groups of vampires had one or even several blood devourers hanging on their bodies. Even the marquises seemed flustered and unable to cope with this scene. However, not long after, some vampires discovered a strange phenomenon. As long as you stand still, the blood devourer will fly over your head without attacking, especially those vampires who attempt to rush towards the small circle formation in the center of the battlefield will be hunted most fiercely. Don't move. Stop, don't run around. Just stop and you'll be safe. More and more vampires seemed to be frozen, their bodies covered in blood, but they dared not move an inch. The blood-devouring creature in the sky was slowly circling at low altitude, as if carefully examining the area below. Once anyone made the slightest movement, it would immediately pounce on them and kill them. I really won't attack anymore. This is simply hell. Everyone had just recovered from their shock, but their hearts were filled with doubts again. A timid viscount spoke cautiously. Could these blood devourers be summoned by that master? If we don't touch Su Lingway, can we survive? He kept us here on purpose, maybe he has other plans. After the viscount finished speaking, he quickly retracted his neck. The vampires were all silent, but they all remembered in their hearts. The largest blood devourer was indeed summoned by the strong man in the sky. With the ability of the marquee-level blood devourer, it would not be difficult to kill all the vampires here, but he chose to spare their lives. The answer couldn't be more obvious: who dares to move? High in the sky, the black flames had completely enveloped the sea of blood. The original scarlet color gradually faded, leaving only the pitch-black flames constantly rolling and surging. The sea of blood was compressed to only about 10 feet in size. Although it was still struggling, it eventually calmed down. At this time, Avil's charming voice sounded again. Good brother, I admit defeat, please let me go. Tilda. The black flames condensed into the appearance of Lu Qing. He smiled slightly and shook his head. Sorry, I won't let anyone leave today. Avil still refused to give up. A blood mist spread out and her voice became more and more seductive. Sister can give you anything, is that okay? Lu Qing's eyelids twitched slightly, but she still waved her hand. I said I wouldn't let go, and I definitely won't let go. The sea of blood suddenly shrank, condensing into Avil's true body. Her golden curly hair falls like a waterfall, her skin is as white as snow, her appearance is absolutely beautiful, and she still exudes a bewitching charm. However, her aura had already dropped from the peak Duke level to the level of just entering the Duke level. She sneered, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Lu Qing raised her hand, and the black flame instantly turned into a cage, trapping her inside. The flames burned her, her skin scorched and then grew back. Although her body was trembling, her face still had a beautiful smile. Sister, I possess true immortality. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. Is this your third ability, immortality? That's right. Avil licked her lips. How about we talk about the terms? Even if you don't die, you will still have to endure endless pain. Enjoy it slowly. The cage suddenly shrank rapidly, and the black flames turned into countless needles, piercing every inch of her skin. Lu Qing flapped his wings and slowly landed in the center of the battlefield. More than 100,000 blood-devouring creatures folded their wings at the same time, transforming into a dark torrent and returning towards the ancestral mountain. The surviving vampires below saw the dark cloud of blood-sucking dissipate, and just as they were about to run away, they discovered that black flame barriers suddenly rose up all around them, completely blocking the sky and the earth. Lu Qing's eyes were as dark as the abyss, and his voice was deep and majestic. Today you will all rest here forever, and then you will be reborn. Above the sky next to the bright moon, a dark full moon slowly rises, emitting a strange and cold aura. The inky night was so thick it seemed impossible to dissolve. At this moment, a pitch-black crescent moon quietly emerged behind Lu Qing's shoulder. At first, it looked like a drop of ink, but in an instant, it expanded rapidly like a balloon, soaring straight up until it hung high in the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if two moons appeared between heaven and earth. One was silvery white, warm and bright. The other was dark, mysterious and cold, and the two were facing each other from a distance. At the same time, black flames poured down again like a surging wave, sealing off the entire battlefield again. The scorching heat and heavy pressure intertwined with each other, making more than 1,000 vampires seem to be nailed to the spot. No one dared to use his physical body to force his way through the fire curtain. This flame can corrode bones and devour blood. There's no way to escape. Does he want to bury us alive here? Questions and wailing echoed among the crowd. All the vampires stood still, their eyes fixed on the figure in the air. Lu Qing looked down at the people below, his eyes as dark as the endless night. 1,346 vampires. This number was as clear in his mind as if it were engraved on it. He had never intended to let any of the vampires go from the beginning. What the world calls devouring is nothing more than a superficial misunderstanding. His real plan is to use a secret method to refine the blood of all the vampires and then reshape it for his own use. Once he had this idea, his aura suddenly changed, and the majesty of an ancient king slowly emanated from his body. Diane, wake up. The ancient blood returns. Lu Qing's dark pupils seemed to have turned into an abyss without a trace of light. The bone wings behind him vibrated violently. Wisps of power with an ancient and vast aura lingered around him, pressing down on him like mountains and seas. The black flames were pulled by this force, and the fire suddenly swelled up. The heat wave hit them in the face, and the vampires were forced to retreat again. High above the fire cage, Avil's eyes suddenly burst into silver light. She stared at Lu Qing blankly, her red lips slightly parted, and those scenes buried deep in her memory emerged like a surging tide. Those were the fragments of pages she had once seen in the family secret scroll. So, it's actually the ancient bloodline. Someone in the world really awakened it. Her expression of astonishment was instantly replaced by madness. Her entire body trembled slightly and her voice became hoarse yet fiery. Go ahead, turn all these vampires into your fuel, then make the grandest deal with me. Lu Qing turned a deaf ear to her words and fixed his eyes on the two fleeing dukes, Su Lingway, the head of the Brutch family, and Lu Qing, the head of the Lembba family. Crimson blood. Lu Qing's wings vibrated lightly and the axe broke out of the ground. The moment he took hold of it, the holy spirit in the axe seemed to wake up. The black blood mist exploded instantly, and dozens of times the force was poured into Lu Qing's body. His figure turned into a phantom, and then two whip kicks were as swift as meteorites falling to the ground, directly kicking Su Lingway and Lu Qing towards each other. The sound of broken bones mixed with miserable howls. Lu Qing's 7 orifices were bleeding, and before he finished roaring, Lu Qing bent his fingers and lightly tapped. Time 0. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze, and everything in the world was frozen at this moment. The dark full moon instantly moved in front of the two dukes, and the cold moonlight poured down. Dark moon in darkness. Wherever the moonlight shone, the blood of the vampires rolled back like quicksand, and their power was rapidly disintegrating. Su Lingway were trapped in this frozen space and time, their eyes wide open almost to the point of bursting, yet they couldn't even move a finger. No, the Lembba tribe will not let you go. Saint, save me. Avil shrugged and scoffed, idiot, I can't even get out by myself. The blood of the two people continued to be stripped out, gradually condensing into two scarlet blood balls floating on both sides of Lu Qing's body, and the size was still increasing. Su Lai's aura dropped all the way down to the level of an earl. He rolled his eyes with difficulty, looked at Su Lingway in the distance, and uttered a faint cry for help. Daughter, save me. Su Lingway turned her head to the side, her eyes as calm as water, as if she was listening to the sound of the wind. Lu Qing smiled slightly, but her voice was extremely cold. Her wish back then was for you to die. As soon as the words fell, the black moon's brilliance suddenly surged. Two blood balls exploded, turning into dust. All their essence was extracted, eventually condensing into two basketball-sized pure blood crystals that floated quietly in the air. Thousands of vampires witnessed their patriarch's destruction, all too frightened to utter a single sound. Lu Qing flapped his wings and slowly ascended into the air, overlooking the crowd below, his lips curled up in a devilish arc. Next, it's your turn. The black flame roared angrily and rolled back like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Whether it was the Marquis or the Viscount, they all let out shrill wails in the flames. Their flesh and blood gradually melted away, and their blood vessels were drawn out bit by bit, merging into the blood ball in midair. The two blood balls became larger and larger, so heavy that even the void began to tremble slightly. Avil watched this scene from above, terrified, her delicate body trembling softly. Over 1,000 lives, just drained away like that. In the only corner that wasn't affected, Su Lingway raised her head and whispered to Uncle Luo beside her, I understand. He wants to use this bloodline to create a new race that belongs to us. These thousands of vampires will become the cornerstone of our family. She raised her hand and gently patted her cheek, saying with a half-smile, a man like this, who cannot be moved. The complete bloodlines of the two dukes and more than 1,000 high-level vampires were now being devoured and absorbed by the overwhelming black flames. The two blood cores on Lu Qing's shoulders have expanded to an extremely alarming extent. The diameter exceeds 10 meters. Inside the blood cell, scarlet fluid surged like an angry tide, emitting a suffocating pressure. Lu Qing did not immediately refine the blood of Lei Shi and Su Lai, as well as the essence of the blood of the Brutch and Lembba tribes. He planned to use this vast blood energy as the nutritional basis for his new private tribe. Be gentle. Lu Qing licked the corner of his lips gently, carefully controlling the temperature and swallowing rhythm of the black flame. Below, thousands of vampires quickly shriveled up under the cover of black flames. Their blood was completely drained, but their bodies were not burned. They still had a breath of life, but fell into a short sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The mummies fell one after another, and the sound was as dense as falling raindrops. 10 minutes later, there was no vampire left standing on the battlefield, and only a vast expanse of dead silence remained before their eyes. Avil, who was trapped in the black flame cage, had her pupils shrink sharply. Although she had guessed Lu Qing's plan a long time ago, she couldn't help but tremble when she saw such a scene with her own eyes. What a monster! When the last vampire turned into a mummy, Lu Qing raised his hand and made a loose grip. Two huge balls of blood slowly floated in front of him. After being carefully tempered by the black flames, they now only waited for him to inject his own blood essence. Lu Qing flicked her fingertips lightly. Two drops of extremely dark, ancient source blood flew through the air at a high speed and merged into the blood ball. At the same moment, the prince bloodthirster next to him suddenly became restless, his scarlet eyes filled with desire and vigilance. Lu Qing smiled slightly. Are you greedy? Here you go. As he spoke, the third drop of source blood shot out. Grumble. The blood devourer chirped happily, spread its wings in an instant, and swallowed the source blood in one gulp. Its huge body trembled violently, and then shrank rapidly into a small bat only 10 centimeters in size. It curled up on Lu Qing's shoulder and fell asleep. The two blood balls that had merged with the source blood rolled violently, and the original scarlet color was entangled with strands of black, and the aura became completely identical to Lu Qing's. The transformation is complete. Lu Qing gently exhaled a breath of foul air. Next. It's a new life. Boom, one of the blood balls suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist that covered the sky. Black flame. Following Lu Qing's low shout, Black flames surged over, swallowing up all the blood mist, and then turned into thin strands and injected into each mummy. The flesh and blood that had been drained away gradually became plump again. The new royal bloodline also slowly awakened deep in the blood vessels. The first vampire slowly opened his eyes. He was now a baron. He looked around blankly, and then he felt a strong urge to surrender surge from the depths of his soul. Head of the family, he slowly prostrated himself on the ground, his voice full of piety. Lu Qing said calmly, "Get up and wait for your people to wake up." 110, 100. All the vampires woke up one after another, knelt on the ground, and called out to the head of the family in a low voice. A moment later, in the center of the square, more than 1,000 newborn vampires stood quietly. They were all barons and shared royal blood. Sure enough, the ancient source blood can only catalyze to the royal level at best. Lu Qing felt a little regretful, but soon felt relieved. If ancient bloodlines were everywhere, the world of vampires would have fallen apart long ago. To have 1,000 clansmen of royal blood and absolute loyalty is already an incredible gain. When they are promoted to the Earl rank, there is a certain probability that they will awaken dual talents and become as powerful as twins. In the sky, Avil was stunned and speechless. She, as the Saint of Lembba, is a rare possessor of royal bloodline, but now she is facing thousands of new vampires of the same level as her. Her pride was completely crushed, and only a complex feeling of envy remained in her heart. "I really want to taste that guy's blood." Lu Qing flew into the air and his voice spread throughout the void like rolling waves. "From today on, you all belong to the Green Clan. I will lead you towards true eternity. Now start eating." He raised his hand and waved it, and the second blood ball fell to the ground, corroding a huge pool of blood. The newly born vampires rushed forward, greedily absorbing the pure energy, their aura constantly rising. The black flames gradually dissipated, and Lu Qing's bat wings were retracted. He landed next to Su Lingway. Su Lingway raised her fingers and gently touched his brow with her cold fingertips, trying to wipe away his fatigue. "Qing clan, what a nice name. I've already thought of it on the way." Lu Qing put his arm around her waist. "I'll leave the badge designed to you." Su Lingway snuggled in his arms, her eyes sparkling. "Okay, there's only one last step left." He looked at Avil, who was still imprisoned in midair, and with a flick of his finger, the black flame cage slowly descended in front of him. A drop of dark blood hovered on Avil's lips. Lu Qing smiled and said, "Swallow it, and I'll set you free." Avil stared at the drop of ink-black blood in front of her and clearly felt the majestic power of blood from it. To her, this aura was like the deep eyes of a devil with an irresistible attraction. However, the remaining rationality in her mind sounded like a warning bell. Once she swallowed this drop of blood, perhaps she would have to obey the orders of the man in front of her from then on. That's right, the drop of ancient blood released by Lu Qing contained a trace of his bloodline origin. As long as you swallow it, that trace of blood origin will be deeply engraved into your soul. No matter where they are, as long as Lu Qing has a thought, he can instantly activate this bloodline, causing the blood of the branded vampires to evaporate instantly or even kill them on the spot. Avil looked at Lu Qing deeply, restrained all the seductive aura around her, and said solemnly, "I want to make a deal with you." Lu Qing nodded slightly, his expression calm. "Tell me what you think." Avil looked him straight in the eyes, her tone calm and firm. "I want you to help me become the head of the Lembba tribe. When you and your people become stronger, I will need your support. Even if I am forced to go to war with my family, you must stand by my side." Having said that, Avil's gaze turned to the more than 1,000 vampires sleeping quietly in the blood pool. Although these vampires who have joined the Qing clan currently only have the strength of barons, she is keenly aware that given time, these clansmen will grow to be extremely terrifying, and may even develop to the point where they can easily destroy the 13 clans. And the creator of all this is the man in front of him who possesses ancient blood. This bloodline that only exists in legends actually appeared in him, and it was accompanied by several terrifying special abilities. Therefore, both this newly born Qing clan and Lu Qing himself will undoubtedly become one of the future kings of the Blood Clan world. Lu Qing was quite surprised by Avil's ambition. She didn't expect her to be such an ambitious woman. He didn't respond immediately but asked calmly, "As the saint of the Lembba clan and the third son of a family, you should be quite qualified to compete for the position of patriarch. Why do you say it's impossible?" Avil's eyes dimmed instantly, revealing a mixture of self-mockery and anger. "So what if I'm a saint? So what if I'm talented? In the Lembba tribe, a woman can never become the head of a family. Only the Son of God is qualified. The saint's fate is to become his personal subordinate after the saint becomes the patriarch, and even become his nourishment for improving his strength." "I see." Lu Qing couldn't help but admire this charming saint and sighed. The patriarchy in your family is really deep-rooted. Avil was stunned for a moment but didn't respond. Lu Qing chuckled and continued, if you have my mark in your body, then in a sense you are mine. I always treat my own people with special favor. This made the little girl next to him feel dissatisfied, and she pinched his waist lightly. However, the skin of the vampire duke was extremely tough, and Lu Qing felt nothing. He continued, as a condition of exchange, you must use your own strength to conceal the fact that I devoured the branch of the Lembba clan from the main clan. The Ching tribe needs time to improve its strength at this stage, and I don't want those belligerent members of your tribe to disturb us prematurely. As for the Brutch tribe, if anyone from the main line dares to cause trouble, no one will be able to return to the West alive. This is the key issue that Lu Qing urgently needs to resolve. After all, he swallowed up the branches of 2 clans at once. If he didn't conceal it, the main clan would definitely send people to investigate. But for the time being, he did not want the Ching clan to face those powerful clans that had been passed down for countless years too soon. Avil frowned slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons, and after a moment she slowly said, okay, I will try to keep the fact that you devoured the branch hidden from the family for the time being. The Lembba clan has many branches, and the eastern branch you devoured is the weakest. However, with you around, it will be difficult for the western clans to set foot in the east again. Originally, there were only 2 clan branches in the east, the Brutch clan and the Lembba clan. Now they have basically been wiped out by Lu Qing, leaving only some scattered vampires who were sent abroad and a few small vampire families without family affiliation. To some extent, the only Eastern blood clan that has the potential to rise is the newly born Ching clan. With the powerful existence of Lu Qing, the Ching clan is bound to grow rapidly. Avil suddenly became excited for the day when the Ching clan would officially appear before the 13 clans. How will the 13 clans react when they realize that a family more powerful than theirs has risen up among the Eastern blood race that they have always looked down upon? I can help you escape your predetermined fate. Lu Qing stared at Avil, who was in a trance. His smile was like a devil tempting people to fall into hell, and his voice was full of endless temptation. I'll help you become the head of the Lembba clan. If possible, I can even help you become the first empress in the history of the Western vampires. And all you have to do is drink this drop of blood. How about it, deal? Avil stared at Lu Qing for a long time and also stared at the drop of black blood. The red light flashing in her eyes finally dissipated completely. Okay, deal. Avil opened her mouth slightly and swallowed the drop of ancient blood directly into her mouth. In an instant, her aura began to slowly recover. The abundant power contained in this drop of ancient blood was making up for the blood power that had been devoured before. Until this moment, Lu Qing gently waved his hand, completely dispelling the black flames that imprisoned Avil, and said softly with a smile, "You will be glad for your decision today." And after Avil swallowed that drop of blood, which meant the deal was done, she seemed to have returned to her previous extremely charming appearance. She stared at Lu Qing without hiding her feelings and licked her scarlet lips seductively. Is this the taste of ancient blood? It's so addictive. Can I have one more sip, just one? The mark has already been left. In the end, because Su Lingway was present, Avil's wish to take another puff was not fulfilled. She swayed her figure and slowly left. At this moment, the saint was still naked, only covered by a faint red mist. Before leaving, Avil seemed to be deliberately provoking, and the red mist on her body dissipated for a moment. Su Lingway immediately blocked Lu Qing's sight with her backhand and snorted angrily, "Don't look." Hehe, so protective. At this point, the battle has come to an end. Lu Qing not only obtained the holy weapon of the Brutch tribe, the execution axe, but also successfully established a family and devoured and transformed thousands of vampires. In the meantime, he also gained a duke's personal servant and a prince-level blood-devouring king. The harvest was really rich, but now is the time to truly enjoy the fruits of victory. Under Su Lingway's guidance, Lu Qing stepped into the underground palace beneath the huge Huxia-style palace. Most of the wealth accumulated by the eastern branch of the Brutch people over countless years is treasured here. Once you enter the underground palace, you will be astonished by its huge scale. The entire Yanjing mountain has been almost hollowed out. It is worthy of being a branch of a long-standing clan, and its wealth is beyond imagination. The front half of the underground palace was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and treasures. The amount was so great that it far exceeded the wealth of the Earl of Fengeming Mountain last time and was comparable to the wealth of a small country. Moreover, this is not all. More wealth is hidden in the external capital world. Behind the multinational giants, the rich list and the ancient chaebol families, the shadow of the blood clan's control can be found. In particular, industries such as life research institutions and genetic research institutions are deeply favored by vampires. Lu Qing plans to let Uncle Luo take over these industries gradually. For vampires, possessing huge wealth is a symbol of abundance and can bring a deep sense of satisfaction. Although this habit is a bit strange, it exists in almost every vampire. After walking through the first half of the floor, they arrived at the second half. The space here was relatively empty, but what was stored there was the real money of the vampire world. Lu Qing gently opened a well-sealed box and took out a blood-red crystal to examine it. This crystal is shaped like a glass tube, with a scarlet and viscous liquid flowing inside. Is this the blood crystal? He put the blood crystal into his mouth and bit it lightly. With a crack, the outer transparent crystal shattered, and the fragments melted immediately, and scarlet blood plasma gushed out. He smacked his lips and savored the taste before saying, "The blood in this blood crystal is almost equivalent to the entire bloodline power of a last-generation vampire. It's quite convenient to refine and condense it into this form. Blood crystals act as currency in the world of vampires. Since vampires are generally wealthy, money means little to them. Over the long course of history, blood crystals came into being. The plasma in the blood crystal is the refined blood of the vampires, which contains abundant blood power. Usually, when a vampire breaks the rules and needs to be executed, all his blood will be extracted and made into blood crystals, which become nutrients to nourish other vampires. Of course, in the dark corners of the vampire world, there are people who specialize in hunting their own kind to extract blood crystals and sell them. Even though they will be hunted down by the vampire judgment, many vampires are still willing to take the risk. After all, blood crystals are a necessity for all vampires, especially the ancient clans, who have a huge demand for blood crystals in order to quickly cultivate newborns. Sometimes, sacrifices would occur within the clan, where a large amount of blood from low-level vampires would be extracted to make blood crystals for absorption by high-level vampires. Different levels of vampires correspond to different levels of blood crystals, and the higher the level, the more precious it is. After a rough count, Lu Qing figured out the number of blood crystals in the underground palace. There are more than 1,000 last-generation blood crystals, more than 200 each of Baron and Viscount-level blood crystals, 89 Earl-level blood crystals, 9 Marquis-level blood crystals, and even 3 Duke-level blood crystals. Not bad. These blood crystals are neatly arranged in this half-level underground palace and are usually only distributed when the tribe members are rewarded. Su Lingway picked up a Duke-level blood crystal and stroked it gently, saying, "Energy in the vampire world is conserved. The death of one vampire means the growth of another. Unless a vampire is completely reduced to ashes, the power of the dead vampire will be absorbed by other vampires. Therefore, blood crystals are the true foundation of the family." Lu Qing nodded. Blood crystals were like the spirit stones in fantasy novels. They could help practitioners improve their strength, but they were more precious. He quickly decided, the blood crystals below the rank of Marquis will all be absorbed by the clan members. There is no point in leaving them idle here. He planned to integrate these blood crystals into the blood pool as nutrients for the evolution of the Ching clan. Moreover, he communicated with the system and learned that he could not absorb blood crystals. When his devouring talent was activated, he had to devour the blood and blood essence of the vampires in order to obtain evolution points. Simply absorbing the blood power of blood crystals was useless. Putting the blood crystal aside for the moment, Lu Qing continued to explore deeper into the underground palace, looking for something extremely important. Su Lingway told him that there was a strange object stored in the underground palace. Although she could not explain its strangeness, she could feel a familiar yet unfamiliar aura, which she had also detected on the holy weapon, the execution axe. When Lu Qing got the axe, he felt that it was a little strange. Now he guessed that this strangeness might be related to the things in the underground palace. When he reached the deepest part of the underground palace, Lu Qing saw a huge black sarcophagus lying upside down on the hard ground. He frowned slightly, sensing the strange aura coming from the sarcophagus, and whispered to Su Lingway, "Stay away, be careful not to get hit." After saying that, he walked forward, grabbed a corner of the sarcophagus with both hands and shouted, "Lift up." The black sarcophagus weighing thousands of pounds was overturned by him, and what was revealed underneath was not an ordinary object, but half of a withered arm. The nails on this arm are sharp, and judging from the body shape, its owner must have been strong and sturdy in life. The 5 fingers of the arm are slightly bent, as if holding something, and the palm is covered with dense wounds, as if injured by sharp barbs. Lu Qing looked at the fine wounds, thinking for a moment, then took off the axe and placed the axe handle on the severed hand, which fitted perfectly. Su Lingway stared at the severed arm curiously. The strange aura is coming from this severed hand. This hand looks like it belongs to a vampire, but the aura isn't right, and it seems like it was holding an axe before. From the outside, this severed hand is indeed similar to the hand of a vampire. The most peculiar thing is that its fingers are tightly grasping the axe, as if it was chopped off directly while holding the axe. Lu Qing looked at the axe and the severed hand in front of him, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Su Lingway with shining eyes, "That's right, the axe was held by this hand before it was chopped off. And I know who this severed hand belongs to." The moment he touched the severed hand, a system notification sounded in his mind. But didn't that creature disappear in the long river of history? Why can it still be seen here? Who is the owner of the severed hand? Tell me quickly. Su Lingwei's curiosity was completely aroused. Lu Qing spoke slowly with a strange yet eager smile. The owner of this severed hand. His name is Jiang Chen, so this severed hand was left behind by the ancestor of the Eastern zombies. Ha. That's what I told you. Lu Qing laughed happily. There are vampires in this world, so why can't there be zombies? Rumor has it that the Eastern zombie clan was once incredibly powerful, but later disappeared for unknown reasons, and the Eastern dark world fell into decline. He looked towards the direction of Zushan, and at this moment he finally understood that the strange entrance he had discovered on the 4th floor of Zushan must be hiding the secret of the disappearance of the Eastern zombies. Ding. The host discovered the hand of the zombie ancestor Jiang Chen. The Blood Clan's memory shackles are opened. Secret information about Eastern zombies is being transmitted. This was the system prompt tone that just sounded in Lu Qing's mind. As the voice fell, a slight cracking sound suddenly came from his body, as if some shackles that bound his blood were released. Immediately afterwards, countless images and information flooded into his mind like a tide. From the information transmitted by the system, he learned about a piece of history that seemed to have been buried by time. In the distant and mysterious ancient times, the ancestor of zombies, Jiang Chen, was born, and later gave birth to 3 other ancestors of zombies, Yinggu, Hanba, and Lu Qing. These 4 zombie ancestors gave rise to a considerable number of zombie populations. They usually hide in the mountains and forests, mainly feeding on the blood of birds and beasts, and occasionally sucking human blood. But more often, they are absorbing the yin energy between heaven and earth. After all, the yin energy between heaven and earth is the foundation of their long-term survival. Like Western vampires, zombies are afraid of sunlight, are accustomed to living in dark places, and also suck human blood. However, there are significant differences between the two. Zombies possess physical strength several times greater than that of vampires, but are not as agile as vampires in terms of speed. After all, zombies are transformed from dead people, but vampires are not like that, which leads to the relatively rigid movements of the zombie population. But in terms of combat capability, a zombie can easily tear apart 3 or more vampires of the same level. In that era, the 4 zombie ancestors had a small number of members, and they were scattered deep underground in various places where the yin energy was thick, and they would only appear occasionally. And those zombies that were occasionally witnessed by the world gradually became more and more weird and ferocious in various rumors. But later, a holy war broke out between the Western vampires, the Eastern zombies, and the mysterious church. Since then, all Eastern zombies have completely disappeared as if they had never existed in the world, leaving behind only some terrifying folk legends. Lu Qing came back to his senses from his contemplation. This was the only amount of data the system could transmit. In fact, this information itself was not extremely secretive, but he noticed that in the cognition of all vampires, it seemed that Eastern zombies had never existed. For example, Su Lingway and Uncle Luo never mentioned any information related to zombies. He remembered one time when they were watching a movie. Su Lingway snuggled in his arms, pointed at the zombies jumping around on TV, and said with a smile, "It would be great if there really were zombies like that in the East. There are vampires, so why can't there be zombies?" At that time, he always regarded zombies as folk legends, and even thought that zombies were just an image that was mistakenly created when vampires were active in the East. It now seems that zombies really existed and were one of the 3 major races in ancient times. There is no content about zombies in the Blood Clan's memory. It is very likely that the oldest vampire among the 13 clans issued a ban on his own clansmen. This prohibition, which exists within the bloodline of the vampire race, was most likely left behind by the ancient vampire ancestor Cain. Lu Qing speculated slowly. After all, his bloodline was an ancient bloodline transformed after absorbing a drop of Cain's blood. Before discovering this broken arm, even he was unaware of that forgotten history. This can only mean that the shackles of that period of history in the bloodline of the vampires were set by an ancestor-level existence. But why is this happening? What are the vampires afraid of? This is Jiang Chen's severed arm. Could it be that the powerful zombie ancestor was dismembered and then sealed in various ancient battlefields? Where did those disappeared zombies go? Lu Qing fell into deep confusion. For some reason, there was a noticeable gap in the information provided by the system, namely the part about the Holy War. It seemed that he needed to explore the truth on his own. The broken arm in his hand gave him a rather strange feeling. He felt a powerful blood force from the broken arm which seemed capable of devouring it, but Lu Qing decided to keep the broken arm for now. After all, he already possessed the ancient bloodline of the vampires. If he rashly devoured the broken arm, it might cause a blood conflict, and eventually he would become neither a vampire nor a zombie, which would be troublesome. However, the answers to all of this may be found in the mysterious entrance on the 4th floor of the ancestral mountain. It's very likely that there is an ancient battlefield there. Lu Qing thought again of the entrance he found on the 4th floor of Zushan. He tried to enter at that time but failed. It seemed that he needed some kind of key to open it, and this key was most likely the broken arm in front of him. Let's go to the ancestral mountain. Lu Qing carried the axe in one hand and the withered broken arm in the other, and walked out of the underground palace with Su Lingway. As soon as I came out, I saw the blood-devouring king flying happily in the air, with a little kid on its back Kyukyu. After the battle, he ordered the Marquis's personal servant to bring the little girl over. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came back, the little girl started playing with the blood-devouring king, and judging from the situation, the two little guys got along quite well. At this time, in the central square, thousands of Ching tribe members had emerged from the blood pool. Seeing Lu Qing walk out of the underground palace, they all bowed their heads respectfully. Lu Qing sensed it a little, and found that the aura of these people increased rapidly after being immersed in the blood pool. After such a short period of time, most of the tribesmen had reached the peak level of Baron, but the blood essence in the blood pool had not been consumed too much. We can't just leave this blood pool here. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then summoned the black flame, condensed the blood in the blood pool into a huge blood ball, and then walked straight into the ancestral mountain with the blood ball. The moment the black flame appeared, the blood aura in his body unconsciously spread outwards. All the Qing tribe members who sensed this bloodline aura looked at him in awe. Lu Qing had not devoured the more than 10 million low-level blood devourers on the first level of the ancestral mountain before. So now these blood devourers can still provide the Qing clan with an opportunity for continued evolution. The second and third floors of the ancestral mountain are now empty. Lu Qing thought for a moment and summoned the blood devourer king, asking it to send half of the more than 100,000 marquis-level blood devourers originally guarding the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. Then he used black flames to burn out a huge blood pool on the 2nd layer, put all the blood power into the 2nd layer, and ran to get all the low-level blood crystals in the underground palace, crushed them, and melted them into the blood pool. In this way, the layout of the entire ancestral mountain was replanned. Low-level tribesmen can undergo trials and evolution on the 1st level by biting the blood devourers. After the level is increased, you can come to the blood pool on the 2nd floor to absorb the power of blood. If the level is further improved, you can go to the 3rd level and receive the baptism of the Marquis-level blood devouring. As for the tens of millions of blood devourers in the 1st layer, Lu Qing planned to have the blood devourer king issue orders, allowing them to continuously devour each other and evolve, and eventually cultivate a group of higher-level blood devourers to fill the gaps in all the trial evolution processes. As for the 4th level of the ancestral mountain, due to the existence of the mysterious entrance, it will be completely closed and guarded by the blood-devouring king and nearly 50,000 other marquis-level blood devourings. Except for Lu Qing himself and the vampires who have obtained his permission, anyone else who enters this place will undoubtedly step into the forbidden zone of death. After arranging everything at Zushan, Lu Qing summoned all his relatives and servants. Currently, he has 13 personal servants obtained through the king's chosen servant transformation contract, including 12 marquises and 1 duke. They were still all wearing black robes and silver masks engraved with numbers. In addition to keeping you by his side, and letting it carry the ridiculously large execution axe. Lu Qing gave orders to other close servants to lead the Ching tribe to wipe out all the vampires sent to various places by the Brutch tribe and the Lembba tribe. Either destroy them or bring them back and throw them directly into the blood pool. It is up to them to decide whether to transform or devour them. In short, the existence of these two branch bloodlines must be completely wiped out. Uncle Luo was sent to receive the wealth of the two clans and transport it all to the underground palace. However, the core of the Lembba clan is not here, but in the Magic City, so Lu Qing specially asked the Duke's only personal attendant to accompany Uncle Luo. After arranging all matters, Lu Qing was about to enter the fourth floor of the ancestral mountain again to see if he could open the entrance when a clan member suddenly came up and respectfully reported, "Master, there are humans at the foot of the mountain who wish to see you." Lu Qing couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Human? Yes." The tribesman replied, "Those humans said they are from an organization called the Dragon Group and need to discuss with you some matters related to governing the Eastern Blood Clan." "Oh." Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to his tribesman's words. The Dragon Group. It is quite interesting. At the foot of Yanjing Mountain, a convoy of 8 black jeeps was parked quietly on the side of the road. Just from the color and number of the license plates, you can tell that this fleet comes from a national force. In front of the leading jeep, 4 people stood silently. In the front was an old man with gray hair, and next to him was a handsome man with glasses. The man with glasses looked down at the electronic screen in his hand and said softly, "Mr. Luo, the firepower and snipers have completed coverage within a 5-kilometer radius, and medium and heavy weapons have also locked onto that area. Several new pieces of equipment developed by the research department are placed in the following cars and can be started at any time. However, according to my data, these weapons may not be able to kill the monster we are about to face. Therefore, it is not wise for you to take the risk and come here." The man with glasses slid his slender fingers across the screen, and a faint blue light flashed through his lowered glasses, with all kinds of complicated data scrolling on it. After saying that, he looked up at the mountain range in front of him and said leisurely, "Yanjing Mountain. I really want to mobilize the satellite and fire an ion beam cannon." Mr. Luo, who had been silent the entire time, slowly turned his head and glanced at the handsome data geek. A smile appeared on his old face. "Haha, it's destiny. I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, old man. Even if you really fire a light cannon here, it may not be able to destroy that vampire. Besides, we can't withstand his wrath." The man with glasses named Zhang Tianming did not refute the old man's words. In fact, if heavy weapons were really used, it would not necessarily mean that the guy could not be killed, but the price to be paid was something that no one was willing to bear. He could only ask calmly, "If the monster coming down from above really wipes out the 2 vampires from before, should we really support him with all our strength?" Elder Luo didn't respond immediately, but simply stared at the mountain quietly. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. "Western infiltration into us is becoming increasingly serious. Neither the church nor the bloodline arbitration chamber are easy to deal with. If it weren't for our dragon group's determination to fight to the death, they would have been running rampant here long ago. Every living thing has its own laws of survival, and the dark world still needs to be balanced by dark forces. Destiny, if there really is a strong man in our East who can rule the entire dark world and is willing to protect this place, why don't we in the dragon group support him? Didn't those 2 blood clans cause enough trouble in the East? We the dragon group have sacrificed countless lives to maintain order." Old Master Luo seemed to have opened up his mouth, speaking slowly and continuously. In the end, he could only sigh, "If only we in the East also had such a powerful force. What a pity. What a pity, these 2 what a pity seem to have their own deep meaning. Here he comes." Old man Luo chuckled, took a few steps forward with a smile on his face, and greeted the vampire who had already come down the mountain. Lu Qing looked at the old man in front of him and paused slightly. Yi, who was carrying the axe behind him, also stopped. He glanced at the black jeeps and vaguely sensed a threatening atmosphere from them. From the surrounding dense forests, one could clearly hear blazing yet fearful gazes. And if his guess was correct, there were many long-range heavy weapons aimed at this place in the distance, and even in the higher sky, there might be powerful technological forces locking onto him. This is the power of the state. Most ordinary people are unaware of the existence of the vampire race, but the state is definitely aware of it. Not only is it aware of it, it also needs to control it. Otherwise, if the vampires wantonly kill ordinary people in order to suck blood or satisfy their selfish desires, the world will be in chaos. Therefore, in addition to the constraints of the Sanctions Center and the sanguine rules in the vampire world, the most powerful constraints and deterrents actually come from national power, which comes from advanced scientific and technological weapons and various strange scientific research results. The current situation should be the first formal dialogue between national power and Lu Qing. It's just a little strange. The old man in front of me, the man with glasses, and the two burly men behind them all have an off-kilter aura. Judging from their physical characteristics, these four people are indeed human, but their bodies faintly exude the aura of vampires. They are most likely cyborgs or half-bloods. It seems that the people in the dragon group must have studied and refined the blood of the vampires. Lu Qing looked at the four people with interest. As soon as he appeared, the old man and the man with glasses beside him came forward to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Lu Qing. We are from the dragon group. It's our first meeting. Sorry to bother you." Seeing the other party's friendly attitude, Lu Qing also smiled slightly and glanced at the cars behind. The old man quickly explained with a smile, "We are all young people in the group. We are worried about the safety of an old man like me, so we brought some small equipment to protect me. Please don't mind." Lu Qing just nodded and said nothing. The weapons in the car had a strange aura and seemed to be very lethal to vampires, but for him it was nothing to worry about. He looked at the two of them and said directly, "Why don't we get down to business?" The old man nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly revealing anticipation. Yanjing Mountain was previously enveloped by a strange energy, and we don't know what happened inside. So I would like to ask you to tell me what the current situation of your vampire clan is. Lu Qing understood the expectation in the old man's eyes and gave a suitable answer. If you want to ask about the situation of the two eastern branches of the Brutch and Lembba tribes, then I can only tell you that from now on. There will no longer be any eastern branches. There will only be one family in the east, the Ching family, and I am the current head of the Ching family. Upon hearing his answer, Elder Luo's eyes first flashed with intense shock and then suddenly a bright light bloomed. They actually, really wiped out two clans. Then, as if he had made up his mind, the old man said fiercely, "Although the two clans have been wiped out, there are still many remnants of the vampires from these two clans in various places. We in the Dragon Group can fully support you in clearing out the remaining vampires. The Dragon Group's duty is to restrain the vampires. Previously, the two branches of the Brutch and Lembba tribes were in a state of chaos. In order to stop those vampires who killed indiscriminately, the Dragon Group spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price. Now that most of the two clans have been destroyed, it would definitely be a great thing if the Eastern Blood clan could be unified." However, Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. "No need. My people have gone to hunt down the remaining vampires. Before long, your dragon group should not see any vampires from these two tribes." At this moment, even Zhang Tianming, the man with glasses who always had a cold expression, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This newly born family actually has the ability to destroy all other vampires. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly saw the man wearing a silver mask and the huge battle axe on his back. The glass's built-in scanning system captured it instantly, and the entire lens began to flash red. Along with a red glow, his astonished voice rang out, "That's the clan's sacred artifact, the execution axe. You actually got the sacred artifact from the ancestral mountain." Lu Qing glanced at Zhang Tianming with interest. "You know a lot, young man. Be careful not to die young." Old Master Luo was also stunned. He squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "I actually got it, so the fourth one in Zushan. At this point, Mr. Luo suddenly waved his hand and said to someone, "Bring the things in the car over here." Immediately afterwards, someone from the second jeep quickly delivered a silver box. At Mr. Luo's suggestion, Lu Qing gently opened it, and his eyes fluctuated instantly. In the silver box lay a dried-up broken arm, which was exactly the same as the broken arm he found in the underground palace. One should be Jiang Chen's left arm, and the other should be Jiang Chen's right arm. Mr. Luo looked at Lu Qing with deep eyes and said slowly, "Since you have obtained the holy weapon, it means that you have really entered the terrifying fourth floor. You should have discovered a mysterious entrance inside. This entrance can only be opened by this broken arm. So this is our sincerity." Seeing the old man's serious expression, Lu Qing understood what he meant and smiled calmly. "Don't worry. My Qing clan won't slaughter ordinary people at will. On the contrary, as long as the Qing clan exists, we will never let those blood clans from the west set foot in the east again." Mr. Luo's eyes suddenly turned red, and he bowed slightly to Lu Qing and said, "Thank you very much." Zhang Tianming, standing by, said with a burning gaze, "I'll give you this broken arm. Can you also let us enter the entrance to Zushan? This broken arm may be related to a historical mystery. Lu Qing glanced at the proud and intelligent young man, knowing that the dragon team must have discovered some clues as well. So he nodded, turned around and led the way up the mountain. Okay, follow me, and coincidentally I also have a broken arm like this. Lu Qing turned around and headed straight up the mountain with the 4 members of the dragon team. The dark convoy remained quietly where it was, the weapons hidden in the shadows and the other members of the dragon team having already evacuated. Lu Qing has roughly concluded that the so-called Dragon Group is an organization in the East that is specifically responsible for dealing with those vampires who have committed excessively serious, illegal and disorderly behaviors. Previously, the Brutch and Lembba tribes, as branches of the Western clans, lacked a sense of belonging to the East. The 2 tribes had caused a lot of trouble, causing the Dragon Group a lot of headaches. Just like the big commotion caused by the Earl of Fengaming Mountain before, if he had not been swallowed by Lu Qing, he would have been liquidated by the Dragon Group. Now, these 2 clans have been annexed by Lu Qing, and there is only one blood clan family left in the entire East. This is undoubtedly the best situation for the Dragon Group. Moreover, the members who can enter the Dragon Group are probably no longer purely human. Although they have heartbeats and normal vital signs, there is a trace of a breath in their bodies that does not belong to humans. I'm curious, are the people in your Dragon Group different now? Lu Qing asked. Hearing his question, Zhang Tianming nodded calmly. In a sense, you can say that, you vampires are very powerful. If we don't have enough strength and only rely on weapons and technology, it will sometimes be inconvenient to deal with things. Therefore, we have set up a special research department to analyze the genes and blood of your vampires, and finally extract a serum substance. After being injected with this serum, members of the Dragon Group will possess the same powerful strength and speed as the vampires. Combined with the various equipment developed by those crazy people in the armed forces, we are barely able to restrain you. This is true for everyone who joins the Dragon Group. Although we are still human on the surface, we are actually a genetically mutated species. What's even more cruel is that after injecting the serum, we won't become immortal but will instead age faster. Zhang Tianming paused at this point, and Mr. Luo beside him took over with a smile. Guess how old I am this year? 82. Lu Qing guessed a number at random. No, Mr. Luo shook his head slowly. I'm only 38 years old this year. Lu Qing couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This was too exaggerated. The old man in front of him who looked very old was actually only 38 years old. They were actually willing to use a serum with such strong side effects. Then can you awaken various innate abilities like the vampires? A strange glint flashed in Mr. Luo's eyes and he nodded with a smile. Haha, sure. After each member of the Dragon Group is injected with the serum, they will only awaken one ability. We named this ability Die Together. Basically, when the battle is hopeless, we'll unleash this ability and drag the enemy down with us to die. One-on-one, no escape, no forgiveness. Rather than calling it an awakened ability, it's more of a curse, a death curse in exchange for one's life. Over the long years, many members of the Dragon Group, when defeated by the Blood Clan, have activated this ability and perished together with their opponents. Lu Qing nodded, saying nothing. This ability exuded a sense of tragic grandeur. They were a group of tragic people. After discussing this topic, Lu Qing remained silent all the way. Until they reached the square at the top of Yanjing Mountain, suddenly, a red mist floated in from nowhere, and then Avil's figure slowly emerged from the red mist. With this ability, she can go wherever she wants very conveniently. Good brother, take a look at my new dress. Is it pretty? Avil turned around on the spot, showing off her new black cheongsam. Lu Qing took a casual glance and replied lazily, it looks better when it's not on. Haha, then I won't wear it. Avil actually released the red mist again, which directly corroded the brand new cheongsam on her body and then covered her body with the red mist. A sweet and fishy smell slowly emanated from the red mist, and it was that enchanting smell again. Avil, the saint of the main line of the Lembba tribe, why are you here? As soon as Avil appeared, Grandpa Luo and Zhang Tianming became nervous instantly. The 2 burly men behind them immediately pulled out all sorts of strangely shaped guns and cannons from their large windbreakers and pointed them at her. Avil narrowed her eyes and instantly released a powerful aura. Dragon Group bastards, you still dare to come here. Aren't you afraid that you will never come back? Lu Qing stopped in front, turned around and asked softly, do you know each other? When Avil faced Lu Qing, the coldness on her face instantly turned into a smile. I know them. When my sister first arrived in the East, they came to her house and insisted on warning her to behave herself. They even blew themselves up and killed 2 of her followers. At this time, Zhang Tianming took out the computer he carried with him and pressed his fingers quickly. Then a signal locked onto this place, as if a weapon was aiming at it. This saint of the Lembba tribe was cunning and moody. As soon as she arrived in the east, she took away several young men and women. The people from the dragon group came to the door, but suffered heavy casualties. The main reason was that the strength of this saint was too terrifying. Lu Qing looked at the tense atmosphere and walked forward on his own. Put it all away, she's mine now, I'll keep her under control. Zhang Tianming, who was following behind, thought he had misheard. Is it your people? Well, let's go. Lu Qing was too lazy to explain and walked straight towards Zushan. Avil followed behind obediently. At Mr. Luo's signal, Zhang Tianming released the weapon lock, but he was still shocked. He had fought against the saint of the Lembba tribe before and knew how terrifying she was. How could such a powerful and respected vampire become this guy's vassal? When the four of them reached the central square and saw the charred ground, various deep pits and huge rocks, as well as traces of melted rocks and trees, they all wondered if they had come to the wrong place. Mr. Luo took a deep look at Lu Qing's back and sighed softly. It seems that the battle we didn't see before was much more intense than we imagined. At this moment, a giant bat with a wingspan of more than 3 meters suddenly landed near several people. The strong airflow generated by the flapping of its wings made it impossible for them to open their eyes. What a huge vampire bat, the aura on its body, is so terrifying. Zhang Tianming showed a trace of panic on his face and subconsciously wanted to take out his laptop again. Then, he saw the giant bat actually called out to Lu Qing twice, as if it was acting like a spoiled child. Lu Qing then put her finger into the bat's open mouth and let it take a light bite. Then, she smiled and reached out to pinch the face of the little girl sitting on the giant bat's back. The little girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, smiled happily and squeezed her legs together. Hey, go. Then, the giant vampire bat that exuded a terrifying aura flew away happily with the little girl like a horse. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianming silently put the computer in his hand back, feeling a little embarrassed. Avil, standing by, gave him a playful look. You're useless. A prince-level blood devourer scared you like this. Zhang Tianming snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid of the prince level? Avil smiled proudly. That guy is Lu Qing's pet. Of course I'm not afraid of him, good sister. Lu Qing's pet. A pet that exudes the aura of a vampire prince. Zhang Tianming and Mr. Luo looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. However, this shock continued until they entered the ancestral mountain, where it gradually reached its climax. On the first level of the ancestral mountain, tens of millions of vampire bats with blood-red eyes were flying greedily when a few people passed by. The second floor was a huge pool of blood. The terrifying aura emanating from the pool of blood made them shiver all over. In the sea of blood, hundreds of vampires who are evolving in slumber are floating quietly. These are the vampires of the Ching clan. On the third floor, when Zhang Tianming saw tens of thousands of marquee-level blood devourers staring at them coldly, the almost suffocating pressure made him almost unable to help but call for a satellite to bombard the place flat. After seeing all this, both Mr. Luo and Zhang Tianming felt a sense of relief in their hearts. If such a being were to become the opponent of the dragon group, the entire dragon group would probably be wiped out, and they might not be able to destroy it in the end. Fortunately. There is hope in the east. Arriving at the fourth floor, Lu Qing found Su Lingway waiting there and took the other severed arm from her. He looked at the group and said slowly, "The vampire's imprisoned memories, your forgotten past, may all be here. Let's go." As he spoke, he thrust one of his broken arms fiercely into the huge bronze door in front of him. Boom! A heavy voice sounded slowly, and a dark entrance that seemed to be able to swallow all light appeared, followed by an ancient and desolate atmosphere. An ancient and desolate breath slowly emanated from the dark portal. Lu Qing reached out, picked up the axe from behind Yi, and then slowly stepped into the mysterious ancient door. Su Lingway followed him in without hesitation. The people behind him looked at each other and saw inexplicable tension and panic in each other's eyes. They took a deep breath and stepped into the unknown space. Lu Qing walked slowly forward in the darkness. This should be a parallel space, just like the 9 holy places discovered in the vampire world, all hidden in this kind of space. He was in endless darkness, and every step he took seemed like he was walking into an endless lost place. Only the slight sound of his footsteps slowly echoed in the silence. In this completely dark space, if I don't have guidance, I'm afraid I'll never be able to get out. Lu Qing looked at the 2 broken arms in his hands. The faint aura emanating from the broken arms was guiding him in the direction of progress. As they walked deeper into the darkness, the aura on the broken arm became more active. We should be there soon. Feeling this lively atmosphere, Lu Qing couldn't help but quicken his pace. After walking in the darkness for such a long time, even Lu Qing felt depressed, not to mention the people from the dragon group behind him. At first, Zhang Tianming and Mr. Luo were very cautious, but later they walked faster and faster, following Lu Qing closely, fearing that they would be separated from the team and lost in the darkness. Finally, a spot of light appeared in the darkness. Lu Qing spread his wings and flew leisurely towards the light spot. After a brief pause, he disappeared directly into the light spot. The feeling of time and space interweaving came clearly to him, and when he appeared again, he was already in another space. The tragic and magnificent scene before him made his hand holding the axe tremble slightly involuntarily. It really is an ancient battlefield. A dull and desolate atmosphere enveloped him deeply. He flapped his wings and flew higher, wanting to see everything on this vast battlefield. The sky was dark, and countless huge gullies remained on the ground, as if they had been chopped out by huge weapons again and again. On this land, countless pitch-black skeletons are standing or lying densely. These skeletons are extremely tall, mostly around 3 meters tall. However, none of their bones are complete. Some are missing heads, some are missing arms, and most are directly torn apart, with bone marrow scattered all over the ground. Even though they are dead forever, one can still feel how strong the fighting spirit they once exuded was. Fighting against these skeletons are another kind of corpses. Although these corpses were not as tall as the skeletons, their number was astonishingly large, piling up on the skeletons like ants. There were at least 4 or 5 such corpses scattered around each skeleton. Judging from the remaining breath, Lu Qing instantly sensed that these bones were the corpses of countless vampires, and the tall skeletons that were surrounded and killed were the ancient zombie clan. This was just a battlefield. He looked up and saw similar scenes densely packed in the distance. Below, several other people also arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the scene before them, they were completely stunned. The level of tragedy here, as well as the lingering majestic aura, was so oppressive that they could hardly help but tremble. Zhang Tianming from the dragon group walked forward with a pale face to examine a dead skeleton. Suddenly, a flush of extreme excitement surged across his face, to my surprise. This is actually the corpse of a zombie. Zhang Tianming turned around and stared at Grandpa Luo, his voice trembling with excitement. Grandpa, this is a zombie corpse. It's been hundreds of years. We finally found traces of the eastern zombies. Ha ha ha, we found it. Avil and Su Lingway fell into a strange state the moment they stepped into the battlefield. Their bodies trembled violently at the same time, their blood surged wildly in their bodies, and deep in their blood vessels, a strange shackle seemed to slowly emerge, and then quietly break. In an instant, the ancient information passed down through blood flooded into their minds, about the existence of Eastern zombies, about that holy war. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes broke the shackles of bondage in their blood. Su Lingway gently stroked a 3-meter-tall zombie skeleton, muttering to herself in a daze, "So you really exist. I thought you were just something you saw on TV." Lu Qing, flying in the sky, flew alone towards the center of the battlefield, because he felt a unique aura there, which seemed to be related to the broken arm of the general in his hand. Along the way, he saw more skeletons, perhaps tens of thousands, and the corpses of vampires were countless. Until he arrived at the center of the battlefield, the most grand scene slowly unfolded before him. The ground in the center of the battlefield has been split into broken sand and rocks, and the corpses of the vampires here have gathered into a huge sea of corpses. In Lu Qing's perception, in this sea of corpses, there are thousands of vampires with the remaining aura of a marquis, and hundreds of dukes and princes. And at the forefront of this sea of corpses, there are 13 corpses that exude an aura even more powerful than that of the vampire prince. That was actually the aura of 13 first-generation vampires. 13 first-generation vampires. Each one possessed the most ancient bloodline, yet they all died here. Next to the 13 corpses of the first generation, Lu Qing saw 9 even more bizarre corpses. These corpses were all over 5 meters tall, and even though they were dead, their bones still emitted white light. What is even more bizarre is that behind these 9 corpses, there are 12 huge bones left, which are clearly 12 wings. Only in the legends of the Western Church, the angels who rely on absorbing the believer's thoughts look like this, and they are the supreme 12-winged seraphim. 13 first-generation vampires, 9 12-winged seraphim from the church. These ancient races all perished here. How terrifying. There is no doubt that this is the ancient battlefield of that crucial holy war. The ancient Blood Clan, the church and the Eastern Corpse Clan launched a devastating battle in this space. It seems that the ancient Blood Clan and the church have reached some kind of consensus, and the two races have joined forces to surround and kill the Eastern Corpse clan. To this end, they dispatched countless vampires and supreme powers, and even the 12-winged seraphim of the church showed up to join the battle, but in the end they all perished here. This holy war is really too brutal. Lu Qing came to the end of the Sea of Corpses with a heavy heart. Here, 3 huge black skeletons stood quietly. They gazed calmly at the Sea of Corpses, like tough reefs in the waves, resisting the impact of the Sea of Corpses again and again, until they died in battle, never falling down. These should be 3 of the 4 ancestors of the Corpse clan, Yinggu, Hanba, and Hu Qing. Lu Qing came to the 3 tall skeletons and looked at their dark and hard bones. He couldn't help but sigh, they are really strong, but where is Jiang Chen, where is the most powerful zombie ancestor? Here he only saw the corpses of 3 zombie ancestors, but not Jiang Chen's. Just as he was puzzled, the 2 broken arms in his hands suddenly broke free and flew behind the 3 corpses of the zombie ancestors. It hovered over the bare open space for a while, as if sensing something, and then suddenly dived into the ground. As the 2 broken arms drilled into the ground, something seemed to wake up underground. The pitch-black earth began to surge and undulate violently. Then he saw a stone coffin emerge from the ground, followed by a second, a third. Finally, in this empty space, thousands of similar stone coffins emerged. These sarcophagi had been buried deep underground until the 2 broken arms sneaked in and reappeared. It was really too weird. What surprised Lu Qing even more was that he sensed a faint aura among these 1,000 huge sarcophagi. The breath was very faint, but it was real. It was different from the breath of the vampires and the seraphim. It was the breath of the zombies. Along with the appearance of 1,000 sarcophagi, a dried-up heart also appeared. This heart is full of cracks, but it still beats strangely and weakly. A faint black mist emanated from the dried heart, enveloping the entire sarcophagus. Meanwhile, the 2 broken arms danced joyfully around the dried heart. "Is this the heart of a general?" Lu Qing guessed softly. As he looked on in astonishment, the heart with its 2 broken arms flew straight in front of him and hovered quietly. At this moment, the entire holy battlefield seemed to be suddenly blown by a breeze. 1,000 giant stone coffins stood silently in formation, while the corpses of 3 zombie ancestors carried the majesty of the past. The corpse of the 9-headed, 12-winged seraphim, though dead, still seemed to emit a sacred afterglow. The remains of 13 vampires of the first generation demonstrated the power of the ancient vampire race. And the Sea of Corpses, composed of countless vampires and corpses, was filled with an atmosphere of tragedy and grandeur. This silent ancient battlefield seems to be the gathering place of countless remaining wills. At this moment when the dried heart appeared, it seemed as if all the invisible wills were focused on Lu Qing alone. His hands trembled slightly involuntarily, and countless noisy sounds rang in his ears. "No, don't, you carry the blood of my clan. You must never betray me. My Eastern Corpse clan will never surrender. Filthy creatures perish under the holy light. Eat it now. Kill, devour all the unclean souls." These chaotic sounds and roars made Lu Qing dazed for a moment. He stared at the dry heart in front of him. This was the heart of Jiang Chen, the most powerful ancestor heart of the Eastern zombies. After a long and ancient time, it still remains to this day. After a while, Lu Qing suddenly sighed softly and said, "Do you want me to eat you? But what if I turn into a monster?" He could sense that there was still a drop of extremely pure blood remaining in this heart, the blood of the ancestor. It was this only remaining drop of blood that released the rich corpse gas, causing the thousands of stone coffins buried deep underground to still retain a faint breath. However, this drop of ancestors' blood seems to be about to be exhausted. As if hearing his question, Jiang Chen's heart beat strangely a few times. At the same time, a dull heartbeat sound came from between heaven and earth. Boom, boom. Inexplicably, Lu Qing felt a surge of urgency and a deeply moving message. The Eastern race must not perish. Although you possess vampire blood, you are also a member of the East. Carry on the legacy. After a long silence, Lu Qing finally raised his head slowly and said, "As you wish." As he said that, he directly picked up the dried heart and put it into his mouth. Bitter, astringent. The only drop of ancestral blood in Jiang Chenjai's heart instantly exploded in his body, turning into countless purple-gold bloods, which quickly merged into every inch of his flesh and blood. After swallowing this drop of ancestors' blood, a huge roar sounded in Lu Qing's mind, as if a larger battlefield appeared before his eyes. Those scenes buried in the dust of history were replayed before him one by one. It was still this ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, a giant zombie 3 meters tall, holding an axe, looked at the endless vampires on the opposite side from afar. Above the sky, the 12-winged seraphim spread their wings, emitting golden light as if a golden rain was falling. 13 first-generation vampires flapped their black bat wings, emitting a bloody aura that covered the sky. Behind him were 3 equally huge zombie ancestors, as well as hundreds of thousands of zombies, and endless corpse chi filled the air. They were facing enemies that were several times larger than themselves. The vampires and the angels of the church joined forces to launch an extermination attack. Countless roars merged into an earth-shaking roar, and the Eastern Corpse clan charged forward without fear. They used their proudly strong bodies to tear apart their enemies or be torn apart by their enemies. This is an endless holy war until one side is completely destroyed. And he used his rough big hands to beat his chest hard, his sharp fangs pierced his lips deeply, and purple-gold blood flowed out. Roar. He let out a roar that shook the earth and sky. And with the 3 ancestors of the Corpse clan, he resolutely rushed towards the angels and the first-generation species. As the most powerful of the 3 races, they are fearless, with the fire of the soul burning in their eyes. The zombies' strong bodies make them almost immune to all physical attacks. However, the number of vampires was too great, and the supreme power was too strong. All the corpses were eventually drowned in the endless sea of blood, and he, along with the 3 ancestors, burned all his strength. One by one, the seraphim were torn apart, and the first generation of vampires were also chopped into pieces by the axe in his hand. But in the end, the Corpse clan was still destroyed. The 3 ancestors were swallowed by the endless holy light and died, and the last first-generation Blood clan member was also bitten to pieces by him. After killing all the supreme powers, his own strength was also burned out, and his arms had long been torn into pieces. He used the last of his strength to protect the 1,000 corpses left behind by the 3 ancestors, letting them sleep underground and leaving his heart as a restriction. He exhausted all his strength, his soul dissipated, but his body remained indestructible. Therefore, the remaining vampires and the church cut his remaining body and the power of his blood into 4 parts, and sealed them in different strange areas. After the remaining vampires and the church withdrew from this ancient battlefield, the church sealed all information about the existence of the Corpse clan, and the vampires used a drop of Cain's blood to plant a blood restriction on all vampire descendants, erasing the memory of the Holy War. In this way, for these 2 races, the existence of the Eastern Corpse clan was completely forgotten. These scenes seemed to be happening right before Lu Qing's eyes. He seemed to be the man holding the axe, and could truly feel the anger, the tenacious will to split the sky into pieces even in desperate situations, and the endless desolation after the demise of all the corpses. This emotion made him unable to help but let out the same roar. Roar. On the silent ancient battlefield, Lu Qing's roar suddenly rang out. Su Lingway, who was following behind, had her eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the power of her bloodline exploded to the extreme, and she was about to rush towards Lu Qing, who was floating in the air. However, her arm was suddenly grabbed. Su Lingway turned her head indifferently, looking expressionlessly at Avil, who was holding her, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Let go." Avil was shocked by her sudden murderous intent and said helplessly, "I just helped you, but you acted like you wanted to kill me." "Is that guy so important to you?" She was answered by a cold voice, word spirit broken hand, as Su Lingway's voice fell hiss. A blood mark suddenly appeared on Avil's arm as she pulled her, and Su Lingway herself was counterattacked for using the word spirit beyond her level, and scarlet blood instantly flowed from the corner of her mouth. All right, I won't hold you back anymore." Avil quickly withdrew her hand and said seriously, "That guy seems to be in a very strange state right now. You and I both have his blood in our bodies, you should be able to feel it." At this point, Avil's face showed a trace of solemnity. "If you get close to him now, you might be directly crushed to pieces by the power around him, including me. If he wakes up and sees you turned into a pile of minced meat, I will definitely be in trouble too." Avil stubbornly stood in front of Su Lingway, mainly because she was worried that if this woman was really injured under her nose, the guy might vent his anger on her. Su Lingway gradually calmed down. She could naturally sense Lu Qing's condition and the terrifying aura surrounding him, but she couldn't help but worry. Zhang Tianming, who was watching the show nearby, was equally shocked, but he still murmured in disbelief. This supernatural power is indeed terrifying, but it shouldn't be so powerful that even a slight contact with it will kill you. Avil immediately looked at him with a smile. "Little guy from the dragon group, you know nothing about being strong. How about coming to my red mist and we have a good chat? I'm a little hungry now." Zhang Tianming did not respond, but silently took out a peculiarly shaped gun. Avil looked at the gun and snorted coldly. Boring, those disgusting bullets again. Then, too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Tianming, she twisted her seductive body and came to Su Lingway, and they looked up at the figure in the sky together. Just when she realized that Su Lingway's attention was all on the sky, Avil quietly took Su Lingway's hand. But Su Lingway reacted immediately, turned her head and looked at her coldly. Seeing that her little action was discovered, Avil was not panicked at all. Instead, she gave Su Lingway an extremely charming smile. So soft. At this moment, an invisible wind suddenly blew across the ancient battlefield. At the same time, all the corpses began to slowly dissipate under the breeze, as if they had completed their mission of protection for countless years and finally turned into ashes. All the ashes were blown away by the wind and disappeared between heaven and earth, as if nothing had ever existed. The only things left were the 1,000 silent sarcophagi and Lu Qing, who slowly opened his eyes in the sky. At this moment, a completely different kind of powerful aura emanated from him. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a wave of air even more violent than before suddenly erupted like a surging wave. The ancient battlefield, which had originally returned to peace, seemed to be instantly injected with fresh vitality and woken up again. The overwhelming yin energy and corpse energy quickly condensed and lingered for a long time, filling the world with heavy fog. In this gloomy energy formed by countless deceased Eastern corpses, there is a faint feeling of joy. The 1,000 huge stone coffins also trembled at this time, as if the remaining Eastern corpses in the coffins had already sensed Lu Qing's breath. The entire world seemed to be immersed in an atmosphere of cheering and jubilation, rejoicing at the return of the aura of the ancestor of the corpse clan. Among the people below, Avil, the Duke of the Vampire clan, was the first to react. This sudden breath made her feel disgusted instinctively, but she was also deeply frightened by it. A red mist was looming around her, obviously caused by her violent emotional fluctuations. This guy is simply a monster. Avil exclaimed, he can actually absorb the blood power of another kind of zombie. What is this? Twin bloodlines. There has never been such a situation in the history of the Blood Clan. No, it should be said that he is the only one in the entire world who has this kind of thing. Avil felt the thick corpse aura, her eyes fixed on the thousands of stone coffins, and she muttered to herself, if those old fellows from the 13 clans witnessed this scene, they would probably jump out of their coffins in shock. The forgotten Eastern Corpse clan is about to return to the world in this way. Moreover, the bloodline of the Corpse clan's ancestor has been passed down to such a terrifying vampire. There was fear in Avil's eyes, but also a hint of anticipation. When this man fully wakes up, it means that the long-lost zombies will also awaken. Sooner or later, these corpses will, under his leadership, take revenge on the 13 clans. What expressions will the 13 clans have when they see these corpses? Thinking of this, Avil couldn't help but licked her dry lips. It's really something to look forward to. Because of the agreement with Lu Qing, the stronger he is, the more he can rely on Avil. Although the first generation of the Lembba tribe also participated in the Holy War, the blood feud will only be avenged on those involved. Even if she wanted to appease Lu Qing's anger in the future, she wouldn't mind handing over half of the Lembba clan's blood clan. At the same time, as Lu Qing's strength continues to grow, the mark imprinted in Avil's blood becomes deeper and deeper. The brand that spread throughout her blood made Lu Qing's image pop into her mind. At this moment, her blood seemed to begin to boil and her fair skin quickly turned a layer of pink. Her eyes were full of light and she said coquettishly, "Oh no, I'm going to get drunk." Several members of the dragon group were also immersed in this pressure. Mr. Luo looked up at the sky and a tear slid down his old face. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to go back to the scenes of countless battles with the vampires. He thought of the dragon team members who sacrificed their lives by activating the death together ability without hesitation, and also thought of his companions who died of exhaustion in the laboratory while developing weapons to restrain the vampires. He murmured unconsciously, "Great. The East finally has a force that can rival the Western vampires. The Ching clan and now him, as long as you are willing to stand with the East, the entire Huaxia will support you. Unlike Mr. Luo, who had already lost his mind, a hint of fanaticism appeared on Zhang Tianming's thin face. On his glasses, countless data were scrolling frantically, even flashing a dangerous red light accompanied by a slight vibrating sound. Alarm! Alarm! Energy fluctuations of a super-level organism have been detected. Currently, no weapons have been found that can destroy this organism. SSS-level crisis management. Evacuation recommended. This was the detection device he carried with him, which automatically detected the energy overflowing from Lu Qing and issued an alarm. This situation is directly classified as an SSS-level crisis, which means that if necessary, super-large-scale thermal weapons can be used to attack at all costs. However, data shows that none of the technological weapons currently controlled by the Dragon Group can completely destroy Lu Qing. Zhang Tianming licked his dry lips nervously and said, "All the data values have reached their peak. They must have broken through the limit. This guy is unkillable. He has the blood of the vampires and he can even fuse other bloodlines." If those crazy people in the research department saw this, they would probably go crazy. They might even kneel down and beg him for a drop of blood to take back for research. Ding detected that the host has devoured the blood of the corpse clan's ancestor. Current level of ancestral blood swallowing 17, the second bloodline is activated. The vampire evolution system has been reset to the ultimate evolution system. Final evolutionary goal unknown. Final evolution level unknown. Host information is being updated. Above the sky, Lu Qing finally slowly opened his eyes. Unlike before, his eyes were now one pitch black, the other a purple gold, as if two completely different auras lingered within them. He looked at his hands, feeling the new blood in his body, and murmured, "Is this the blood power of the ancestor of the corpse clan?" The purple-gold bloodline power flowed quietly in the body. The amazing thing was that it did not conflict with the existing ancient bloodline power of the vampire clan. It seems that this bloodline power belonging to the ancestor of the corpse clan has been in a dormant state until it is activated. Lu Qing has already noticed that the blood power of the ancestral corpse clan is different from that of the blood clan, and does not have many strange abilities. If we use two words to describe the bloodline of the corpse clan, they would be flesh and violence, the ultimate flesh, the ultimate violence. When the power is strong enough, the body can even become immune to all physical attacks. The power contained in the body is much stronger than that of vampires of the same level. Relying on a strong body to resist all attacks, and then using tremendous strength to crush everything in front of you, it is so simple and direct. Coupled with the vampire's flexibility and self-healing abilities, Lu Qing almost possesses the capital for true immortality under any circumstances. Of course, the prerequisite is to completely devour all the blood of the ancestors. After all, I have only devoured 1/7 of the blood of the ancestors now. What he swallowed just now was only the drop of ancestors' blood in Jiang Chenjai's heart, which is also the key to opening the bloodline of the corpse clan. The body of the ancestor Jiang Chen was divided into 7 parts. Only by devouring all of them could he complete his true evolution. The system also prompts that his current devouring progress is 17. Just by devouring a heart, not only did he completely awaken his ancestral bloodline, but the heart in his chest also became countless times stronger. Even if the heart is dug out, the heart that is fused with the blood of the ancestor will not be easily destroyed. As long as the heart is not dead, he will never die. Then next, devour 2 more parts. Lu Qing summoned black flames, placed the 2 broken arms in front of him, and used the black flames to melt the broken arms into his body. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again, devouring the general's broken arm x2, devouring the ancestor's bloodline x2. Ancestral bloodline completed 3/7. What followed was an even more powerful and violent force rampaging through the body. The ancestral bloodline was activated and his arms began to change. Boom! The clothes on his arms burst instantly, and his rock-like muscles bulged high, hard as iron. His left and right arms expanded significantly, and even the skin on his arms turned purple gold. What a brutal force! Lu Qing raised his arm and tried to make a fist. The sound of the air being squeezed could be clearly heard. This pair of fists is indestructible, as if they can smash everything in the world. This fist is really as big as a sandbag. Lu Qing was a little amused. Because only his heart and arms have mutated so far, he looks a little weird now. His clenched fists are almost as big as an adult's head. However, judging by the size of my arm, if I devour all of the ancestral bloodline, my body would likely expand to over 5 meters tall when the bloodline is activated. Recalling the massive bodies of the other 3 corpse clan ancestors he had seen before, Lu Qing had a more intuitive imagination of his future transformation. He couldn't help but think of a species called the Hulk. It will probably be very similar to that one. But more handsome. Ding, host information update completed. Personal information panel. Host Lu Qing race, blood clan, corpse clan bloodline, symbiotic bloodline, ancient bloodline, ancestral bloodline family, Ching clan vampire level, Duke of Vampire 34-100, corpse level, complete ancestor 3/7, ability form. Time 0, freeze time and space, range 500 meters. Crimson blood rage, strength and speed increase 6 times in blood rage mode. The king's chosen servant, one is forced to form a bond with the vampires through their own bloodline, becoming the king's personal servant. Those who are contracted cannot betray. Black moon in darkness, anyone shrouded by the black moon will become the dust of the past. Bloodline form, emperor flame. Corpse form, the power of the ancestor. Above the sky, Lu Qing's figure flashed like lightning, and in the blink of an eye he arrived beside the people below. At this moment, he still maintained the power of the ancestor activated, stretched out an arm that was thicker than he could imagine, directly embraced Su Lingway, and easily let her sit on his arm. Su Lingway's petite body sitting on these strong arms was a really strange sight. Curiously, she stretched out her little hand and gently touched the solid muscles on her arm. She pursed her lips, pretending to be surprised, and laughed. "Oh, it's become so thick and strong. Will it turn into a monster in the future?" Lu Qing turned his arm slightly, pulled Su Lingway, who was smiling particularly happily, in front of him and kissed her on the face. He smiled and replied, "It's very possible. If he absorbs all the blood of the corpse clan's ancestors, he might really turn into the Hulk." "Are you afraid?" Su Lingway nimbly turned from sitting on the arm, instantly changing into a cute figure swinging on the arm with her little hands, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, hee, I still like it." Avil, standing aside, looked at Su Lingway swinging on Lu Qing's arm with her eyes moving. She opened her arms and said in a coquettish voice, "Sister wants this too." Lu Qing looked at her and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. "Okay." As he said that, his other big hand directly grabbed Avil. Avil was just making a joke out of habit, but she didn't expect Lu Qing to actually grab her. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was smiling with ill intentions. The next second, her little face was pinched by the big hand, her mouth opened slightly, and a drop of purple gold blood was fed directly into her mouth. "Ahums you," Avil reacted and broke free instantly, covering her mouth with a look of horror on her face. "You fed me a drop of blood." Lu Qing looked at her with a smile. "Don't worry, it should only benefit you and not harm you. Take it well." What he had just fed Avil was a drop of blood containing the bloodline of the ancestor of the corpse clan. He really wanted to know how other vampires, besides himself, would react after absorbing a trace of the corpse clan's blood. Of course, this drop of blood is the essence after he purified it, and Avil is the highest level vampire present except him, so he can only conduct an experiment on her first. Sure enough, after the drop of blood entered Avil's body, her body immediately reacted violently. Her originally pale face instantly turned red, including her exposed skin. Her body began to spasm uncontrollably, and the violent power of her blood continued to surge in her body. Fortunately, there was no blood conflict. After a moment, Avil let out a sound of pain and joy and collapsed to the ground weakly as if she had collapsed, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. "Your aura has actually recovered to the peak of a duke," Avil said in surprise, "and you'll be able to evolve to a prince soon. It seems like this drop of your blood is very nutritious." Lu Qing sensed the aura emanating from her. Under the influence of that drop of ancestral blood, Avil not only recovered completely from her injuries, but was also one step closer to evolving into a vampire prince. More importantly, this drop of ancestors' blood did not cause Avil to undergo any essential mutation. She was still a member of the vampire clan, but there was a different flavor in her aura. Avil sat on the ground, feeling the changes in her body in a daze. After a while, the aura on her body suddenly surged and her skin slowly turned a bluish-gray color. She stretched out her sharp fingers and tried to pierce the skin on her hand, but found that this bluish-gray skin was extremely tough and even her flesh became stronger than before. Although it's a little ugly, but it seems very powerful. Avil stood up after recovering for a while. After her breath subsided, her skin returned to its original appearance. She looked at Lu Qing with a somewhat resentful look in her eyes. "Don't force me like this anymore. Even if you told me in advance, I wouldn't refuse you." Seeing that this saint was beginning to act naughty again, Lu Qing decisively chose to ignore her. Since the Blood Clan can integrate part of the Corpse Clan's bloodline, can the members of the Green Clan also be transformed? At that time, put a drop of Corpse Clan blood power into the blood pool of the ancestral mountain. After the members of the Ching clan absorb it, their bodies and strength will be far stronger than other blood clans. In addition, under the influence of his ancient bloodline, every member of the Ching tribe possesses high-quality blood. In the future, he may really be able to create a group of powerful monsters. Su Lingway looked at the 1,000 stone coffins that had quieted down and suddenly asked curiously, "Are there zombies in these stone coffins?" Lu Qing nodded and walked to a sarcophagus. "These 1,000 are the only Eastern zombies left in the world after the Holy War." However, there are restrictions left by the ancestor of the corpse clan in the sarcophagus, so it may take some time for these guys to come out. These 1,000 zombies are the last ones left by the ancestor general, and they are the zombies with the purest bloodline. But they have been sleeping underground for who knows how many years, and their strength has been weakened to the extreme. Only when they are strong enough can they truly break through the restrictions of the sarcophagus and see the light of day again. The growth method of the Eastern Corpse Clan is different from that of the Blood Clan. The evolution and growth of the Corpse Clan relies more on absorbing the yin energy and corpse energy between heaven and earth. In this ancient battlefield where countless vampires and corpses have died, the yin energy and corpse energy are simply overflowing. The entire space is filled with a strong dark aura. As long as they continue to absorb it here, these 1,000 corpses will soon wake up completely and become even more powerful. Now, let me add more power to you. Lu Qing looked at the 1,000 sarcophagi with anticipation. Boom. His whole body shook, and a layer of fine purple-gold blood mist spread out from his body, then merged with the yin energy in this space, dyeing the entire world with a faint purple-gold color. Absorb it well, try to wake up as soon as possible. These 1,000 corpses will eventually become members of the Ching clan, and there are even more corpses buried underground in this ancient battlefield. Now that the bloodline of the ancestor of the corpse clan has reawakened in him, those corpses buried deep underground will slowly transform into a new corpse clan under the nourishment of yin qi. By then, the zombies will reappear in the world. After coming out of the ancient battlefield, Lu Qing left a trail of imperial flames on the 4th floor of Zushan, which was the entrance to the ancient battlefield. The black flames formed a fiery barrier that basically prevented anyone from entering except him. Afterwards, he came to the space on the 2nd level of the ancestral mountain and injected a drop of blood of the ancestor of the corpse clan into the blood pool. The sea of blood in the blood pool surged up instantly, and all the Qing clan vampires immersed in the blood pool roared. Traces of purple gold color slowly seeped into their bodies, while also constantly tempering their flesh. Moreover, Lu Qing was surprised to find that after such a short period of time, under the crazy catalysis of the blood pool, some vampires of the Qing clan had evolved from barons to viscounts, and even a vampire earl was born. And this vampire count is indeed a twin who has awakened 2 abilities. One ability is similar to Blood Rage, which can greatly burst out strength and speed in a short period of time. The other ability is similar to his Emperor Flame state, which can also release black flames. It seems that not only has he inherited my bloodline, but even his awakened abilities are somewhat similar to mine. Lu Qing looked at the only Qing vampire that had evolved to the Earl level, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. These were all his treasures. After coming out of Zushan, the 4 members of the dragon group who had seemed somewhat silent finally found Lu Qing. Just as Mr. Luo was about to speak, Lu Qing smiled and said, "I know what you're thinking. I can give you some blood to take back for research. After all, the serum you're using now is a bit too expensive. Since your dragon group is here to protect the safety of the East and prevent the Western Blood Clan from wantonly invading, I'm happy to give you some help." Hearing his words, Mr. Luo was so excited that he almost cried on the spot. That is the blood of the long-lost ancestor of the Corpse Clan. Moreover, Lu Qing also possesses the ancient blood of the Blood Clan. If we could obtain some samples and develop more powerful potions, it would be a great thing for the entire dragon group. Mr. Luo calmed down and said solemnly, "In return, our dragon group is willing to provide all possible support. We can even incorporate you and your Qing clan into Huaxia's official hidden power system. Although you still cannot appear in public, you will gain the respect and friendship of all the forces at Huaxia in private." Lu Qing declined the proposal. The reason is simple: he is from the Vampire Clan and the Corpse Clan, while the Dragon Group represents humans. The vampires and the Corpse Clan still need to suck human blood occasionally. If it escalates to the national level, they will feel embarrassed to suck blood in the future. My Qing clan will only exist in the darkness of this world forever. Being bound to you will only cause more trouble. So let's maintain a relatively peaceful relationship. I will control the Qing clan, the Blood Clan, and the soon-to-be-born Corpse Clan. And you need to give me enough freedom. You are in the light of the world and I, the Qing people, walk in the darkness. This is good. However, if you discover that there are more vampires coming from the west, you can notify me in advance and I will help you get rid of them. This was a formal conversation about how vampires, zombies, and ordinary humans should get along with each other, so everyone present had a serious expression. It was not until much later, When facing the massive invasion of the Western vampires and the real world suffered heavy losses, that the top leaders of the dragon group realized what a wise and great decision it was to reach a consensus with this young and powerful new vampire. Huaxia Theological Seminary, a school that seems quite strange to outsiders, actually exists. It focuses on exploring and researching various mysterious events in history. To most ordinary people, it seems that there is a group of unreliable old guys living here who talk nonsense all day long. However, few people know that this seminary is actually the headquarters of the Huaxia Dragon Group. The third underground floor below the seminary is the base of the Dragon Group. There are many departments here, including the Research Department, Armament Department, and Gene Department. All the strange weapons and equipment originated here. Moreover, under the seminary, the Dragon Group has autonomous control over at least 1/3 of the satellites in space, which are used to monitor signs of activity by those strange races, and then send members of the Dragon Group to carry out missions. At the critical moment, satellites carrying mysterious weapons are ready to be launched at any time. At this moment, in the spacious conference room on the basement floor of the seminary, the leaders of various departments gathered together. They all stared quietly at the huge display screen in the front of the conference room. The screen was filled with dense data, and nearly half of the data was marked in eye-catching red. In the conference room, an old voice slowly interpreted the data. These are the data sent back by Tianming and Mr. Luo. Everyone, take a close look. The strength data broke through the limit, the growth index broke through the limit, the blood detection value broke through the limit, and the threat level was rated as the highest SSS level by the system. How should our dragon group respond to the appearance of such a vampire? All the vampires that appear in the East will have their data quietly collected and analyzed by the dragon group and eventually filed into archives. But this kind of data was the first time that everyone present had seen it. A supreme SSS level threat. It seems we've never encountered one since the dragon group was founded. Someone questioned, is it possible that the data sent back by Tianming is wrong? This data is simply unbelievable. If the data is accurate, then our armed forces can clearly state that, given the current situation, no weapon can eliminate a being of this level. The armed forces boss said sternly, unless they use prohibited weapons, but if they do that, half of Huaxia will be destroyed. More and more department heads spoke up. They had been caught up in an extremely busy and intense state since a few days ago. Because there was news that the two blood clans, the Brutch clan in the imperial capital and the Lembba clan in the Magic City, suddenly gathered in Yanjing Mountain, seemingly to start a racial war. Moreover, the saint of the main line of the Western clan was also involved, and the fuse of all this was two vampires named Lu Qing and Su Lingway. As a result, at least 10 satellites loaded with weapons were aimed at Yanjing Mountain that day. However, since Yanjing Mountain was surrounded by a layer of strange flames, they were temporarily unable to find out the specific situation in the mountain. When the new news came, all the senior leaders of the dragon group could hardly believe their ears. The blood clansmen of the two clan branches on Yanjing Mountain had all disappeared overnight. Only the vampire named Lu Qing is still active. After some thought, the top leaders of the dragon group sent Zhang Tianming and Mr. Luo to investigate and asked them to bring the latest weapons developed. Afterwards, Zhang Tianming sent back a bunch of data that made everyone drop their jaws. In the conference room, the old voice continued. According to the news that has been sent back, the vampire named Lu Qing seems to have single-handedly killed the heads of the two clans, the Bru and the Lembba, as well as all the high-ranking vampires. He also obtained the sacred artifact from the Bru ancestral mountain and has established his own clan, the Ching clan. The news also said that every one of the newly born Ching people seemed to have the aura of the blood of the vampire nobles. In other words, now or in the near future, the entire Eastern blood clan will only have the Ching clan left. This vampire named Lu Qing not only has incredibly strong stats, but even his family members could be extremely dangerous. After the old voice fell, a noisy discussion suddenly rang out in the conference room. How should we deal with such a powerful and rising family and such a terrifying vampire leader? Since Mr. Luo and Zhang Tianming had not returned yet, the important figures present could only speculate. The armed forces boss has never had a favorable impression of the vampires, and his words were more direct. If all the vampires in the East were united, then the troubles we have to solve would be much simpler. I propose that we deploy all weapons within range to flatten Yanjing Mountain, exterminate all the newly emerged Qing clan vampires, and then, at any cost, surround and kill the vampire named Lu Qing. This way, peace will reign in the East. The words of the armed forces boss were full of iron blood, but they were quickly questioned by the bosses of other departments. Ordinary firearms can no longer do anything to vampires above the rank of Marquis. Now we are not sure how many vampires of this level there are among the Ching clan. If we launch an attack and those Marquis-level vampires escape, coupled with the presence of Lu Qing, the leader of the Ching clan, can we withstand their wrathful counterattack? The rebuttal from the bosses of other departments made the hot-tempered boss of the armed forces a little irritable. He slammed the table hard. If anyone escapes, lure them to the sea, then activate the forbidden-level weapons and destroy them directly. If all else fails, let the dragon group die together at all costs. Even if we have to pile them up like a pile of people, we'll kill them, these damned vampires. The last voice of the armed forces boss was a little trembling. For thousands of years, the dragon group paid too much to stop the vampires from killing indiscriminately. However, this proposal was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. I disagree, this is not a long-term solution. What if the Western vampires come again in the future? The armed forces boss immediately started arguing. It's because your data department is too cowardly that those vampires are so arrogant in our east. Bah, you old fool, when has our data department ever been a coward? When has anyone died without our data department members? Humph. If you're not a coward, then go ahead and fight. Just as the two sides were arguing, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open, and Mr. Luo hurried in with Zhang Tianming. Perhaps he heard the noise from outside the door and Mr. Luo opened his voice and cursed. Fight? What are you fighting for? Fight for a ghost. Are the heads of you in the armed forces filled with cannonballs, let me tell you. Let alone deploying prohibited weapons, even if you fired all the weapons in stock, your armed forces still can't kill that vampire named Lu Qing. Instead, our entire dragon group will be reduced to ashes under his wrath. Don't you have brains? Don't let me do this kind of work anymore. I almost had a heart attack. Mr. Luo had witnessed too much on Yanjing Mountain before, and he was feeling shocked and stressed. But after hearing his senseless cursing, he felt a little better. Tianming, go up and tell them again the information they don't know yet. Zhang Tianming calmly walked to the center of the conference room, sorted out his thoughts, and slowly said, the previous information is only part of it. There are still many things that have not been recorded. The vampire named Lu Qing not only possesses the strength of a vampire duke, but also has two powerful vampire bats by his side. One is duke level and the other is prince level. Moreover, his vampire bloodline is completely different from what we have seen before, and seems to be a bloodline power that is more powerful than the royal bloodline. Furthermore, we followed him into the ancient battlefield in the ancestral mountain. There. Zhang Tianming paused for a moment. There, we discovered the disappeared ancient corpse clan, and Lu Qing devoured the blood of the corpse clan's ancestor there. As Zhang Tianming continued his story, the entire conference room fell into silence, with one being able to hear a pin drop. Everyone was so shocked by this unbelievable situation that they were speechless. We have reached a partial agreement with Lu Qing. As long as our dragon group doesn't bother him, he will even lead the Ching clan to help us stop the invasion of the Western Blood clan. And we brought back 2 drops of his blood. As he spoke, 2 small jade glass bottles appeared in Zhang Tianming's hands. The moment the bottle cap was opened, 2 completely different yet majestic and unbearable auras filled the entire venue. This aura is so powerful. So terrifying. Good, damn good. The smell of blood instantly made the old guys in the research department look almost perverted and intoxicated. They knew that these 2 drops of blood would bring about a new transformation for the entire dragon group. There was no sound in the entire conference room. Seeing this, Mr. Luo slowly stepped forward and finally said firmly, so for Lu Qing and his Ching clan, we can't afford to anger him. Don't mention any more attacks. After all, in a sense, he is guarding the east just like us. There was no response to Mr. Luo's words. Only the old voice slowly rang out, so, I wonder where that vampire named Lu Qing is now. Can I talk to him in person? As soon as this voice fell, the conference room exploded. Captain, you can't do that. You're just an ordinary person. If you face a vampire in person and something unexpected happens, we can't afford the loss. Yes, we're sorry, we can't agree with that. Seeing the noise breaking out in the conference room again, Mr. Luo had no choice but to yell, stop arguing. Then a helpless smile appeared on his face. Commander, you may not be able to see him for a while, because that guy went back to Jiang City to go to school, and he also said that if there is nothing to do, don't disturb him while he's at school. In the hilltop manor in Jiang City, Lu Qing was sitting under a huge parasol, leisurely browsing the news on his mobile phone, with a glass of iced watermelon juice on the table next to him. In the huge swimming pool in the yard, Kyukyu was lying on a duck-shaped steamboat and playing happily. Her cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. After the matter of Yanjing Mountain in the imperial capital was dealt with, he brought Su Lingway back to Jiang City again. The reason was simple. In a sense, he was still a sophomore at that second-rate university, and the semester was about to end, so there were still some activities in the class. Seeing that he and Su Lingway had not been to school for a long time, the tutor called to inquire about the situation. After Lu Qing thought about it, he brought Su Lingway back. After all, when he went to Yanjing Mountain in the imperial capital, he did not expect so many things to happen afterwards. Some of his personal belongings were still left in the newly purchased house in Jiang City. It was a good opportunity for him to come back to get them, and then move them all to Yanjing Mountain after the semester officially ended. Furthermore, on the Yanjing family side, most of the Ching clan members are sleeping and evolving in the ancestral mountain, and the Thousand Corpse clan are also absorbing yin energy in the ancient battlefield to improve their strength. Uncle Luo, the diligent and responsible housekeeper, was sent to the Magic City to take over the property of the Lembba tribe. Every minute and every second, his wealth is secretly growing by billions. Money was fine for him, the key was those blood crystals. The Ching tribe was evolving rapidly and urgently needed a large amount of blood crystals to provide energy. His 13 personal attendants were also arranged in an orderly manner. Number 2 to number 11, along with some of the Ching clan descendants, traveled across the country, trying their best to wipe out the remaining vampires of the Brutch and Lembba clans. As a duke, no. 13 was left in Yanjing Mountain to protect the family together with the blood-devouring king. Number 1 always stayed by his side, responsible for carrying the axe. His marquis servants, after this period of careful feeding, have reached the peak state of marquis. Basically, if they are fed once more, they can officially evolve into vampire dukes. All the personal servants have been fed with the blood of the ancestor of the Corpse clan. Perhaps because of their special status, their ability to absorb the ancestor's blood is exceptionally strong, and now the strength of their bodies has increased several times. Among them, number 1, who often worked as an axe-carrying laborer beside him, had successfully evolved into a duke on his way back to Jiang City. Its hard body emits a faint metallic luster when knocked, and it is almost indestructible. Avil temporarily returned to the main branch of the Lembba tribe. She said she could try to conceal the news of the branch's destruction for a month. The western main branch of the Brutch tribe will most likely only notice that their eastern branch has inexplicably lost contact, but will not receive any specific information. Since reaching an agreement with the dragon group, any vampires who attempt to enter the eastern territory will be informed of their location by the dragon group once they are detected, and then his personal servants will immediately rush over to eliminate the opponent. Both Lu Qing and the dragon group were very satisfied with the results of this cooperation. Just give it some more time, wait for the Ching clan's Zhu Yi to complete his evolution and the Corpse clan to fully awaken. By then, even if the 2 Western blood clans join forces to come to him, he will have the confidence to drive them back to the west. As a result, as the leader of the Ching clan, he had nothing to do for a while, so he simply took Su Lingway back to Jiang City to enjoy some leisure time. After all, in the previous period of time, he was either fighting, on the way to fight, or undergoing devouring evolution, which was really tiring. There is not even enough time to have a proper relationship, get married, and have children with the vampire school beauty. Lu Qing took a sip of the cold watermelon juice, swiped the screen of his phone, and saw a hot news that interested him. The news headline reads, "Unidentified creatures have recently appeared in many remote mountainous areas, causing panic among local residents." The title is very eye-catching. After clicking on it, I found that the content is roughly that recently, many residents in remote areas often hear fierce roars coming from the mountains and forests. Some people also claim to have seen unidentified creatures at night. Those creatures seemed to be fighting fiercely, and they were extremely fast, disappearing in a flash. The comments under the news are also varied. "What a coincidence. I went out to the bathroom last night and saw someone fly over my head." Location, Liangzhu. A building here suddenly collapsed for some unknown reason. I strongly suspect it was knocked down by a punch. Coordinates to High City, big news. My mom said she saw 2 people running on the sea this morning. There's a wealthy man here whose villa suddenly disappeared yesterday. It was razed to the ground. Is there some mysterious power here? More and more comments and related reports gradually pushed these matters to the top of the hot searches. and everyone began to wonder whether unidentified creatures or strange forces had appeared where they were. What's even more outrageous is that some people said they used their mobile phones to take pictures of alien spaceships taking away their neighbor's dog. Others said they felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was not right recently, and that some fellow Taoists might have to go through a tribulation. There are endless spoof comments like this. However, the official soon released a video to refute the rumors. Lu Qing clicked on the video and found that the person speaking was actually Mr. Luo from the Dragon Group, but in the video, his identity was a national-level professor of sociobiology. In the video, Mr. Luo said in a serious and righteous manner that the relevant departments attached great importance to the issues raised by the masses and had sent people to investigate and study them. The final result was that the so-called unidentified creatures did not exist at all, and the figures that appeared in some remote areas were actually caused by special forces exercises. As for other issues, it cannot be ruled out that they are related to the criminal acts of certain lawless elements, and they have been reported to relevant departments for follow-up processing. At the end of the video, Mr. Luo solemnly warned everyone, please don't believe in the stories of gods, ghosts, and strange creatures. These things don't exist in this world, we must believe in science. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help laughing out loud, still believe in science. Ha ha ha. This old man himself is the most unscientific existence. He's only 38, but he looks 83, and the blood flowing in his body isn't entirely human. But he knew in his heart that the Dragon Group was helping him cover up the noise caused by the frequent battles. Recently, Zhu Yi of the Ching clan, led by his personal servant, has been fighting all over the country, which inevitably caused some unnecessary noise. Fortunately, the Dragon Group helped solve these problems. And according to the news from the personal servants, the Dragon Group also seemed to be actively assisting them in cleaning up the remaining vampires. It seems the 2 drops of blood I gave them last time really satisfied the Dragon Group. How great is that? It's good for you, it's good for us, and it's good for everyone. Lu Qing sighed with a smile, put down her phone, and lay comfortably on the lounge chair, watching the ball playing in the swimming pool. The little girl's aura has been growing very fast recently, and she is about to break through. She has already become a very powerful little vampire. Moreover, the little girl had already awakened an ability called Dustless Land before she became an Earl. No one knows what new ability she will awaken when she breaks through to the Earl level. At this moment, Kyukyu, who had been playing with his head down, suddenly raised his face, wrinkled his nose, and seemed to be sniffing something carefully. Then he looked at Lu Qing with a serious expression and shouted, "Oh no, brother, I smell that beautiful sister seems to be making poison again." "What?" Hearing her shout, Lu Qing quickly sniffed the air and indeed smelled a faint burnt smell. She said helplessly, "Ah. It really is, she's cooking again." Lu Qing stood up helplessly and walked towards the house. In the past 2 days since returning to Jiang City, for some reason, the school beauty senior suddenly felt maternal and insisted on learning how to cook. But it was obvious that she had no talent in this area, and the things she made were often called poison by Kyukyu. But Su Lingway never got tired of it, and said that she must cook a table full of delicious food for him like a human girlfriend, so that she could capture his stomach and then his heart. Lu Qing couldn't refuse, but she wanted to say, "I'm a vampire, I don't need to eat." There was a burnt smell in the air just now, I didn't have to think about it. It must be that Su Lingway was cooking something again, and it ended up burnt. But before he could even get close to the kitchen, he was bumped into by Su Lingway, who was running towards him. Lu Qing gently lifted the little woman from his arms, kissed her, and asked with a smile, "Why are you running so fast? There's no time to explain, come with me." Su Lingway hurriedly grabbed his hand and ran to the kitchen. When she got to the kitchen, she said anxiously, "The gas at home suddenly went out and the food I cooked is almost ruined." Lu Qing looked at the dark mass in the pot. This dish was indeed hopeless. He asked curiously, "The gas is out. You pulled me over here, what do you want?" Su Lingway said seriously, "Hurry up and use your emperor flame to help me light the fire." Lu Qing hesitated and said carefully, "Using the emperor's flame to cook. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? After all, our emperor's flame is usually used to burn people or other vampires." Without saying anything, Su Lingway gave him a passionate kiss and urged, "Come on, hurry up. All right, get ready to start a fire. Stay away, it might be a little hot." The black flame that could burn and devour everything in the world was ultimately unable to save the dish carefully prepared by the school beauty senior. Even though Lu Qing had used the same strong control he had when he devoured the vampire duke to accurately control the heat, Su Lingway's dish was still burnt. When this black dish was served on the table, Lu Qing really couldn't bear to eat it. Helplessly, he had to coax Kyukyu to eat the dish. Seeing the pitiful look of the little girl wiping her eyes with her little hands while eating, Lu Qing felt distressed. In the end, he had no choice but to take the little girl to buy a whole box of lollipops and feed her a drop of ancient blood, which made the little girl fall asleep peacefully. When the night deepened, Lu Qing took advantage of the darkness and came to a forest outside the manor. He sat on a stone, waiting quietly. One carrying the huge axe stood silently behind him. There was a gentle breeze in the mountains and a bright moon hanging high in the sky. When a dark cloud slowly covered the moon and then slowly drifted away, hundreds of silent figures had already appeared silently in front of Lu Qing. At the front were several silent servants like corpses, and behind them were hundreds of blood yis from the Ching clan. They knelt on one knee in unison with their heads bowed respectfully. Meet the patriarch. Yeah. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his eyes swept over calmly. How's the recent progress? One of the Ching tribe members walked forward respectfully with an ancient badge pinned on his chest. This badge is the Ching clan's family badge that Su Lingway spent a lot of time and effort to carefully design. It is engraved with a pair of wings and a bloody rose. Reporting to the patriarch, during this period, under the leadership of the personal servants, 2/3 of all the vampires in the Eastern Territory have been wiped out. 238 vampires were taken back to the ancestral mountain blood pool for transformation. The Green Clan member methodically reported on the recent operations. Although Lu Qing's personal attendants are powerful, their ability to understand and express themselves is quite weak. They usually just follow Lu Qing's orders and rarely report to him. Therefore, it is usually the Ching tribe members who are responsible for reporting the situation. Upon hearing that another 238 vampires were brought to the ancestral mountain blood pool for transformation, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile with relief. His blood was integrated into the blood pool. As long as he could seriously injure vampires of other bloodlines and then throw them into the blood pool, he could directly transform them into the Ching bloodline. Of course, Lu Qing has to personally subdue the high-level vampires before they can be transformed. This means that the Ching clan will soon be able to add more than 200 Zuyi. He then inquired, what's the situation in the blood pool of Zushan? The Ching tribe member replied, currently 12 earls, 1 marquis, and the rest are viscounts. Oh. Lu Qing couldn't help but be a little surprised. It had only been a short time, but someone had already evolved to the marquis, and the number of earls had increased so alarmingly. It seems that the energy generated by the fusion of blood crystals, ancient bloodlines and ancestral bloodlines is indeed terrifying. It seems that everything is developing in an orderly manner towards a stronger and better direction. Lu Qing asked some other questions, then released a drop of blood, which gently bounced into the mouth of the Ching tribe member in front of him. This clan member was so excited that he immediately fell to his knees and prostrated himself. Thank you, patriarch, for your gift. This drop of blood containing the power of ancient bloodline is enough to make this Ching tribe, which has evolved into an earl, evolve rapidly again. In this way, he will be able to quickly reach the 3rd level of the ancestral mountain and evolve by enduring the bites of those marquis blood devourers. This is what you deserve. Absorb it well. Get up. You can go back to the blood pool of the ancestral mountain to absorb energy and let the other group go out hunting. Lu Qing gave the order in a calm tone, then waved his hand casually. Everyone go back and make less noise on the road. Yes. Following his command, all the Ching clan Zuyi instantly disappeared into the dark mountains and forests. They left quietly and silently like silent and powerful ghosts. After Zhu Yi of the Ching clan left, only his personal servants were left standing there quietly. Lu Qing fed each of his servants 2 drops of blood, 1 drop of ancestors' blood and 1 drop of ancient blood. Go to the huge bronze coffin in the basement tonight and sleep there. Absorb this power and then set out again after you have achieved the Duke's power. Yes, master. The servants made hoarse sounds, endured the severe pain, and rushed towards the basement of the manor. They will sleep in those huge bronze coffins, and when they wake up tomorrow, they will basically have evolved into vampire dukes. In this way, the 13 personal servants around Lu Qing will all evolve into vampire dukes. The reason why the personal servants were fed so frequently during this period was mainly because soon some Western vampires would try to sneak into the East and find out what was happening here. And these of his close servants, with the cooperation of the Dragon Group, will catch all the vampires who dare to spy and prolong the exposure time of the Yanjing incident as much as possible. 1 more month, just 1 more month, and it will be almost done. Lu Qing sighed softly, then took you back to the manor and went straight to the room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the door, the beautiful scenery in front of him instantly made him feel relieved. does this dress look good? When Su Lingway saw him come in, she spun lightly on the spot, showing off her graceful figure. She was wearing a vibrant outfit, a gray JK skirt, a hot little shirt, black stockings, and white sneakers. What style of dress is this? Lu Qing sat on the bed, patted his thigh, and motioned the school beauty to sit on his lap. Su Lingway put her arms around his neck and did not answer the question. Instead, she took out a vest and shorts, which was clearly a basketball uniform. Lu Qing was a little surprised and asked, "Why did you buy me a basketball uniform?" Su Lingway said with a smile, "Playing a game. This semester is almost over and the school is holding a basketball game. The instructor called this morning to ask if you would like to participate." How come Lu Qing has no recollection of this at all? Oh, right, it seems like I didn't take my phone with me this morning. Could it be? He had a vague feeling that something was not right and asked with a dark face. "So you agreed for me?" Su Lingway smiled happily. "Yeah, come on, join us. Your school career is about to end and you haven't experienced a basketball game yet. And I've also signed you up for the school sports meet." Lu Qing tried hard to suppress the urge to laugh and cry and said helplessly, "I am a vampire and a vampire duke. I'm going to play basketball. What about you?" Su Lingway stood up and turned around in front of him, showing off her attractive curves. "I'm cheering for you. This dress is for when I'm going to cheer you on." Oh my goodness, so that's how it is. Ever since the branch of the Brutch tribe was wiped out by Lu Qing, Su Lingway's heart not seemed to have been untied, and she became much more cheerful and lively, no longer the cold and icy person she used to be. But if the cool school beauty dressed like this to cheer him on, wouldn't it cause all the boys in the school to howl in despair? Lu Qing said with some worry, "I'm afraid that after I get on the court, I won't be able to play basketball, but instead I'll slap the person playing basketball and send him flying. Just pretend to be an ordinary person." Su Lingway advised kindly. But could this really be faked? Seeing that he still looked unhappy, Su Lingway instantly used her ultimate move, transforming from a young girl into a little goblin who could bewitch people. Her two warm lips gently touched Lu Qing's lips and then left immediately. "Promise me, okay?" That gentle voice seemed to carry a charming power. Lu Qing's attention was instantly diverted. It must be said that Su Lingway's clothes. It's really attractive, she's clearly tempting him. Who can resist this? Of course I can't tolerate that, just join in. I haven't played basketball much in all these years, so I just need to control my strength a little bit when the time comes. There is also the school sports meet. Just pick 2 events to participate in, and it's also nice to have such beautiful cheerleaders cheering us on. Su Lingway put her arms around his neck, her eyes flickering. "Hold me and take me to the coffin. Tonight I'm going to evolve to the marquis." Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly felt a dull pain in his body. Because every time Su Lingway wanted to evolve, she would bite him until his body was covered with tooth marks. That feeling was really a bit sour. In the second-floor room of the manor villa, Lu Qing crawled out of the coffin with teeth marks all over his body. He looked at Su Lingway, who had fallen into a deep sleep, with lingering fear. This little woman, perhaps because of the stimulation from Avril Lavigne before, always felt that she was not strong enough and lacked confidence. So she wanted to evolve herself wholeheartedly during this period of time, and became both proactive and strong. She would bite his neck or arm at any time, actively sucking his blood power. Sometimes, even when kissing him, she would take advantage of him not paying attention, gently bite his lips and suck a mouthful of blood, then float away with a satisfied expression and a smirk. This feeling is indeed a bit, but sometimes it can also bring unexpected happiness. Feeling the aura emanating from Su Lingway, it is estimated that when she wakes up from her slumber tomorrow, she will be able to evolve to the marquis. As for Lu Qing himself, he went straight to the balcony of the villa and quietly activated the bloodline of the corpse clan. Under the cover of moonlight, wisps of yin qi merged into his body, absorbing the yin qi from the moon's soul. This is a way for the Eastern Corpse clan to evolve. For me now, this little bit of yin qi is already difficult to improve the Corpse clan bloodline, but this cool feeling is quite comfortable. He stood in the moonlight all night, until he heard the fluctuations of Su Lingway's advancement to marquis in the room, and he came back to his senses from his comfortable state. As he walked into the room, a pair of soft arms immediately wrapped around his neck and then a joyful voice rang in his ears. "Hee, I've evolved to a marquis, my master of the family." At Jiang City Humanities University, as the semester is coming to an end, all departments in the college are extremely busy. There will be 2 large-scale events at the department level soon. One is a basketball game between departments, and the other is a sports meeting at the whole college level. For the instructors and students from all departments of the college, this is an important moment to bring honor to the class and win prizes. The Huxia department tutor was in the classroom, giving serious instructions about matters related to the basketball game. The somewhat balding young instructor said solemnly, "This basketball game is very different from previous ones. The winning departments and classes will be recognized as outstanding representatives of student activities and will receive awards and speeches in front of the entire school. Therefore, this is not just an ordinary basketball game, but also a battle of honor and spirit." The young mentor silently added in his heart, "This is also a good opportunity for bonus and promotion evaluation." Then he glanced at the students in the class. "There are still 2 days left. I hope the male students selected for the class basketball team will train hard. Put in your full energy, especially Lu Qing." At this point, the young instructor's eyes revealed a hint of resentment as he looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting by the window and a little distracted. Su Lingway gently poked Lu Qing, who was distracted, and reminded her, "The instructor is calling your name." Lu Qing came to his senses and saw that his instructor was looking at him. He immediately put on a serious and ready-to-go look. Then I heard the instructor's slightly complaining voice. "Student Lu Qing, there was originally no place for you on the basketball team. But I added you in after Su Lingway's strong recommendation. You look so thin, you must not exercise much. You need strong strength to play basketball, so during this period you must train hard. During the game, you must work closely with your teammates and fully support the main players." The young mentor spoke very tactfully. After all, in his opinion, although Lu Qing was tall, he was too thin. Playing basketball is a physical activity that involves physical collisions. With Lu Qing's small body, won't he be knocked down when he goes on the court? I can't lose my bonus and performance points because of this student. Thinking of this, the young instructor became even more depressed. He turned to Su Lingway and said, "Student Su Lingway, since you recommended Lu Qing, you have to supervise him these few days and make sure he practices well. After all, both of you haven't been to school much lately." After hearing this, Su Lingway raised her hand and responded loudly and happily, "Yes, I promise to complete the task. I will definitely supervise Lu Qing's training." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Lu Qing with a smug look on his face. "Did you hear that? My instructor asked me to supervise you. Classmate Lu Qing, I'm seriously warning you. If you don't train well, I'll tell my instructor about it and have him deduct your credits. I'll see how you graduate, hehe." Seeing the little woman acting like she was taking a feather as a token of authority, Lu Qing smiled helplessly and muttered softly, "What kind of training is this? I can throw the ball into the basket with one hand with my eyes closed from 500 meters away. How can I train like this?" Although his voice was very low, it was still heard by the person sitting behind him. A voice filled with contempt came out. 500 meters and you can throw the ball into the basket with one hand. If you can throw it in, I will eat it on the spot. You brag without thinking, you really can boast." Lu Qing turned his head slowly and saw that it was Zhang Tianhao who spoke. Zhang Tianhao is a member of the basketball team. Although he plays in a fancy way, his skills are indeed good. Looking at his contemptuous expression, Lu Qing sighed helplessly, wondering why this guy always picks on him. Why bother? He replied meaningfully, "You're speaking so loudly. It seems that your body, which was frightened by the evil spirit before, has completely recovered. Are you no longer weak?" Zhang Tianhao was unlucky before and had his blood sucked by Su Lingway. Later, he encountered a strange thing when taking an exam and his answers were changed. He once thought that he was possessed by evil spirits and was so scared that he fell seriously ill. Later, during the days of classes, I had a master with me every day, and many people laughed at me for several days. Hearing Lu Qing mention these things again, Zhang Tianhao's face darkened. "Humph, no matter how weak I am still better than you. Skinny arms and legs, when the time comes to go on stage, don't get knocked to the ground and unable to get up." Lu Qing smiled and turned back, too lazy to argue with him anymore. She wondered whether to let him eat the ball on his own initiative or feed it to him herself. This unlucky child. At this moment, Su Lingwei beside him frowned and said irritably, "That annoying woman is here again." Lu Qing naturally sensed that aura as well and smiled and comforted her. "It's okay. She's not a student of this school anyway, so you won't run into her." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a blonde woman in high heels suddenly appeared at the classroom door. It was Saint Avil, who had run back from the main line of the Lembba tribe. "Oh my God, look, there's a beautiful girl. So pretty, so hot. And she has a great body. A foreign beauty, love it. This figure is amazing." Suddenly seeing a charming foreign girl standing at the classroom door, the boys in the class immediately burst into low humming and their eyes glowed green. Zhang Tianhao leaned forward to look around, a smile on his face. Tusk tusk, this foreign girl is so attractive. Which class is she from? No way, I want this girl." As he said that, he kicked the younger brother sitting next to him out and said, "Go, find out everything for me. I want all the information about this girl within the hour. Move over so she can sit next to me later." There were many rich young men in the class who had the same idea. Without exception, they all stared at Avil with gazes so intense that they seemed to be able to see through her. Even if Avil didn't release the aura of the vampire, her natural charm was enough to make these ordinary young men obsessed with her. The young instructor at the podium noticed the sudden commotion in the class, frowned, and looked towards the classroom door. He paused for a moment, then subconsciously smoothed his already sparse hair with his hand. He forced what he considered his most gentle and kind smile and asked, "Student, what brings you to our class?" Hearing the question, Avil glanced around the class, a slightly shy and somewhat resentful expression on her face. She timidly whispered, "Excuse me, I'm here to look for my fiancé." Hearing the word fiancé, the young mentor's eyes dimmed instantly. "Oh. So that's how it is," Avil then said in a soft voice. "My fiancé is very good and I love him very much. But a while ago he suddenly left saying he wanted to go back to school, so I came here on my own and brought our child with me." At this point, Avil looked at her flat belly with a maternal glow on her face. "Even though he doesn't want this child, I still want to give birth to him. After all, this is the fruit of our love." Lu Qing in the seat was stunned. This acting is too exaggerated. As Avil spoke, everyone seemed to imagine a large-scale idol drama in which a pregnant girl was abandoned and traveled thousands of miles to find her husband. The young teacher on the stage was furious, but he couldn't bear to blame this seemingly gorgeous but actually pitiful, beautiful girl. He could only ask angrily, "So your fiancé is in my class? Who is he? Tell me and I'll definitely make a decision for you." Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second he saw Avil with a sly smile, her snow-white finger pointed at him crisply. "That's him." Seeing Avil's snow-white finger pointing playfully at Lu Qing in the back row of the class, the young instructor was stunned for a moment and repeated in disbelief, "Lu Qing." Avil put on a pitiful look, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "That's him." Then she said in a self-pitying tone, "I got pregnant with his child, but he just walked away. But I loved him so much, how could I bear to give up? I had no choice but to come all the way here. It's because my heart was tied to that bad guy." The young instructor looked at Lu Qing in a daze, then asked with a puzzled look on his face, "But doesn't Lu Qing have a girlfriend, classmate Su Lingway?" Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Avil. Avil showed a sad smile. "Yes, I know she is my good sister. It's because we both fell in love with the same man." At this moment, even the young instructor couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This plot was too melodramatic. The male compatriots in the audience were already stunned. What the hell? Pregnant yet still searching for her husband across thousands of miles. And two sisters falling in love with the same man? What a beautiful girl. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? However, just as they were discussing this, everyone suddenly felt as if a voice was ringing in their ears. The next moment, the entire class froze. After Lu Qing activated the Time Zero domain, his figure instantly appeared beside Avil, staring at her coldly with a forced smile. After time and space froze, the pure and pitiful expression on Avil's face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and her peerless and charming temperament reappeared. She asked with a smile, "How's my acting?" "Two such beautiful girls like you at the same time, one of them is pregnant and has traveled thousands of miles to find her husband. They confessed their love to you in front of everyone. Do you feel proud?" Lu Qing's eyelids twitched and he sneered, approaching her step by step. "You traveled thousands of miles to find your husband, right? You brought your child home, right? You want to make a name for yourself, right?" As he said that, he slapped her in the face. Seeing Avil frowning and stroking her buttocks, Lu Qing clapped his hands in dissatisfaction this time and then returned to his seat. The Time Zero field was lifted and the classroom returned to normal. However, Avil's walking posture became a little unnatural. After all, Lu Qing's current power was no joke. Avil once again put on a pitiful look and looked at the young mentor. "Can I sit next to him for a while?" The young instructor finally realized that he shouldn't have let this pregnant girl stand at the door that long. He quickly said, "Then hurry over. Now that you've found him, you need to have a good talk. Young people, you must be responsible and take responsibility for your actions." When he said the last sentence, the young mentor glared at Lu Qing fiercely. Su Lingway said with a cold face and expressionless face, "What should I do if I really want to twist my tutor's head off?" The look in his eyes just now. "And this nasty woman, I really want to bite her to death." As she spoke, the cold and beautiful school beauty gritted her teeth fiercely. At this time, Avil slowly walked to Lu Qing's seat under the gaze of all the students. She looked at Su Lingway for a while and finally looked at Zhang Tianhao sitting in the back seat in a compromising manner. Avil gave Zhang Tianhao an extremely gentle smile. Be good, little brother, sit inside or I'll twist your head off. Huh. Zhang Tianhao was stunned. He subconsciously moved a little further inside, wondering in his heart, how could such words come out of the mouth of a girl who looked so pure and gentle? He must be hallucinating. He must be hallucinating. After the blonde girl sat down next to him, a faint fragrance came over him, making him dizzy and his eyes became a little dazed. He thought to himself, how could such a beautiful girl get pregnant? And she's pregnant with the guy in front of her. Su Lingway, do you have any objections? Lu Qing asked without even turning around. Why did you come back from the west again? In fact, Lu Qing already knew in advance that Avil had returned from the west. When Avil crossed the eastern border, she was monitored by the dragon group and notified. It's just that Avil has his mark in her body, so he didn't care too much. He also guessed that Avil might come to see him, but who could have imagined that this woman would appear in this way while he was in class? It was simply outrageous. Avil, who was sitting behind Lu Qing and Su Lingway, lazily lay on the table and said with a smile, "It's too boring to stay in the West family, and my sister has been away for a few days and I miss you so much." Su Lingway couldn't stand it any longer, so she turned around and stared at her fiercely. "Why are you thinking about my man for no reason?" Avil blinked. "Haha, don't be so stingy, good sister." Hearing this title, Su Lingway smiled lightly. "Sister is old, but you are always so shameless." The little woman's counterattack can be said to have grasped the key point. In terms of lifespan, Avil is indeed 300 years older than her, a true older girl. Avil smiled charmingly, not losing the upper hand at all. "When you are older, you know how to care for others better. When you were young, you didn't know how good your sister was and mistakenly treated girls as treasures." Su Lingway sighed slowly. "Sister, you are really good at talking. You are worthy of being an old lady who has lived for 600 years. When Avil heard the word old aunt, something strange flashed in her eyes. She tapped the table lightly with her slender fingers and actually knocked a hole directly on the aluminum alloy tabletop. "Oh my God." Zhang Tianhao looked at her finger with a look of astonishment and subconsciously asked, "What the hell is 600 years?" Avil blew a breath at Zhang Tianhao, who had a dazed look on his face and stretched out a finger to lift his face to the side. "Be good, adults are talking, children should not interrupt." Seeing that the fight between the two was about to break out, Lu Qing had no choice but to show the dignity of the head of the family and said in a deep voice, "Stop making trouble and talk about business." Avil then became a little serious. "I have mobilized all the power in the family to help you keep it secret for as long as possible. The Brutch tribe has become suspicious about the loss of contact with their eastern branch. Now, thanks to the people from the dragon group who are keeping an eye on them for you, the vampires from the west can't get in for the time being. But I got the news that they are looking for peepers recently, preparing to directly spy on the situation here. Once they discover the truth, even if the dragon group issues a warning, they will send people over and they might even leak the news to my family." Lu Qing listened quietly. It seemed that Avil had not been idle during the time she returned to the family. She had used all kinds of methods. Moreover, with her power as a saint, she was able to conceal the disappearance of the branch for a period of time. It seems that the power hidden by this woman in the main branch family is not small. He thought for a moment and asked, "How long can we keep it secret?" Avil said softly, "About half a month, at most half a month. By then both tribes will know what's happening here. So in half a month you might be facing attacks from two powerful vampire clans at the same time." Lu Qing's eyes narrowed. Half a month. He originally thought it could last a month, but half a month is half a month. Anyway, everything in the ancestral mountain is developing steadily, and it's time for the Ching clan to officially appear in front of all the blood clans. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Tianhao's weak voice came. Can you please tell me if I need to step aside? It sounds like you're talking about something really great, something about vampires, devouring, subjugating." Zhang Tianhao's eyes were dull and he felt as if he was in an absurd dream. "What's wrong with me? Why am I hearing these strange things? Aren't we all just ordinary students? Why do they say things that are completely different from what I know?" He looked at them bitterly and said, "I just want to ask, I heard everything you said, is there any problem?" Seeing his expression, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He said with a smile, "You heard these things, so of course there's something wrong. You know too much, so I have to twist your head off." Zhang Tianhao shuddered violently, then suddenly remembered something and muttered absent-mindedly, I knew it, you're not human at all. I must be possessed by evil spirits. The last time my paper was marked, was it you guys who did it? Ah, don't come over here. Stay away from me." Avil leaned forward, getting closer to the unlucky guy and cast him a seductive glance. Congratulations, you guessed it all right. Come look into my eyes. Zhang Tianhao obediently turned his head and looked into Avil's eyes. Then his eyes gradually became blurred and he softly repeated Avil's words. I didn't hear anything just now, I just felt a little weak and tired recently and then I fell asleep. Bang. After saying that, Zhang Tianhao fell headfirst onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qing looked at the guy kindly and sighed, It's good to be young, you can fall asleep right away. Huaxia Theological Seminary, Dragon Group Base. On the underground floor, there was an extremely spacious space. In the center of the space stood a huge square display. Whenever monitoring is required, complex monitoring images will be projected onto this giant display. Below the monitor is an operating table that can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. The technical staff of the Dragon Group uses various high-tech equipment to monitor the trace information of all abnormal species, assess their danger level, and develop corresponding solutions. Decisions such as whether to intercept, whether to carry weapons, how many Dragon team members to send, etc. are all made here. At this moment, the entire base was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere. Hundreds of technical staff were staring at the giant monitor above them while working nervously on the computers in front of them. Rapid voices echoed in the empty space. Signs of large-scale vampire activity detected in the border area. Level raised, all personnel prepared for tracking. As an electronic command sounded, the image on the giant display kept changing, and finally densely packed red dots of light appeared. Each red dot of light represents a Western vampire about to enter the border area. At this moment in the border area, these red spots are gathering rapidly. Damn it, these Western vampires never miss a day of wanting to step into the East. Especially during this period, they're just trying like crazy to sneak in. Everyone, keep your eyes open, don't miss a single one. The head of the technical department cursed viciously. He knew in his heart that the reason these Western vampires were so eager to infiltrate recently was to find out what happened on Yanjing Mountain and why the two branches disappeared for no reason. At the command, the Dragon Group's technical department started working at full capacity. Report. A small group of Western vampires has been spotted in the Western Border Mountains. There are approximately 36 of them. Monitoring shows that the most powerful one seems to be led by a Marquis. Report. Traces of some vampires have been discovered in the East Daxia Sea. They are suspected to have come from the sea. There are two marquises. As reports came in, the face of the head of the technical department became more and more solemn. During this period, the Dragon Group has repeatedly prevented the invasion of the Western vampires, but the vampires that are attacking now are becoming stronger and stronger. Initially, they only sent vampire barons to investigate, and later they sent earls. Now the Western vampires have even sent a team of Marquis level. Damn it, I don't know how many people will die this time. In order to stop these vampires, the Dragon Group has sacrificed a large number of members, and this is when the Green Clan blocked most of the Western vampires. The Dragon Group only intercepted those vampires that the Green Clan could not take care of for the time being, and even so, they suffered considerable losses. Notify the combat department. Have them bring the latest equipment from the R&D and weapons departments. Throw back all those Western gadgets at any cost. At the end, the tone of the head of the technical department became particularly heavy. Yes, the technicians picked up their communicators and were about to notify various departments to go and intercept, but suddenly they froze in place. Because they saw on the giant display screen that a group of green dots appeared in the border area where the red dots appeared. There are not many green light spots, but each one is dazzling. The brighter the color of the light spot, the stronger the corresponding vampire energy. Those green spots of light were rushing towards the red spots of light at an extremely fast speed fearlessly. It's Zhu Yi from the Ching clan. A technician was clearly familiar with this situation, but still a little puzzled. How did Zhu Yi from the Ching clan arrive so quickly today? Moreover, the intensity of the light spot shows. It's actually a Duke-level Ching clan member leading the team. The head of the technical department instantly rushed to the bottom of the display screen, looking up at the dots of light. His face was first filled with surprise, then with delight. Oh my god, is it really Duke-level? Aren't the Ching clan's previous deployments usually marquises? Could it be that the Ching clan on Yanjing Mountain have successfully evolved? After Mr. Luo's last report, all the senior leaders of the Dragon Group had a general understanding of the situation regarding Yanjing Mountain. There are two powerful races sleeping in the ancestral mountain. One is the Blood clan and the other is the Eastern Corpse clan. As long as they are given a certain amount of time, they can complete their evolution. This is also the reason why the Dragon Group has been trying at all costs to prevent the Western vampires from spying on them during this period. On the display, wherever red dots appeared, a group of green dots, representing the Ching clan, were constantly moving. The intersection of red and green meant the two sides had officially started fighting. Those red dots disappeared so quickly. Hundreds of technical department staff couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock and joy as they watched the red dots disappear quickly. In less than 10 minutes, there was no red dot on the display screen, only a dazzling green light. Watching this scene, the head of the technical department took a deep breath. Amazing. Ching clan, I'm afraid there must be 12 Duke-level blood yis dispatched today. No, I have to tell the chief about this. The head of the technical department turned around and shouted, "Where's the chief? Is he up there?" Soon someone responded loudly, "Boss, the chief went to Jiang City yesterday." The head of the technical department was stunned for a moment and didn't react. "Why are you going to Jiang City? It seems like he's going to some school sports meet." "I heard that the leader of the Qing clan, Lu Qing, is participating in a competition at that school, and the leader said he'd go show his support." The head of the technical department almost spit out his saliva. What? A leader of the Qing tribe and a leader of the Dragon Group are actually going to participate in the sports meeting. Are they playing house? In the bustling stadium of Jiang City Humanities University, countless students are sweating profusely. Pretty girls were cheering on the sidelines. On the playground, the basketball game was in full swing. The leader of the Qing tribe, Lu Qing, was wearing a basketball jersey with a big 9 printed on it. He listened to the cute cheers of countless girls and drank a sip of the iced watermelon juice specially prepared by Su Lingway with great comfort. He also expressed his opinions from time to time. "Well, this three-pointer is beautiful. Zhang Tianhao is quite talented. Oh, this pass was too bad it was intercepted. Wow, that block was incredible, awesome." Lu Qing, sitting in the reserve seat, watched the game with great interest. Outside the stadium, Su Lingway, wearing a beautiful team uniform and holding 2 colorful pompadours, walked up to the department instructor with a look of dissatisfaction on her face and asked coldly, "Why is Lu Qing still sitting there as a substitute after 4 games? He doesn't even have a chance to play." Originally, Su Lingway wore this dress because she wanted to accompany Lu Qing to participate in the competition. As a result, the game was almost in the final with only 2 teams left, but Lu Qing was still sitting on the bench and had not played a single game. The key point is that the guy looked very comfortable and enjoying himself, which made Su Lingway feel very uncomfortable. The young mentor maintained due respect for this student who was said to have a strong background and had donated 5 million to the department. He smiled and explained, "Student Su Lingway, you know that student Lu Qing's training time is too short, and his athletic performance is not outstanding, and his physical fitness is not very strong. Being a substitute player is already very good. Besides, it's the crucial moment of the finals now. You can see that the players from the other department are all furious. It would be bad if they hurt Lu Qing during a collision." Su Lingway said patiently, "Lu Qing is already very good at playing basketball. If you let him play, he will definitely win the championship." The young instructor clearly didn't believe it, but it was difficult to directly refute it, so he said, "I understand how you feel. But you see, the main players on the court are playing very well, so there's no need for Lu Qing to play for the time being." Seeing the young mentor like this, Su Lingway was too lazy to waste any more words. In fact, she would be satisfied as long as she could see Lu Qing play once, but this guy didn't even have a chance. Su Lingway felt that she had worn this outfit in vain today. Just then, a breeze blew by, and one of our players suddenly twisted his ankle for unknown reasons when he landed. After checking the injury, the referee found that the player's injury was not serious, just some pain, and suggested that he leave the field and rest for a while. The referee then turned his attention to the substitute player Lu Qing, who was watching the game leisurely on the side. "Come on, substitute number 9, you go on the court." The referee then looked at the spot where the player had fallen, somewhat puzzled. The ground was clean and there was nothing there. How could he have fallen? Strange. Just like that, Lu Qing was forced onto the court. Before going on stage, he looked helplessly at Su Lingway, who was smiling slyly. Just now, this little woman had even resorted to using her spiritual power to get him on stage. "All right, just go on the court. But don't accuse me of bullying." Lu Qing shook his hands helplessly and took the ball passed by his teammate. When his teammates were ready to receive the pass from him, he simply reached out, stood at the midfield line, and shot an ultra-long 3-pointer, which went in hollow and looked very handsome. Under the vibrant sunlight, the basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, it quietly drilled into the red and white basketball net. This was an ultra-long-range three-pointer shot from near the midfield line, and even the referee on the court couldn't help but be stunned. Beep. The referee, having come to his senses, quickly blew the whistle, announcing the score was valid. The players who were fighting hard on the field also came to their senses at the whistle. Wow, I'm so lucky. Just came on the court and shot a three-pointer and it went in. This guy doesn't look very strong, how come he has so much strength? Zhang Tianhao, his own player, sweating profusely, looked at Lu Qing with a look of surprise and a hint of jealousy, his eyes slightly gloomy. Humph, you're so lucky, I hope you can keep this good luck and don't let someone break your nose. Hearing Zhang Tianhao's sour ridicule, Lu Qing showed a playful smile on his face. Why did you sleep well in class yesterday? Zhang Tianhao's eyes flickered instantly and he thought to himself, how does this guy know? Yesterday morning, I don't know what happened, but I actually fell asleep in class, and there was a beautiful girl sitting next to me. Normally, as long as there is a pretty girl around, my lustful blood will definitely be full of energy. How could I fall asleep at such a critical moment? Not only that, but when I woke up, I had a terrible headache, as if I had just had a nightmare. It was so weird that I felt a bit off during the game today. Zhang Tianhao shook his head, throwing away these messy thoughts, and said stubbornly, even if I'm not in good shape, a rookie like you can't compare to me. Just pass the ball honestly and watch me shine on the court. Zhang Tianhao gave a provocative look and suddenly turned his head. His long bangs drew an arc in the air, instantly causing a burst of crazy screams from the girls on the sidelines. This guy is really good looking and has some little fans at school. The game continued. Lu Qing's team was behind, while the opponent was leading by 12 points with only 20 minutes left. With such a time and score disadvantage, it is not easy to turn the situation around, and players on both sides are trying their best. Lu Qing, who had been roaming around the outside court, finally received the pass. Without a word, he jumped up and shot another three-pointer. Again, oh, this guy can do it. 2 three-pointers, just incredible luck. Regardless of whether it was luck or not, scoring a goal is a great encouragement for a team in trouble. Zhang Tianhao's eyes flickered as he ran in the inner court, cursing in his heart. Damn it, you'll be in trouble soon. Sure enough, after Lu Qing hit another long-range three-pointer, the captain of the opposing team instantly became alert and shouted at a big man who was 2 meters tall and weighed over 250 kilograms. That guy is a bit weird, Dazhuang, you go keep an eye on him. The burly man named Dazhuang immediately threw away the player who was defending him and rushed towards Lu Qing like a bulldozer. Just at this moment, Lu Qing received the pass. The fat on Dazhuang's face trembled, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his small eyes. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll let you taste the power of my Dazhuang meat bomb. The obese body, more than 2 meters tall, rushed towards Lu Qing, who had already jumped like a meat bomb. Dazhuang controlled his body and launched a fierce collision in a non-violent manner. Don't blame me if you get hurt. I'm still waiting to get the championship trophy and confess my love to the class beauty. When Dazhuang thought of the beautiful girl in the class, he suddenly became full of motivation, and the force of his collision became much greater. He jumped high, raised his arms, and rammed his shoulders into Lu Qing's chest. He seemed to have seen that even before he landed, this gentle-looking but thin player number 9 would be knocked away by the impact of his meat bomb. However, the imagined scene did not occur. Just as the two bodies collided in the air, a crisp crack sound was heard. This big man, who was over 2 meters tall and weighed more than 250 kilograms, felt as if his shoulder had hit an extremely hard iron plate. No, even a hard iron plate was not as hard as this. The next moment, his strong body fell directly to the ground, covering the shoulder that had just been hit and howling in pain. Ah, my shoulder. At this moment, a gentle voice came from my ear. Don't worry, it's okay, your shoulder is just dislocated. Luckily, you didn't use your full strength. This sound left Dazhuang completely puzzled. How could he, a fat man weighing over 200 pounds, not be able to knock down this skinny-looking player and even break his shoulder? At the same time, the referee's whistle sounded. 3-pointer, the score is valid. Good boy, not only was he not knocked down, he even scored a goal. The intense shame and pain made Dazhuang no longer want to get up. The school doctor nearby rushed over to check the injury and found that it was a dislocated shoulder. He decisively prepared to carry away the big man weighing more than 200 pounds on a stretcher. A school doctor looked at Lu Qing with some doubt and asked, "Are you okay?" The school doctor had just stood where. It was just in time to see the big guy using his shoulder to hit Lu Qing's chest with great force. But the result was that the big guy fell to the ground, while the thin player seemed to be fine. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, then patted his chest and said proudly, I'm fine, don't look at me because I don't look strong, but I'm actually very strong. Look, I'm in great shape. Looking at the number 9 player pounding his chest hard, the school doctor was speechless. It seemed that he was really fine, so they asked someone to carry the big guy to the infirmary. The big guy lay on the stretcher, pretending to be extremely weak, and shouted, "Quick! Go tell the class beauty that I Dazhuang was bravely injured in this battle of honor. Please, please don't let her come to see me." After a minor incident, the opponent's substitute player came on the court and the game continued. But the atmosphere on the court became a little weird. After seeing Lu Qing withstand De Zhuang's collision and make a perfect three-pointer, the players intentionally or unintentionally passed the ball to him. No matter how many balls he received, Lu Qing would jump directly and then steadily shoot a hollow three-pointer. What's even more bizarre is that in the eyes of others, the height of his jump is different every time he shoots the ball, which depends entirely on the opponent defending him. No matter how high his opponent jumps, he will jump a few dozen centimeters more, always maintaining the same height, just to prevent his opponent from blocking his shot. Zhang Tianhao on the court hasn't touched the ball for a long time. What is he touching? Just keep shooting three-pointers until you win the game. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, this guy seems to be pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. With this shooting accuracy, he should be qualified to be a professional guard. The young mentor outside the field had a complicated expression on his face, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. I laughed because it seemed like I was sure to win the game and the department prize money was secured. I wanted to cry because I had been slapped in the face. In fact, for Lu Qing on the court playing basketball with the strength of a vampire duke, he felt a little embarrassed and always felt that he was bullying the weak. Not to mention three-pointers, he could even make a 7-point, 8-point, or 10-point shot with his eyes closed. Moreover, even if dozens of players come and hit him together, as long as they can make him move his feet, he will lose. How shameful! Lu Qing sighed to himself as he shot another perfect three-pointer. At this point, almost all the attention outside the court was on him, and the other players only had to pass the ball to him. Oh my god, it's in again. How many is this? It's the 10th one, right? Is there anyone who can help him? He's too abnormal. What's the name of this handsome boy? So sunny, so handsome, I love it. He has a girlfriend, 2 of them, I don't believe it. Where are they? Look, those 2 at the front of the cheerleading team who dance the best. Everyone's attention turned to the other side, where they saw the cheerleaders holding colorful flowers and dancing to cheer on the sidelines. The spotlight was completely stolen by the 2 incredibly beautiful girls at the front. One was wearing a JK skirt, stockings, and white sneakers with long red hair looking cool and youthful. The other was wearing hot shorts, a red jersey revealing her slim waist and long hair looking extremely hot and charming. Both of them had a rare and stunning face and graceful figure. Whenever Lu Qing scored a goal, these 2 little devils would cheer and shout, "Come on." Their eyes were filled with nothing but Lu Qing, which made all the male compatriots present stare in amazement. It's so damn hateful. If these 2 sisters cheered me on, I could blow up the basketball. Senior Lingwei is fine, but the problem is the girl next to the school beauty. She even claimed to be Lu Qing's fiancée. She traveled thousands of miles to find her husband while pregnant. The news has spread. It's so perverted, it feels like we are not from the same world as him. With a burst of noise, Lu Qing on the court suddenly ran as fast as the wind, bypassing all the defenders and teammates, and then made a powerful slam dunk, bringing this strange basketball game to a perfect end. Su Lingway and Avil from the cheerleading team had smiles of joy of victory on their faces. Half a month later, the central square of Yanjing Mountain in the imperial capital has been renovated. Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the stone platform at the top of the square, with a hot and thin black mist lingering around his body. This was the form of the Emperor Flame after being infinitely diluted. Black fog spread across the central square, with about 30 figures standing quietly in it. Among them are 13 personal servants, and the remaining 20 or so are all Zuyi of the Ching clan. They were shrouded in black mist, and there was a sizzling sound all around them, but everyone had an intoxicated look on their face, as if the power in the black mist made them crazy. After a long time, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the endless black mist automatically returned to his body. He changed into a more comfortable sitting position, looked at his clansmen who had opened their eyes simultaneously, and said, "Very good. It won't be long before you can evolve into dukes. Our Ching clan will soon have over 30 dukes. Which clan can compare to that? After returning from Jiang City, this kind of group feeding has been going on for some time. Among these more than 30 figures, except for the 13 personal servants who have evolved into dukes, The other more than 20 Qing clan Zhu Yi have also reached the peak of the Blood Clan Marquis. This was the result of less than a month's work, achieved through the combined efforts of the blood pool in the ancestral mountain and Lu Qing's bloodline. What is even more astonishing is that these Qing people who became marquises all possessed the blood of the royal vampire clan and had awakened two abilities. Moreover, their bodies, tempered by the blood of the corpse clan's ancestors, are several times tougher than those of ordinary vampire marquises. Next, you will go to the third level of Zushan and strive to evolve to the Duke as soon as possible. After Lu Qing gave his instructions to the Qing people who were about to evolve into dukes, he spread his black wings and flew into the ancestral mountain first. He has more important things to do today. The ancient corpses sleeping in the 1,000 sarcophagi are about to wake up. Lu Qing went straight to the 4th floor of the ancestral mountain, fed the blood-devouring king a drop of blood, and then entered the ancient battlefield. As soon as he stepped in, he was shocked by the strong fluctuations between heaven and earth. On the bumpy ground, the 1,000 sarcophagi were jumping around like rabbits, and there were constant bang-bang sounds coming from the sarcophagi, as if the corpses inside were struggling hard to get out. After more than half a month of absorbing yin energy, these ancient corpses are finally about to break out of their cocoons. The stone coffins that were jumping around stopped moving the moment they sensed Lu Qing's breath and gathered under him obediently, like 1,000 good babies quietly waiting to be fed. Seeing this, Lu Qing found it a little funny and said, "Why can't you get out by yourself? It seems you're still a little short of the right time." He had sensed that each sarcophagus was emitting fluctuations at least equivalent to the aura of a vampire marquis. In other words, each of the corpses in these 1,000 sarcophagi has the strength of a marquis. In addition, they are immune to most physical attacks, so they will have no problem fighting two vampire marquises alone. But at this moment, they still lack a little bit of strength, which prevents them from breaking through the restrictions on the sarcophagus. So after sensing Lu Qing's aura, these 1,000 stone coffins all conveyed an extremely urgent emotion, so strong that it seemed as if countless low voices were echoing throughout the world. "Ancestor, I want to go out. Get out, kill." Lu Qing sensed this urgency, smiled, and opened the ancestral bloodline. His arms instantly expanded and a purple-gold color spread out. His loud voice rang out between heaven and earth, "Don't worry, I'll let you out right away." As his words fell, the purple-gold color representing the bloodline power of the corpse clan's ancestors suddenly surged, slowly enveloping the 1,000 stone coffins, infusing the last trace of bloodline power into these corpse clan members who had vanished for countless years. Today, they would awaken. When Lu Qing entered the ancient battlefield of Zushan, the dragon group base under the Huaxia Theological Seminary fell into chaos. On the huge display screen on the underground floor, countless red dots appeared almost simultaneously in the eastern border area, and the densely packed red dots converged into a vast ocean of red. There are dozens of extremely bright red dots among them, and each of these red dots represents a marquis-level Western vampire. Report: a large number of Western vampires have been discovered invading the East Daxia Sea. Report: 2 groups of vampires appeared simultaneously in the South Daxia Sea. Report: a group of approximately 100 vampires have invaded the inland area, and the presence of 3 marquis-level vampires has been detected among them. Report: 2 groups of vampires have invaded the Demon City, and the number of marquises has reached 32. The entire hall echoed with such roars. A technical monitor looked at the densely packed red dots on the display screen, at least 16 of which represented marquis-level vampires. His voice trembled, "This is crazy, this is crazy. The Brutch and Lembba tribes actually dispatch so many high-level vampires. Is this an attempt to devour Yanjing Mountain?" Then desperately he shouted, "Detection indicates that the nearest Western vampires have invaded 300 kilometers inland and are heading straight for the imperial capital. Armed forces, personnel, intercept them immediately." Following his roar, similar shouts were heard from everywhere. Coordinates. "They need to be intercepted. Coordinates. 12 marquis-level heads, send someone to intercept them as soon as possible. Where are the people? Hurry up, we can't stop them if we're any later." Many people's eyes turned red with anxiety and their voices became hoarse. In the center of the room, the old dean, the head of the dragon group, stood beneath the giant screen, his aged face filled with sternness. The tech boss next to him was yelling out instructions. After receiving a piece of urgent data, he suddenly said in frustration, "Damn it, we've sent out all 108 dragon teams and it's still not enough. It's not enough at all." After saying this, he angrily smashed the data display in his hand to the ground, grabbed the collar of Zhang Tianming who was standing next to him, spitting in his face and demanded, Where is the Ching tribe? Why didn't the Ching vampires show up today? Didn't you guys reach an agreement? At this critical moment, why are those Ching vampires nowhere to be seen? Zhang Tianming wiped the spit from his face also full of anger. You think I didn't ask? With so many vampires invading together tonight, how can I not be anxious about such a big thing? I went to Yanjing Mountain to look for that person a long time ago, but Yanjing Mountain was completely engulfed in a ball of black fire, and none of us could get in. The irritable boss from the technical department was stunned and unconsciously let go of his hand. After thinking for a moment, he became even more angry. I knew that those guys in Yanjing Mountain were unreliable. They must be hiding. All the agreements they made before were bullshit. Once those two main branches of the Western clans invade with all their might, they'll K it. This is to wipe out our dragon team. Do you know that every minute that passes, someone from the dragon team might die? Zhang Tianming was speechless because he went to Yanjing Mountain in person as soon as he detected signs of border invasion. But what greeted him was a huge wall filled with black flames. He could not enter at all. The communicator could not receive any signal, and the satellite monitoring screen was pitch black. It seemed that Yanjing Mountain had completely lost contact. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Tianming's thin face was full of ferocity and his eyes were bloodshot. However, the old dean, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly revealed a gentle smile. That young man on Yanjing Mountain is probably busy with something important right now. Just be patient and wait. The technical department boss didn't dare to object after the chief spoke, but he still suppressed his anger and muttered, "Old Dean, you only met with him once and you trust him so much." The old dean stood with his hands behind his back slightly hunched. A smile spread across his face and his tone was somewhat vicissitudes. What else can we do? Besides trusting him, do we have any other options now? Those vampires came too suddenly, and we really don't have enough manpower. The head of the technical department sighed deeply. Alas, we can only wait until we have time to concentrate our efforts and drive them out one by one. I originally thought that with the Ching clan, the Western Blood clan would no longer be able to enter the East, but I didn't expect. Humph, the head of the technical department showed a look of disdain and immersed himself in intelligence analysis again. At this moment, a person hurried into the anxious space, came to the old dean and nervously reported, "Commander, there is a person with a child outside the college. She said she wants to see you." Someone with a child. The old dean thought for a moment and asked, "Did she tell him her name?" The person quickly replied, "She said her name is Su Lingway and she came to deliver a message." Haha, take me there. Hearing this name, the old dean seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and was about to follow him out. He turned around and shouted to the head of the technical department, "Come with me and listen. Don't be so irritable all the time. That Su Lingway is Lu Qing's girlfriend. She came here in person, so she must have something important to tell us." At the border of the East Daxia Sea, under the cover of night, the sea surface is as calm as a mirror. In the darkness of night, dozens of dark figures were speeding across the sea. They were a team of Western vampires, the main branch of the Brutch clan led by 12 vampire marquises. Relying on their powerful strength and extreme speed, they ran rapidly on the soft sea surface. The 12 marquises in the lead exuded an oppressive aura of death. Previously, after losing 3 members of the Brutch tribe who were responsible for spying on the situation, they finally managed to figure out the reason why the branch in the east disappeared for no reason. It was all because of the new vampire on Yanjing Mountain. At first, the head of the family only sent a small group of clansmen to Yanjing Mountain to question and negotiate. However, every time the tribesmen were sent out, they were eventually blocked in the border areas and some even died there. It seems that some kind of cooperation agreement has been reached between the Eastern Dragon Group and the Blood Clan of Yanjing Mountain. The continuous deaths of clan members completely angered the head of the family. Therefore, this time the head of the family sent many high-level vampires in the clan to head east. At the same time, the head of the family informed the Lembba tribe of what he had discovered in Yanjing Mountain. Although the two clans were usually hostile to each other, they reached a rare consensus on the issue of attacking Yanjing Mountain. After all, the dignity of the noble blood clan cannot be challenged. They plan to attack the east tonight, completely conquer the new vampires on Yanjing Mountain, and bring them back to the tribe to punish them cruelly. As for the family branches that have been destroyed, they can just rebuild one. Anyway, they feel that the power of the east is so weak. I'm looking forward to the feeling of tearing you apart with my own hands. And the dragon group, this time I'll let you ants have a taste of destruction. The leading marquis of the Brutch tribe stared grimly at the front. On the coastline not far away, a group of people stood quietly. They stared at the dark sea, carrying all kinds of strange weapons in their hands or on their shoulders. Several vehicles loaded with large weapons were parked in the dense forests along the coastline. Once they are unable to stop the Western vampires, they will launch these weapons at all costs and perish together with the vampires. That Western blood clan on the sea is quite powerful, with 12 marquises and 36 earls. The tense and low voices of reports continued to ring out. This was the dragon team led by Grandpa Luo himself. This time, the Western vampires were invading the eastern territory from all directions, and the dragon team was seriously short of manpower. Mr. Luo's face was solemn, his former kindness gone. He held tightly in his hand a huge machete coated with silver powder, like a brave but old warrior. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Hasn't the Ching clan's movements been detected yet?" A member holding a portable monitoring device nearby looked at it. It showed nothing but blood red. He could only helplessly and indignantly reply, "No trace of the Ching clan, not a single one." Grandpa Luo was deeply confused. What happened to the Ching clan? As soon as he discovered the large-scale invasion of the Western Blood Clan, he sent people to notify the base, but until now not even a Ching clan bloodlines has appeared. Don't let us down at this critical moment. Grandpa Luo narrowed his eyes. He could already feel that the team with a strong aura of death was approaching rapidly. Son of a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* rise and his eyes turned blood red. At the same time, the dry muscles on his body gradually bulged, and the heart in his chest quietly stopped beating at this moment. Although his heart stopped beating, his aura continued to grow stronger and soon reached the level of a vampire marquis. This is the effect after injecting the research department serum. Mr. Luo heaved the mountain-splitting broadsword heavily on his shoulder and asked, "How many of our team members have activated the ability to die together?" The team member beside him answered without hesitation, 36 people, all of whom can activate the death together skill. The most capable team member can die together with a marquis. After listening to the team member's report, Mr. Luo smiled solemnly. "Then let them be prepared. If they can't stop us, they can drag those damned vampires down with them. Since they've come to our east, don't even think about returning alive." The team members' expressions were heavy but resolute, and they responded with only 2 words. "I wish to die, Mr." Luo took a big step forward and said resolutely, "Then die." Although he was filled with anger, he was still thinking about the Ching clan on Yanjing Mountain, the blood clan named Lu Qing. At the critical moment when the Western blood clan was invading on a large scale, the Ching clan did not even send out a Bungee to stop them. How could he not be angry? At the beginning, as the representative of the dragon group, he was the first to contact Lu Qing and was the most optimistic about him. He thought that with him and his Ching clan, the East would no longer be invaded by the Western blood clan, so he felt very disappointed at this moment. On the sea ahead, dozens of figures can be vaguely seen running towards us on the waves. Grandpa Luo made a gesture, ready to lead the members of the dragon team in a desperate battle. However, the same team member from before hurried over to him, looking puzzled and nervous, and said, "Old man, we've received an order from the base to evacuate immediately and not worry about these vampires anymore. This is the highest level order from the base." Grandpa Luo was stunned. "Immediate evacuation or a level 1 order, then we'll just ignore these Western vampires." The team members were equally puzzled. "Yes, that's what the instructions say. What should we do, Mr.?" Luo frowned and thought, "The evacuation order is a level 1 order, which means it must be obeyed no matter what the circumstances. Evacuating at this time, was it because the base had made new arrangements, or was there something unexpected happening on Yanjing Mountain?" Thoughts raced through Mr. Luo's mind. Looking at the vampires who were almost in sight, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, "Let's retreat." In just a few tens of seconds, these members of the dragon team, who had raised their energy and blood to the peak, quickly dived into the dense forest like nimble cheetahs. The coastline, which was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere just now, is now deserted. When those dozens of Western vampires officially set foot on the coastline, all they saw were footprints all over the ground. The Marquis carefully sniffed the lingering scent in the air, a sneer appearing on his handsome face. HMPH, the cowardly dragon group, realizing they couldn't resist, they voluntarily retreated. They ran as fast as rabbits. But where can you run to? This time you will all be drained of blood. The same scene is happening in other border areas. When each dragon team saw the invading Western vampires and even prepared to fight to the death, they received the highest order and then quickly evacuated with confusion and anxiety. All this started with a conversation outside the gate of Huaxia Theological Seminary. Su Lingway held Kyukyu's little hand and looked at the senior members of the dragon group in front of her. Her beautiful face showed an unusually calm expression. Lu Qing told you not to stop the Western vampires from coming and not to let the dragon group die. Just let those vampires come directly to Yanjing Mountain. Lu Qing also asked you to help impose martial law within a 10-kilometer radius of Yanjing Mountain, as the noise might be a bit loud and they were afraid of disturbing the public. The senior executives at the Dragon Group base were all stunned when they saw the beautiful girl holding a child and coming to deliver a message with a calm face. Withdraw all the members of the Dragon Group and let those Western vampires go to Yanjing Mountain. The head of the technical department spoke first. Little girl, you said that Lu Qing wanted all the vampires to go to Yanjing Mountain to find him, but do you know how many vampires came this time? Su Lingway shook her head calmly. I don't know. The head of the technical department suppressed his anger and said, then let me tell you, there are at least more than 230 Earl level, 50 Marquis level, and 8 Duke level. These are the high-ranking vampires sent by the Brutch and Lembba tribes. Can you, the Ching tribe, handle them? The technical department boss knew something about the Ching clan on Yanjing Mountain, especially the personal combat power of the Ching clan leader, which was so strong that it was a bit abnormal. But faced with so many powerful vampires attacking at the same time, no matter how strong an individual is, it would be difficult to stop them. What's more, the Ching clan was born not long ago, only a month at most. But Su Lingway nodded slightly. Lu Qing said that he can handle it. The technical department boss wanted to say something but was interrupted by the old dean. The old dean asked gently, does Lu Qing know that if Yanjing Mountain is surrounded and wiped out by those two clans this time, our dragon group will also be annihilated, and it may even trigger a large-scale hot weapon battle? If all the Qing people on Yanjing Mountain were killed, the Western blood people would definitely take the opportunity to attack the dragon group. When the situation becomes extremely critical, they might really use large-scale weapons to bomb. Su Lingway tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said happily, I know this. Lu Qing told you to rest assured that none of the vampires who come here will be able to escape. If one escapes, he will die. On the quiet path, Su Lingway walked slowly with Kyukyu in her hand. Both of them had lollipops in their mouths. Kyukyu tilted her head back as if she suddenly remembered something and said angrily, pretty sister, those people just now were so annoying. They actually didn't believe my brother. From now on, Kyukyu will be able to knock anyone down with just one punch, the little girl said, waving her chubby little fists. Su Lingway, holding a lychee-flavored lollipop in her mouth, responded vaguely, those old men can't stand a beating, just scold them a few times. I can't blame them, after all, they don't know how powerful our family is now. After hearing this, Kyukyu asked worriedly, brother has been in the mountains for a long time and hasn't come out yet. Can our family defeat those bad guys who are coming soon? The grumpy uncle just said that those bad guys seem to be quite powerful. Although she is usually heartless at home, she also knows that a group of bad guys are about to come to her house to cause trouble. Su Lingway held Kyukyu's little hand, and their shadows were stretched out long under the street light. She said confidently, of course we can beat them. Your brother is so powerful. If those bad guys come, they won't be able to escape. Your brother said he wanted to send them to the Western Paradise to learn to chant sutras from the Buddha. Where is the Western Paradise? Can Kyukyu go there? Who is the Buddha? The little girl blinked her big eyes curiously. Su Lingway answered seriously, I don't know either, I've never been there. Then she suddenly frowned, touched her belly, and asked Kyukyu seriously, are you hungry? Kyukyu chewed the lollipop in his mouth a few times and swallowed it, nodding hurriedly and sighing in a mature manner. Oh. I'm hungry, I finished the milk tea I brought from my hometown yesterday. Kyukyu is almost starving. In the past, she always went to the blood institution in Jiang City to steal blood to drink. She left in a hurry and didn't have time to replenish the stock, so the stock of the two people, one adult and one child, was gone yesterday. Su Lingway licked her lips and asked seriously, do you want some milk tea? Kyukyu suddenly smiled, I want to. Come on, follow my sister. Under the streetlight, two figures, one large and one small, disappeared in an instant. After Su Lingway and Kyukyu left, all the senior members of the dragon group gathered on the basement floor. The huge space was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the central display screen, on which dense red dots had crossed the border and were moving rapidly towards the inland. The monitoring data were also reported one by one. Report, data collection complete. A total of 163 vampires from the Western Brutch tribe have invaded the territory. 172 vampires from the Lembba tribe have invaded the territory. 236 Earl-class beasts, 58 Marquis-class beasts, and not 8 Duke-class beasts but 11. Hearing this accurate number monitoring data, everyone couldn't help but gasp. With so many high-level vampires, the two clans must have sent out half of their members. Zhang Tianming stood beside the old dean and said in a heavy voice, "The two Western clans have mobilized so many high-level vampires this time. I'm afraid it's not just to attack Lu Qing and kill the branch clans. It's very likely that the vampires in the main clans have noticed something, so they mobilized so many forces." The old dean nodded slightly. Generally speaking, if it is just a crusade, at most 2 clans will send marquises, and at most 1 or 2 duke-level vampires. But the current situation clearly indicated the start of a war. They were most likely after Lu Qing's bloodline, hoping to take him back before the other clans could react and claim his bloodline for themselves. But no matter what, if Lu Qing and his Ching clan can't stop this group of vampires this time, those guys from the west will definitely come to visit the dragon group. The old dean sighed leisurely. It was already very difficult to fight against the vampires from these branch clans before. Now facing the vampires from the main clan, we are still too weak. How's the research going on with the 2 drops of blood Lu Qing gave me last time? Can you extract serum from it? Hearing this question, a hint of fanaticism appeared on Zhang Tianming's face. Those 2 drops of blood, one is the ancient bloodline of the Blood clan, and the other is the bloodline of the ancestor of the Eastern Corpse clan. The elders in the research department were alarmed, and they have already produced some preliminary research results during this period. Oh, the usually gentle old dean suddenly became nervous. How's the effect? The enthusiasm on Zhang Tianming's face became more obvious. It's very powerful. Even if the extracted serum is diluted 10,000 times, the energy it contains is much stronger than before. The most important thing is that the injection will not have the side effect of shortening lifespan. As long as it can be fully absorbed, the dragon group's strength will be increased by at least 10 times. Hearing this data, the old dean's dry lips moved, and after a long while he managed to utter a word. Good. Zhang Tianming was somewhat helpless. It's just that the power contained in those 2 drops of Lu Qing's blood is too strong. If we only extract a part of it, the research department will. The old dean gave a rare chuckle and said with unparalleled grandeur, "Let them blow it up. Blow it up as hard as they can. As long as they can extract it, they can blow up 100 labs. Allocate another billion to the research department and prepare a few more labs for them." "Well, okay," Zhang Tianming responded respectfully. The old dean's gaze returned to the display screen. Those densely packed red dots were almost approaching the imperial capital. Zhang Tianming's expression became serious again. According to Lu Qing, martial law has been imposed within 10 kilometers of Yanjing Mountain in the name of an exercise. The other half of the dragon team also withdrew and stood by around Yanjing Mountain, ready to provide support at any time. But can the Ching clan really hold off so many high-level vampires? The old dean put his hands behind his back and moved his feet lightly back and forth, obviously not having much confidence in the situation. After managing the dragon group for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered such a crisis. It is also the first time that I have completely withdrawn my defenses and allowed all the Western vampires to enter the imperial capital. If it hadn't been stopped in the end, the consequences would have been disastrous. But in the end, the old dean could only smile helplessly. It's come to this, there's no point in worrying. Since Lu Qing asked Su Lingway to come and deliver the message, he should be somewhat confident. Perhaps he also wants to take this opportunity to let his Ching clan officially appear in front of the 13 clans. Zhang Tianming replied absent-mindedly, "I hope so." The old dean suddenly remembered something and asked, "Have Su Lingway and that cute little girl returned?" Zhang Tianming smiled bitterly and replied helplessly, "No. My people said that the 2 guys just ran to a hospital halfway through their journey and seem to have gone to get half a box of plasma. They should be almost at Yanjing Mountain now." At the foot of Yanjing Mountain, on the winding path, 2 figures, one big and one small, were walking slowly. Su Lingway and Kyukyu each held a large bag of blood in their hands and were sucking it happily through straws. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they paused because the Yanjing Mountain in front of them was wrapped in a layer of black flames. Su Lingway held the straw in her mouth and said to Kyukyu in a vague voice, "Go open the door." After receiving the order, Kyukyu happily jumped in front of the firewall and shouted in a sweet voice, "Open sesame." Miraculously, a part of the firewall composed of black flames opened, revealing a small door. Hee, so obedient. After Kyukyu successfully opened the door, he ran back and held Su Lingway's hand. The 2 blood thieves happily went up the mountain. After they entered, the door that appeared on the black flame quietly closed again. Not long after, the first group of Western vampires finally arrived at the foot of Yanjing Mountain after a long journey. This was a duke of the Brutch clan named Leonard, who arrived first with 12 marquises and 68 earls. Looking at the huge black wall of fire in front of him, the duke of the western main branch of the Brutch clan showed a look of disdain. Huh, you think you can stop me with just such a weak flame? I really don't know where you get the courage to challenge the great Brutch tribe. As he spoke, the golden-haired duke stepped forward and tore hard with both hands, actually tearing a gap in the fire wall composed of black flames. Then he quickly gave the order, Marquis class, break through the wall on your own. Earl class, enter through this gap. Those below the Earl level, wait here. You can't withstand this fire, just wait here for our triumphant return. However, the Duke did not know that the black flame here was just one thrown by Lu Qing casually, with the original intention of covering up the breath. Only after they all go in will they know how terrifying the black flame that has transformed into the Emperor's flame is. The Duke of the Brutch clan climbed up the ladder, his contempt growing in his heart. There's not even a guard. Where's that guy? Then, in the central square at the top of the mountain, he saw a thin man sitting quietly on the steps. The man looked at him lazily and greeted him lightly. Hey, are you here? The Duke of the Brutch tribe, having broken through the black flame barrier, led several hundred of his people up the Yanjing mountains. Along the way, his people continued to leap forward behind him. There isn't even a single guard along the way. I really don't understand why the eastern branch was killed off before. They are indeed too weak. The Duke kept chattering along the way. When he finally reached the top of the mountain, he saw a man sitting quietly on the innermost steps of the vast central square. The man looked thin, with a casual and gentle demeanor. He seemed a little bored because he had been waiting for too long. He was leaning lazily on the steps with a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. Hey, you're here. This greeting is like meeting a long-lost friend. The Duke of the Brutch tribe grinned coldly. Are you the vampire who destroyed the eastern branch of my Brutch tribe? Oh. No, the smell on you is a bit weird, like a half-blood. As he said that, he laughed contemptuously. Lu Qing sighed softly. Alas, if all of you Brew people had a brain like you would have been extinct long ago. The Duke of the Brutch tribe's face darkened. This was clearly a racial mockery, but the strange thing is that the blood aura of the person in front of him is indeed not right. If there hadn't been a secret report from the clan saying that the one who destroyed the eastern branch might be a vampire with royal blood, he would have suspected that this man was only a half-blood. Whatever secrets you have, I'll know everything once I taste you. The Duke could no longer hold back. He was worried that if he waited any longer, other members of the tribe, especially those from the Lembba tribe, would arrive, and this vampire who might have royal blood would fall into the hands of others. Lu Qing looked at the Duke's impatient expression and could only helplessly stand up from the steps and said, I was originally planning to wait until you all arrived before we tackled it together. Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Lu Qing was really helpless, because he had already felt that the group of guys who had just awakened in the ancestral mountain had become impatient after smelling the scent of these vampires and wanted to rush out immediately. Lu Qing comforted them through his blood. Be good, it's not time for you to show up yet. There are too few of these vampires, not enough for you to fill your teeth. Hearing Lu Qing talking to himself, the Duke became angry. Who are you talking to? Talking to yourself? Lu Qing showed an innocent look. No, I'm talking to my people. You can't see them for now, but you will see them soon. I hope you won't be scared then. The Duke of the Brutch tribe was completely enraged. Scared, huh? I've lived for 1,000 years and I don't know what fear feels like. Didn't you say you have tribesmen? Call them out and let me see them. Lu Qing nodded seriously. Okay. He looked past the Duke and into the darkness surrounding the square, calling softly, come out. As the words fell, the darkness in the corner of the central square seemed to come alive. The shadows kept wriggling, and one after another, the Ching people slowly appeared in the square. A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the Duke of the Brutch tribe, because he had clearly sensed it carefully just now and found that there was no breath in this shadow. What kind of ability could allow one to hide so close to him without being discovered? The Ching clan's blood yeas walked out of the darkness one after another and stood quietly in their places. Their eyes were colorless and their aura was extremely weak. But it was this extremely weak breath that made the Duke open his eyes wide in disbelief. 68 Earls. The Duke noticed that the vampires who emerged from the shadows all had the aura of Earls, and there were exactly 68 Green Clan members. 68. Why does this number sound familiar? It seems that the 68 Earls I brought this time. The Duke suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Sure enough, as if to confirm his thoughts, 12 figures walked out of the darkness and stood quietly behind the 68 Earl vampires. These 12 figures exuded the aura of a marquis, no more, no less, exactly corresponding to the 12 marquises he brought with him. How can a newly established family have so many high-level vampires? The Duke of Brutch was full of doubts. You know, even if the eastern branches of the two clans were added together, all the high-level vampires. The Duke's face was already full of solemnity, but he still pretended to be calm. What if the other party can bring out the same number of high-level vampires as I brought? Among the same level, the blood clan of the Western main lineage is naturally more powerful. Besides, I don't believe it. You can call out another Duke. The Duke stared at Lu Qing unconvinced. Looking at the Duke's stubborn and unyielding eyes, Lu Qing smiled faintly and shouted to the shadow behind him, "Two more." At his call, two shadows in the darkness squirmed again, and two figures exuding the aura of a Duke walked out. They wore pitch-black cloaks and silver masks with numbers engraved on them, 12-13. The Duke of the Brutch clan took several steps back in alarm the moment the two attendants appeared, his heart filled with shock. There really are Duke-level beings, and there are two of them. Duke-level vampires basically have enough strength to serve as the head of a clan branch, just like the heads of the eastern branches of the Brutch and Lembba clans were at the Duke level. But now, two of them appeared on this Yanjing mountain at the same time. Moreover, to be able to make these two dukes so obedient, the young vampire in front of him must be at least at the Duke level. What shocked and surprised him even more was that all the vampires that appeared had a certain aura. Lu Qing looked at the Duke with amusement. "You came the earliest, why don't you warm up first?" Then, without caring whether the Duke had recovered or not, he gave the order, "All members of the Ching clan, listen up. Except for this Duke, all others will have their necks broken and thrown into the blood pool of the ancestral mountain." As his voice fell, dozens or even hundreds of small silver lanterns seemed to appear in the central square. At this moment, the eyes of all the originally silent Ching people turned into a whole silver color. Their skin is bluish-gray, which is the result of their strong bodies evolving from absorbing the power of the corpse bloodline. The sudden burst of aura startled the powerful Duke of the Brutch clan. He stared blankly at those silver eyes, and finally a foreboding premonition surged in his heart. Silver eyes. These are the symbol of royal blood. He suddenly turned around, looking in horror at the calm man on the steps, and roared in disbelief, "All of your people are of royal blood." Lu Qing snapped his fingers. "Congratulations, you got it right. I'll reward you with a chance to regain your youth." As he spoke, a black moon slowly rose above his shoulder, the dark moon. At this time, at the foot of Yanjing Mountain, countless figures were running towards them at a rapid speed. They rushed into the seemingly thin black wall of fire in front of them without hesitation, as if they didn't take the black fire seriously at all and had no sense of vigilance at all. "Hurry up, a Duke from the Brutch tribe has already arrived. We can't let him take all the credit. He's already gone inside after tearing open the wall of fire. We need to catch up quickly and not let him take all the credit. Have all the Lembba people arrived? Come with me up the mountain." "Sir, all of our Brutch tribe members have arrived and have entered the mountains." Various low roars came one after another, and the atmosphere in this space became increasingly chaotic. Hundreds of vampires from the Brutch and Lembba tribes rushed towards the mountain. In the mountains and forests far away from the firewall, the 59 teams dispatched by the Dragon Group were all hidden in the darkness. They could feel the majestic and cold aura ahead of them. Each of them had an extremely solemn expression on their face, and from time to time they looked up at the Yanjing mountain, whose outline was only visible. Tonight, hundreds of powerful high-level vampires will gather on the top of the mountain. However, waiting for these Western vampires was only a family called the Ching clan. After the last Western vampire entered the black flame wall, a powerful and scorching aura began to slowly emerge. Boom. The black flames seemed to have suddenly awakened from a deep sleep, emitting a scorching temperature that was countless times stronger than before. The black flames rolled and burned violently, as if they could even burn up all the space. At this moment, the entire Yanjing Mountains completely turned into a cage, with no one able to enter or exit. The old dean of the Dragon Group appeared in a very far place, and even though he was thousands of meters away, he could still feel the scorching heat. He looked at the black flames that surged silently like hellfire, his eyes filled with shock. What a spectacular sight! On the Yanjing Mountain shrouded in black flames, hundreds of high-level vampires were rushing towards the palace on the top of the mountain. However, these high-level vampires all had the same question in their minds. Why is there not even a single guard on this mountain? The mountain seemed completely unresponsive to the news of their arrival. Why wasn't there even a single vampire trying to stop them? This left the vampires, who had been eagerly anticipating a hearty fight, feeling somewhat frustrated. Without that kind of crushing battle, how can the family's majesty and dignity be demonstrated? Among the vampires dispatched by the Brutch tribe this time, there is one who is at the peak of the Duke level, and he is the ninth elder of the main lineage of the Brutch tribe. Similarly, the Lembba tribe sent out an old duke who had lived for a long time. These two Western vampires with the most powerful auras ran side by side in the mountains and forests. The old duke of the Lembba tribe said with a gloating expression on his face, "I heard that the sacred weapon of your Brutch tribe was obtained by that kid on the mountain. Isn't it embarrassing?" The main branch's sacred artifact has been kept in the branch family for a long time and has never been taken out. Now that it has been finally taken out, it has been obtained by a foreign vampire. Ha ha ha, I am ashamed for you, the Brutch clan. The words of the old duke of the Lembba tribe made the ninth elder of the Brutch tribe look gloomy, and he snorted coldly and retorted, "Shameful, how could you, the Lembba tribe, be any better? Your tribe's sacred artifact is on the sacred mountain of the main ridge, but why don't you take it out and use it? If you have the guts, show it to me. What are you so proud of? Aren't you the Lembba clan known as the strongest of the 13 clans? Yet, your eastern branch was annihilated without a second thought." The words of the ninth elder made the old duke of the Lembba tribe so angry that his eyes were blazing with fire. The family's sacred artifact is indeed stored on the holy mountain of the main vein. It is a key shaped like blood. Legend has it that it can open the door to hell at a specific time and enter any space. A long time ago, the Lembba tribe used this holy blood key to secretly open the gates of many ancient battlefields and obtained many good things from them. But later, after the Holy War, the blood key was left in the holy mountain and could never be taken out again. As for why it cannot be taken out, only the head of the family knows the secret. It is said that it is related to something sealed in the holy mountain. The ninth elder of the Brutch tribe continued, "No matter what, this time you, the Lembba tribe, can only follow us and take advantage of the situation. Who told you to be slow? Duke Hambason of my clan has arrived long ago. If nothing unexpected happens when we get up there, we'll probably see a field of beautiful corpses." Hearing the ninth elder's boasting, the old duke of the Lembba tribe secretly sped up. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The duke named Hambason was a very difficult and extremely violent guy. If he got there first, there might not be anything good there for them to grab. Oh, what a mistake. If it weren't for that Avil at home who kept chatting with him for unknown reasons, distracting him, how could he have learned the news here so late? But that chick Avil is indeed charming and attractive. Unfortunately, she is the family saint and she can't move. The old duke sighed inwardly but still said sarcastically, "Don't go up there and see the corpses of your Brutch people. That would be ridiculous." The leaders of the two clans mocked each other all the way and finally rushed to the palace on the top of the mountain. However, the scene before them left them both stunned. This is a spacious central square, where 70 or 80 silent figures are standing quietly, staring at them with dead eyes. On the steps, the young vampire was still sitting with a smile on his face. The entire square was so quiet that it seemed as if nothing existed. There was no panic or confusion, only an eerie dead silence. The ninth elder of the Brutch clan used his powerful perception to instantly scan the entire area and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Huh. There are so many high-level vampires. But fortunately, we can still handle it." Although the other side has the aura of more than a dozen marquises and 2 dukes, their 2 clans have brought at least 40 or 50 marquises and 11 dukes this time. It's just. This situation is a bit weird. At this moment, the old duke of the Lembba tribe looked around and asked curiously, "Old man 9, where are those vampires from your Brutch tribe who went up the mountain earlier? Where is Hambason? Why are they nowhere to be seen?" After hearing this, the ninth elder of the Brutch tribe finally realized why he felt strange. Because there is nothing here except those silent vampires and bloodstains on the ground. The Brutch tribe members who had been the first to rush up the mountain had disappeared. Looking at the 2 somewhat bewildered bosses, Lu Qing stood up with a smile, his eyes bright, and said, "No need to look for it. The group of vampires that came up earlier have probably been turned into nutrients by now, and the guy named Hambason you are looking for, yes, that's him." As Lu Qing spoke, he pushed out a person from behind him. To be more precise, he pushed out a little baby. The little doll is only 1 meter tall, with signature blonde hair, but at the moment she looks a little dazed, as if she has suffered some serious stimulation. The ninth elder of the Brutch tribe sensed a familiar aura from the little kid and opened his mouth involuntarily in surprise. You are Hambason." When the little kid heard someone calling his name, he turned his head blankly. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and then his mouth drooped, his eyes reddened, and he shouted in a childish voice that was almost crying, Ninth Elder. I am so miserable. Seeing this strange scene, the old Duke of the Lembba tribe couldn't help but feel alert and said seriously, "This guy is a bit weird." The ninth elder of the Brutch tribe nodded gravely and said, "I've never seen such a strange ability before. No matter what, let's capture him first." His eyes had already fallen on you behind Lu Qing, because behind that tall figure was the holy weapon that their Brutch tribe had always dreamed of, but had never been able to obtain: the axe of punishment. As long as we can get the holy relic, what does losing a duke matter? What's more, this kid is likely to be of royal blood. As long as we can devour his royal blood, 3 princes will surely be born in the clan. The ninth elder had already noticed that Hambason, who had turned into a little baby, had a weakened aura to the point where it was not even as strong as that of the last generation of vampires, and this transformation seemed to be irreversible. Therefore, the Duke of Hampstead has lost the ability to serve his family. However, compared to obtaining the family's sacred artifact and a royal bloodline, such a loss is insignificant. Lu Qing had already seen the greed flashing in the eyes of the 2 old guys, but he didn't care at all because this greed would soon turn into fear. He doesn't intend to let go of any of the hundreds of high-level vampires here. Go. Kill all the vampires here first. The 2 vampire bosses issued orders almost at the same time, and the vampires behind them rushed forward like a tide. At the moment when the vampires of the 2 clans launched the attack, all the Ching people in the square released their aura at the same time. At the same time, more Ching people slowly appeared from the shadows. Without exception, all the members of the Ching tribe had a pair of silver eyes. At this moment in Lu Qing's ears, the desires of the ancient corpses in the ancestral mountain reached their peak, as if countless howls were echoing in his ears. All right, all right. You're killing me with all the noise." Lu Qing scratched his ears helplessly, looking towards the direction of Zushan, and whispered, "Come out and kill to your heart's content." As his words fell at this moment, the entire ancestral mountain seemed to be shaking violently. An ancient, desolate, tyrannical, and cold aura quickly spread towards this side with the force of a tidal wave. This momentum even caused a gust of flying sand and rocks. Boom, boom, boom. A violent trampling sound was heard, as if countless wild bulls were charging madly, crushing them with an unparalleled momentum. These ancient corpse tribes have been silent for too long and forgotten for too long. But now, the races that once fought them to the death are right before their eyes. Therefore, only by killing ruthlessly can the pain and hatred of genocide that have been dormant for thousands of years be calmed. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and all the Western vampires stopped and stared blankly at the strange creature blocking their way. Each of them is more than 3 meters tall, with exaggerated rock-like muscles bulging all over their bodies, sharp claws and fangs that are particularly eye-catching, and blood-red eyes that are wide open, filled with endless cruelty and hatred. What kind of race is this? The old Duke of the Lembba tribe looked at the thousands of giant creatures that were rushing into the battlefield like ferocious beasts. A huge pressure surged in his heart. At the same time, the extremely strong murderous intent and hatred of these creatures also made him shudder. Each of these guys is 3 meters tall, with bluish-gray skin and muscles as strong as rocks. Just by looking at it, one can imagine how strong its body is. The nails on their palms were more than an inch long, pitch black, and extremely hard. Some of them even have huge wings growing behind them. The pupils of the ninth elder of the Brutch tribe contracted sharply. He always felt that the creatures before him seemed familiar, as if he had seen them before or knew related information, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember. But there is no doubt that each of these creatures is a veritable killing machine, especially when facing vampires like them. The overwhelming murderous intent seems to cover the entire world. Why do they have such strong hatred towards us? This is something that the ninth elder could not understand. At this moment, Lu Qing's voice came slowly. This is a race that you once gathered all the clan's strength and even colluded with the church to kill. You are trying to cover up their existence and don't even want future generations of vampires to remember them. They are my Eastern race. Today, you will be the first sacrifices after they awaken. Lu Qing lowered his head slightly, and the bloodline of the corpse clan's ancestor slowly opened. The scene before him seemed to awaken the remaining memories in the ancestor's bloodline. The blood in his body began to boil, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar from his throat. Kill them, tear them apart. Following this loud shout, the 1,000 ancient corpses that had been waiting for a long time roared together and beat their chests. The anger and brutality seemed to ignite the air. As for Lu Qing himself, he hammered his hands together fiercely, and there was a loud bang sound when his fists collided, as if the air was bursting. His arms swelled rapidly, the cyan-gold veins bulged horribly, snow-white fangs extended from his lips, and a purple-gold color appeared between his eyes. He threw back a move and the axe flew into his hand automatically. He dragged the huge axe and jumped straight into the battlefield, shouting, "Kill." The giant axe in Lu Qing's hand carried the momentum of destroying the world, directly splitting a marquis into two halves, and then the other hand directly crushed a head. This time he only opened the bloodline of the ancestor of the corpse clan and simply relied on his extremely strong body and strength to launch a violent killing. At this moment, he seemed to have merged into one with these 1,000 ancient corpses. What kind of power is this? If this body is too abnormal, my attacks are completely ineffective. A vampire marquis who was currently displaying his innate abilities looked in horror at the giant-like being before him. The next second he was torn apart by a pair of giant hands. The vampires of the two clans fell into extreme panic because they found that the creatures in front of them seemed to be completely unafraid of their attacks. Even if one uses their innate abilities, it is difficult to leave any scars on these creatures. The self-healing ability that the vampires are proud of is useless here, because once attacked by these creatures, you will either instantly turn into a pile of minced meat, or your body will be torn apart directly, with no possibility of self-healing. The only thing they could still rely on was the speed and flexibility of the vampires, which allowed them to barely maneuver around. But there are 1,000 ancient corpses here, while they only have a few hundred blood clans, so there is not much room to move. At Lu Qing's suggestion, Zhu Yi from the Ching clan did not participate in this battle. He just stayed on the outer battlefield and drove back all the vampires who tried to escape to the battlefield. Therefore, the only ones fighting on the battlefield were the 1,000 ancient corpses that had just awakened, and they were venting their anger and hatred to their heart's content. No Western vampire could leave a complete corpse at the hands of these ancient corpses, and a thick layer of blood plasma soon accumulated on the entire square. As for Lu Qing, after chopping down several marquises and a duke in succession, he could only stand there helplessly with his battle axe. Because every time he set his eyes on a vampire, 2 or 3 ancient corpses would immediately rush up to him, howling, and they would tear the vampire he had chosen to pieces with punches and claws, and then run off howling to look for other vampires. This happened several times in a row, and Lu Qing had no choice but to give up. After all, he had specially left this battle for the corpse clan to vent their anger. These corpse clans now worship him as their master and are also members of the Ching clan. As the head of the family, he naturally has to take care of everyone's emotions. "Master, these creatures are too ferocious. Not even the Marquis can withstand them. Our attacks can't cause any damage at all. Lord Duke Braz's corrosive blood is completely ineffective against these creatures. Save me!" The terrified cries of the vampires continued to be heard on the battlefield. Especially those Earl-level vampires who could not withstand the attack of the ancient corpse clan at all. And those noble marquises could only barely hold on, and each of them was covered with wounds. These noble beings who usually appear to be powerful in the outside world, at this moment, their bodies are as fragile as paper. Various strange and brilliant innate abilities continuously blossomed, but upon bombarding the ancient zombies' tough bodies, they often only made them retreat a step or two, then, as if enraged, they charged forward even more frantically. Have you ever played CF? Fighting zombies in biochemical mode will cause you to retreat. Only those innate abilities of non-physical attacks can slightly hinder the pace of the ancient corpse clan, but there are too few vampires who possess this ability. During the ancient Holy War, the Eastern Corpse clan relied on their strong bodies and strength to withstand all damage and then tear the enemy apart. However, at that time, due to the participation of the church angels in the war, the holy light had a powerful weakening and corrosive effect. In addition, all the prince-level and first-generation species of the 13 clans were dispatched, and finally this powerful Eastern Corpse clan was eliminated with countless blood. Boom! A loud noise came from the center of the battlefield. The figure of the 9th elder of the Brutch tribe quickly jumped out of a huge pit, then exerted his speed to the extreme, barely escaping the pursuit of the 2 ancient corpses in front of him. He touched his head with lingering fear and cursed, "Damn it, if I hadn't run fast, my head would have been almost ripped off. These damn guys are too powerful. The appearance of this creature must be reported to the family as soon as possible." Thinking of this, the 9th elder's eyes began to flicker. He knew in his heart that the current situation had completely changed. Originally, the Brutch and Lembba tribes came here to attack, but now it is questionable whether they can return alive. Is the East really going to rise completely? This terrifying thought suddenly occurred to the ninth elder, and he shouted, "All members of the Brutch tribe evacuate. Find an opportunity and evacuate quickly." But before he could finish his words, a huge blue-gray figure appeared silently behind him and smashed his huge fist directly into the back of his head. With one punch, the ninth elder, who was at the peak of the duke level, was smashed so hard that his head sunk deep into the ground. However, the next moment, a blood mist suddenly emanated from the ninth elder's body, and with a puff, he appeared in another place. Tui, the ninth elder, spat out the sand and stones in his mouth with force. With blood all over his head, he looked fiercely for the ancient corpse who had just punched him into the ground, but he didn't even see its shadow. That guy should have joined the battlefield and continued fighting. "Don't let me find you," the ninth elder silently said a harsh word, but did not dare to take the initiative to go forward and look for him. These guys are too powerful. If he were besieged by 3 ancient corpses at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. He sensed the battlefield briefly and found that in just a short while, his tribe had suffered heavy losses. The aura of at least 20 marquises disappeared, and 2 duke-level tribesmen also disappeared. As for those Earl-level vampires, they had long since turned into piles of minced meat or had been bitten beyond recognition and were completely unrecognizable. Looking at the Lembba tribe, the situation seemed even worse. Even the old duke had his arm torn off, blood and flesh surging from the wound, but he simply didn't have the extra blood power to recover. The reason why he was slightly better was entirely due to his innate ability blood escape. The instantaneous burst consumed a certain amount of energy and blood, allowing him to escape quickly. This was also the reason why he was able to escape instantly after being smashed into the ground just now. No one can escape if this goes on. Looks like I have to go first. I have to go back and tell my family what's going on here. That's the most important thing. The ninth elder comforted himself in his heart, and a blood mist began to appear on his body. The next moment he was about to use blood escape to escape from this horrific battlefield. But at this moment, a voice with a hint of disgust suddenly sounded behind him. "Are you ready to abandon your people and run away? You Western vampires really have no sense of contract at all." The ninth elder didn't even want to turn his head. He knew that the voice must be from the leader of the Ching clan who had previously carried the sacred weapon, the execution axe, and was killing people everywhere. He just wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Kai. The sound of blood explosion was heard. The body of the ninth elder was about to turn into a shadow and escape, but suddenly he froze in place. The body that was supposed to be moving very fast now became as slow as a turtle crawling. He tried his best to move his eyes, and sideways he saw a smiling face, and a strange black moon on his shoulder ×0 and the dark moon.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.